Cheers. What's up, Burst? Good to see you. Morning, Lonnie. Cheers. yeah, Burst. Home stretch. Sending you energy.
Hassan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hassan Piker.
dirtbag left.
Hassan Piker.
What's up, Cher? Good to see you.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hassan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hassan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hassan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hassan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Amelon Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hassan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man? What's up, dude? Good to see you again. I was really enjoying it. Yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Our broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, partially sunny, California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, folks. It is Saturday, June 2026, June 27th, 2026. And we're live, and it's a fun day, and you already know what it is. It's going to be a fun one today after we do a little bit of news, okay? After we do a little bit of news, we will move on from the little bit of news, and we'll get to some fun stuff. We'll get to some drama. Probably no drama, actually. Just mostly fun stuff. But before I get into any of that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as personal news goes, you already know I'm a chud-ass loser. That's right. I'm a chud, I'm an ass, and I'm a loser. I didn't do anything last night. I watched a little bit of Euphoria, I went to bed. Well, I did an interview with CNN. That went on for like 3 hours, right after the stream. But then after that, Hassan, are you going to stream till you're 40? I think so. I love doing this. This is something that I'm very good at. So I'll probably keep doing it. Yeah, I did an interview, and then after the interview, I went to sleep. I watched Euphoria. I went to sleep. I'm a senior citizen. Woke up early, and then after that, worked out, showered. I'm here. Were you up to in Euphoria? I'm on season 2. You better root for Cabo Verde against Argentina. Always root for the smaller team. Here at the Hasanabe broadcast, we got some rules when it comes to the FIFA World Cup. You always gotta vote. You always gotta root for the Global South. Okay? You always gotta root for the Global South teams, and you always gotta root for the team that is less developed than the other. And last but not least, you always root against Argentina. You never root for Argentina, and you never root for England. You always root against the British, and you always root against Argentina. That's why the Falklands is one of the most complicated stories, where you're like, I don't know who to root for here. I feel like both parties are somehow wronging one another. It's a let 'em fight style situation, you know? British Empire versus Argentina, you're like, I don't know. I'm staying out of it. Not for me to decide, you know what I mean? So, may I present this counter to you again? I mean, this is enough. This is pain and torment enough, I think, for Argentina. I feel so bad for the comrades living in Argentina that have to suffer through having the worst fucking president. Is this what watching Euphoria feels like? Rue, happy moments, 1 minute long? Yes. She's only happy when she's in the hospital after overdosing or whatever. And that's what's so great. The show is great. I feel bad for the youth. You do the Irish tradition of you root for whoever England's against? What the fuck is this? Ay, ay. Para usted, para ti, Charlie. Charlito. Listen, this is why I was like, when those white supremacists were calling me a Mexican as a slur, I couldn't comprehend it. I'm like, that's the coolest thing you can call someone. Calling me Mexican or calling me Filipino is those are the top two. You know? You know what? The suit is really nice. What is this? I found Hassan when he started Leftovers. My favorite lore from that era is Hassan posting fit pics like this. Now his fits are good, but back then he really was just wearing anything. Like, I really got my news from this guy. Still can't believe I missed out on Puppy Kai because I thought this motherfucker was racist, which is why I love when y'all drop lore and tea about that era before and now, 2024, because I have bad FOMO. Yeah, I was dressing like shit. Okay, I mean, that's not even from that era. That's like way worse. But this is the Oibra fit. God, I really was putting on everything. My most hurt era. This is officially my most hurt era, the buffalo hair. The buffalo hair. That's the worst one. Clavicular supporting trans people with actions over words. Yeah, I saw. Don't worry, we're gonna get to that. That's he's the pro trans goat. Suit era is the best era. Okay, let's be real. Nobody liked me before I put on the suit, okay? Nobody cared about me until I put on the suit. Ever since I put this suit on, I've been moving. Prime Jordan, prime LeBron.
What's up, Tuno? Good to see you.
The politics. I think the infrastructure
Don't get me wrong,
I think the infrastructure chatter you were beefing with yesterday made a TikTok.
I like Hassan Piker, but he tweeted this last night after.
If you and Hassan have essentially the same beliefs about public transit, what are you critiquing? I'm a transplant, but I'm a public transit girly. Everywhere I live before LA has a really robust transit system, and LA isn't as fleshed out as it needs to be for more people to use it. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Los Angelinos who love public transit, I need you to understand something. If it's not fast and frequent and reliable, it's not true public transit. I don't know why people think public transit implies that there is a bus. Okay? Like, this is such a strange thing that a lot of people in LA do, because they're like, yo, this is really messed up. Like, there are buses. I know. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, there's homeless people on the buses, so it sucks. Like, that's not my argument either, right? My argument is very simple. In order for something to be considered an adequate substitute that will lower traffic density, an adequate substitute to car-reliant infrastructure, it needs to be reliable, it needs to be efficient, it needs to be fast, it needs to come on time, it needs to come a lot, and there needs to be a diversity of options as well. Unfortunately, Los Angeles does not meet any of those standards, and that is precisely the reason why I critique it. I'm not saying there is no is there some kind of public transit option in Los Angeles? Yes. Is it reliable? No. Is it fast? No. Is it an adequate substitute for car commutes? Not really. Therefore, it's functionally non-existent. Does that make sense? Like, there are some bus routes, but that's not enough.
Going to a World Cup game in LA, saying leaving SoFi is hell, the city needs public transit, and frankly, I'm really tired of this rhetoric that LA needs public transit because we have public transit. I've taken the S9 Culver City bus to SoFi before, and it was great. Is LA public transit perfect? No, far from it, but one, we need to acknowledge that it exists, and two, it's not as bad as people make it out to be, especially—
It's literally as bad as people make it out to be. Or, I mean, I don't know who you're talking about, because I'm not— Because some people will be like, there's people doing crack on the bus, or there's, homeless people on the bus. I hate it. And it's like, okay, that's just literally every public transit in a major city that doesn't have like adequate social safety nets. I'm not saying it sucks because there's poor people on it. I'm not one of those guys. I'm just saying that if you have major gaps and it's not an interconnected system that is reliable, that's fast, then it doesn't work. That's not— There's a reason why there's massive traffic density problems in Los Angeles. That is because there's no reliable public transit equivalent. There's no reliable public transit substitute, rather. That's it. What is this? BritMonkey.com? In this era of post-materialism where traditional left-right divide has been given way more vibes-based politics, this has hopes to refresh the outdated policy-oriented political compass test to be more up-to-date than the real issues of the 2020s. Okay, I'll do it.
The bus system. We don't need public transit, we need to improve it, and I'm just disappointed seeing Hassan, who seemingly cares so much about public transit, use his influence to repeat a lazy talking point.
Sorry to nitpick, but he said we need infrastructure, and buses are not considered infrastructure unless it's something like BRT. The K line is over a mile away and a 20-minute walk, plus unless you're a competitive power walker. It exists, it's just not good enough, and that's clearly what he's saying. The infrastructure cannot handle the capacity of SoFi, let alone if these events are other spots right there. Like, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the major issue. Here's the major problem. Public transit in Los Angeles is not up to par with the need. That's it. And the greatest example of this, like, guys, it's something you can see. It's something that everyone sees. It's called traffic. Okay? Like, that's it. If people are still commuting by car, that means that there isn't a reliable alternative out there that people could take. And before people say, oh, it's the same in New York as well, New York is far more dense. If there was more, a more robust rail system, subway system connecting, trams connected to one another, connected to the buses, and there was a better grid, better working grid that was fast, reliable, efficient, always on time, then there would be less traffic density, ironically enough. It's that simple. Meanwhile, the American mind cannot comprehend these sorts of realities, and the only thing the American mind understands is one more fucking lane, bro. One more lane, please. Please, please, please. One more fucking lane. Just one more lane, bro. Give me one more. And then everything's gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? All right. Personal news-wise, that's pretty much it. I'm really proud of you guys. 110,000 phone numbers were called last night in the Melot Quiros phone bank. Okay, that was incredible. Congratulations, good job. Proud of you. Okay. That's more than what we did for Dari the first night. So yeah, that's fucking fire. We do have a real impact, you know? It's great. I don't know why I'm so tired. I feel like I say this all the time, but I think it's because I just never take time off. Bollywood Hassan goes hard, not gonna lie. What is this? The Flame later today. I might play the Bollywood one again because it was fucking fire. Husband or father? Anyway, 110K calls made. All right, do we have a blast off meme or what? Do we have a blast off meme? Chatters. Someone give me a freaking blast off meme to post. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's freaking go, fam. Maybe working 6 to 10 hours a day could explain you being tired. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I know why I'm tired. I woke up at 5:30 yesterday. I'm gonna cover the Pisaki bomb. I'm gonna cover the Pisaki bomb that AOC dropped. Extreme heat coming this week. Serbia is free. Vucic is new Noah on Asmon. Asmongold's terrorist propaganda. We'll watch that. Are you going to be speaking in Denver on the 30th? I'll do a canvas lead probably. That's what I'll do. I'll do a canvas blast off on election day. Can we finish the Jube? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that today. Unc, you're almost 35. Your fetus viability is down. No wonder you're so tired. No, I'm tired because I think yesterday I woke up at 5:30 and I did not stop. Like I literally woke up at 5:30, went to work out. After the gym, I went to work out, and after the gym, I went to I did an interview with an outlet, and then after the interview with the outlet, I actually did the podcast for 2 hours, and then I did the stream for like 7 hours, and then I did another 3-hour interview with CNN. So that's why I'm cooked. When was your last day off? I don't even know. I do think I travel a lot too, though. That's what it is. I do so much. All right, do we got to blast off or not, man? What is this? This is why you're tired? Look at days live. Past 3 months, man, take a day off. I took 3 days off in the past 3 months. That's unacceptable. Yeah. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 days off since the year began. That's an unacceptable number. I don't like that number. All right? I don't like that number. Are you afraid to go on vacation because the cuck right will use it against you? Dude, low key, I think like there are we've made significant gains in terms of like getting people to understand like anti-Zionism, what it means and what Israel's doing. But if there's one avenue that we have not made a single fucking dent in, it's socialism but rich. That shit is catnip for every broke boy on the planet. Okay, every person making $35,000 a year, when they hear someone go, oh, this guy's a rich socialist, isn't that hypocritical? That is catnip, dude. Okay, I swear to God, I saw it randomly on my YouTube algo. Some guy literally ran every other week. There's another fucking 45-minute YouTube video essay. Hassan is a hypocritical socialist because he's rich. And then they run the route of like all the previous things that I never have implied or anything like that. They'll be like, oh, he came from a rich background. He lied about his background. I never did. Right? And then it's like dog abuser, brothel. It's just, and every single time, the starting point always is, every single time, the starting point always is socialism but rich. Tom Steyer unironically might have been kept out of top 2 just because billionaire. Yeah. You got a blast off? Okay, I'm gonna use that one. Fuck it, why not? I mean, that's gonna piss off the libs. I don't want to fucking get the libs to yell at me, please. Give me a different blast off. What is this? DSA Dem Socialist? Our entire organization runs... Dude, DSA, stop posting random clips from my stream, please. Like half the time I'm memeing, people don't understand it. There's a lot of inside baseball here. I mean, you can, I don't mind it, but like I get worried when clips like this go up and then people will be like, who's just fucking Hassan doesn't understand how the DSA works. I mean, it's fine, it's fine. What is this? That's crazy. Unc, did you pay another guy 20K to glaze you again?
If the name Hassan Piker just came across your timeline for the first time, it's probably because there has been a coordinated centrist smear campaign against this man for...
This is Charles McBride. And it's from 4-3. This is from months ago. And I already liked it. This is an old video, chatter. But okay, no one's got me. No one's got me on this. We got nothing. We got no blast offs. Wow. Okay, that one's fire. That one's fire. That one's fire. Wait, someone said Patrick Bet David responded to me. Is that real? Did my goat respond to me? Did my numbers goat respond to me? This is fire. Thank you for making this in Photoshop, but there's also a real photo out there that exists as well because I own all of the Future Looks Bright merch. I'm a numbers guy. As you guys know, as you guys are supposed to know, I'm a numbers guy. Of course, I have all.
What's up, Vaughn? Good to see you.
Collection, made in Toscani, with Tuscan leather, but also designed in Florida, America. Lol, Summit still mogs you in numbers. As far days streamed, yeah, I think so. I mean, Summit is a dynamo. He's a machine. Yes, Patrick Bet David responded. He's a clip. Okay, shut up. That's not. I'm so grateful to earn the endorsements of my dear friends Daria Lisa and Claire for New York. We believe in a future where no one goes bankrupt when they get sick, where parents don't have to take out a loan to send their kids to college.
Good morning, Toast.
Hell yeah. Terrible photography, sorry. Excuse me, the photography, what's important about this kind of photo is that the future looks bright. David Sirota trying to be you? Okay, don't say that. David is the GOAT. He's the OG. He's been there before I was shitting in my diapers. Did a weightlifting interview session with Abdullah Sayed early this morning. I was absurdly outmatched. The dude was gracious. He did not weak shame me. Here we discussed his time at University of Michigan. Any more Abdul cringe? Did not know David lifted like that. Damn. Yeah, David Sirota.
Voice them out on you, not feel good about it, but in hindsight, like what a gift. You'll spend 4 years living with these people who like unconditionally love you. Yeah. And can give you the long range on things. You know what I mean? Yep. And like the nice thing about grandparents versus parents is that they do a much better job of listening, non-judgmentally about you. You know what I mean? Your grandparents just like totally. Care that you're happy. Totally. And like if you have a problem, they're like, huh, that's an interesting thing, or I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Better biceps than you, to be honest, since we haven't seen yours in weeks, suit guy. Next Fear End on Monday when it comes out, I'll be wearing a Malak Kiros t-shirt, campaign shirt.
And sometimes they'll be like, you might want to think about this without your parents being like, you did what? How? Right? So it was actually great. I loved it. I mean,
in-state tuition in your family at Michigan is like. I think one of the lesser discussed aspects of Abdul is the fact that as an Egyptian American, at this stage in his life, his hairline should have perished, and it has not. Okay? I know he complains about his beard and like the fact that he can't grow a big one. But honestly, I think that's a totally fair trade-off. I would rather have the hairline intact in the way that he does and then not be able to grow like a full beard. I think it's a super underrated and super not discussed element here because let's be real, especially for Egyptian unks, dude, at this age, you know, past the point of like 31, 32, if you're Egyptian, you're going bald. I think hog beards have deterred you. What do you mean? I only know bald Egyptians. As a matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, the only Egyptian I know that isn't bald is Abdul. Which is kind of crazy. He took the hairline of every Egyptian on the planet. Oh, I guess Bassem. Bassem has a great, but Bassem is Hollywood. That doesn't count. I should ask him about that. Hamawi slander? That's true. Hamawi has hair too. All right. So this is unbelievable. Mayor Mamdani kicked off New York City outdoor pool season today by jumping in the Thomas Jefferson pool in East Harlem.
2, 1, jump into the pool!
Ridiculous. I mean, he's in great shape though. Like, he is in great shape. We saw the legs, not so great, but he's in great shape overall. But this is fat kid behavior. Okay? Sorry. This is what I used to do when I was growing up because I was so embarrassed to be in the pool without my shirt on. You don't have to do that, man. He's like you. We'll never see him out of a suit ever again. Bro, that's so funny. Dude, this is so funny. He's in a suit, in the pool, shaking hands with his constituents, okay? I'm sorry. This is such a funny moment. He's always the man. Look, even his staff is like, what are we doing, man? He has the greatest optic sense in politics, no question. Yes, he's killing it.
Registers, learn how to swim. It's so important for our communities to learn, to make sure our children know how to swim.
He also did show, like, he showed that he can swim, right? Like, that's also important. Like, he's capable of swimming. He showed his swimming prowess there. You know, couple strokes. Good stuff. He's not leaving anything on the table. Hope he didn't have his phone in his pocket. Yeah, I'm sure he took it out. No, he just dove in there with the phone. Fuck it. YOLO. Oh God, I can't say YOLO. What am I doing? I'm such a fucking millennial boomer. Cringe maxer. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's a real suit guy. Okay? He's a real suit guy. I will never be a suit guy to this degree. it's virtually impossible for anyone to maintain the being a suit guy to that degree. All right. Anyway, we've blasted off. We millennials. Yeah, no, that's the motto. YOLO. So cringe. I'm fucking cringe. I hate myself. I'm such a chud ass loser. Anyway, we're blasting off. We're blasting off. Future looks bright. Have you seen him? He's gone. Most of this chat is millennial. I mean, millennials are kind of making socialism hot in a big way. You made Zoran so insecure he went beyond t-shirt in a pool. Nah, I think it's good. I think I'm on board with the suit in the pool. He's just a suit guy, man. He's just that's his thing. He's always in a suit.
Thank you to Goodwill. Appreciated the suit that we got. It's actually not as cold as you'd think. It's perfect.
Do you think TYT helped you in being known? Yes. I hate you suit motherfuckers. Bro, it's the new meta, okay? I realized that in the 2020s, during the COVID era, I had a lot of fucking influence power. And I made a lot of dudes grow their hair out, paint their fingernails, wear a lot of jewelry, which is fine. I love jewelry. I still wear jewelry. But if I can get the dudes to move into the suit game and the suit era, and we connect these sorts of sartorial choices with socialism, it's good. We get the boomers on board. Okay? New Justice Demzad attacking Diana. Genocide to get released. Let's go. Y'all body shamed him when he wore shorts playing soccer, so he has to live in his suit now. Okay, that's crazy. Speaking of soccer, hold on. Where is it? Where the hell is it? I had it right here somewhere. There's also this. Regardless of whether you agree with his policies or not, you have to admit that we have not seen a politician interact with constituents like this in a very long time. This is exactly why he continues to garner popular support. This is what he's doing here is positively British. Okay? British politicians do this all the time. Of course, when Zoran is doing it, he's doing it in a more organic, like more natural manner because he does legitimately play football. This is also very risky because you can have a cool moment like that, but you can also have a very bad moment where you fall on your ass. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of people that have had, football mishaps. Imagine him spraining an ankle. Yeah, here it is. This was one of my favorites. Boris Johnson tackling a little Japanese boy during a rugby match. Just absolutely trucking him, dude. Bro, gave the kid a concussion. Beast mode. Another Boris Johnson moment.
What was that? Is that Boris Johnson? He's just milking the chairman.
What's up, Shuriax?
He's getting a pat the bum from Ray Wilkins. What is going on?
What the hell? Is that Boris Johnson? I've never seen this before.
Is that Boris Johnson? He's just milking the chairman. Now he's getting a pat the bum from Ray Wilkins.
And now he's getting a pat in the bum from Ray Wilkins. What is going on?
the gentleman's nutsack, obviously.
He's coming home. He just milky the gentleman. Your favorite politician Rutte fell as well.
Het leek hem zo'n goed idee, maar dat was het niet.
God, this language, man. This language. It's just so strange to me. Mark Rutte. Mark Rutte. Anyway. I made a website with stats about your years of streaming. Can I send it? Smile? Sure. Yeah, Dutch is the fakest language of all time. I know all language is fake, whatever, but like Dutch is the fakest. Yeah, Gavin Newsom had a moment too. Remember this?
Some awkward moments during Governor Newsom's China trip over the weekend.
He's like low-key not bad. It's just that those shoes on that court, because like this is clean. Look, he starts off real clean. Like that actually shows solid fundamentals. Like he absolutely has handles, which makes me want to play ball with him. Look.
China trip over the weekend. He was showing off his basketball moves with a group of students when he lost his footing, took down a child.
And then he smacks the kid's bum.
Lost his footing. Took down.
Why are you doing this? That's not a good recovery, man. You almost caused the international incident. He took out a child on the way down, a Chinese boy. And then he immediately rolls with him.
Group of students when he lost his footing.
And then he just starts smacking him in the bum. Dude, we gotta get, I want to see a lineup of politicians playing ball. Like starting five. Barack Obama has to be there. I mean, he's clean. He's cold. He is a lights out shooter. I would see him. I would put him up there as like maybe, who would be the point guard? Gavin Newsom definitely up there. Bernie is shooting guard? No, I mean, Bernie is, come on. Okay, I was talking like serious, solid fundamentals. I'm talking about dudes who actually ball. Not like, Bernie can shoot basketballs, but he plays like a 80-year-old. You know what I mean? Someone said Osama bin Laden at center. Yeah, I don't think Osama bin Laden is making this starting five. I mean, he's dead, allegedly. Hakeem the Dream Jeffries. I don't know if Hakeem Jeffries balls. I don't think he's a basketball guy. I think he might be like a baseball guy. I don't know. Kirk MAGA rap. Oh my God, you have been spamming the living fucking titties off of this video. Are you the guy who made this video, Jay Mershon? Oh my God, you have been spamming this so much for like the last week. No, I just carry the flame. Okay. How do we get here? Oh, we were looking at Zoran playing soccer. Football. Yeah. Yeah, we got the political compass test. We got it all. We got North Korea's actually booming, and so much that like Wall Street Journal wrote an article about it, covering it positively. And new Just Democrats ad. Also, Buttheimer. DSA wants a war with common sense Democrats. Like they're running around saying that they got the alternative, they got the solution. And they've set up a new caucus against the DSA. Another one. Okay? Mamdani, crazy socialist, focus on sowing chaos, delivers a 2-year rent freeze as promised. Gottheimer, common sense, focus on affordability. Torpedoed Biden's Build Back Better agenda for lower cost childcare, obsessed with censuring Hassan Piker and Rashida Tlaib. These guys have never had any common sense, they've never delivered results, and they don't give a rat's ass about affordability. They're obsessed with big donor networking, self-promotion, and factional infighting. Everything they say is projection is true. 100%. Please talk about the Venezuelan earthquake situation is dire. You can please? Yes, I will talk about it later today. I already talked about it yesterday. I have talked about it. And we're looking to set up a fundraiser as well. The new pack is the Israel pack? Yeah, I saw. It's awesome. The Promise to America pack is basically the Promise to Israel pack, straight up. Comrades, congrats on our big close primary win in a district. Kamala won by 59 points. We'd love to hear your objections to the content of the Promise to America. Let us know a time that works for you to Zoom next week. Send me Josh Gottheimer. Send me Josh Gottheimer, Playboy. Yeah, send the video. Send me location. Send me location. Josh Gottheimer. Come on the broadcast. Explain to the world. Explain to me and the world. Shock the world with this Promise to America. Drop the Addy. Drop the Addy, Playboy. Let's see what you got. Anyway. SCOTUS TPS ruling. SCOTUS TPS ruling. Yes. Jamie Dimon being a demon and talking about dollar as a reserve currency. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon on the dollar as reserve currency. Oh, here we go. Scott Wiener has been getting bullied all around San Francisco, which has been kind of funny. He's been getting bird dog nonstop. But it also feels like it might backfire on the people bird dogging him because he just looks so sad every time. Because for people who don't know, Scott Wiener is like obviously very pro LGBTQ. Like that's the one area that he has been, you know, he has gone above and beyond. He's gay himself. And they kind of bully him a little bit everywhere he goes, where he just tries to go to these like woke spaces in San Francisco, like a trans march or whatever. And of course, every woke person in San Francisco is like, fuck you. You're a genocide enjoyer. You're a genocide supporter. And it's true, for the record. Scott Wiener is a supporter of the Israeli state. The idea that he's like now acknowledged the genocide is bullshit. Like, I give a lot more credit to Brad Lander because Brad Lander has always been, you know, like there's a difference between Brad Lander being like, I'm a liberal Zionist, but Israel has done a genocide and we must abolish the occupation. Like when Brad Lander says that, like there is truth behind that sentiment. Like, sure, it's contradictory to be like, I'm a liberal Zionist, but also fucking, you know, Israel's an occupation. But with Scott Wiener, 100%, up until the moment that Scott Wiener wanted to take Nancy Pelosi's seat, he was literally one of the biggest dick riders of Israel, straight up. And only when he realized he has an election that he has to win, and there's no shot he can win that election if he still denies Israel's genocide, did he change his position, and it's not real, right? Scott Wiener recently came around to acknowledging the genocide in Gaza after being critical but not explicit. His acknowledgement provoked outrage from Zionists, leaving him to resign from the Jewish caucus. He's been repeatedly bird dog recently, each time non-reactive. It honestly reads to me like he's letting it happen to give people who are upset their space. Like he's on an atonement tour. The rage is a challenge. Will he backtrack as they think he will, or continue towards diligent advocacy regardless of what pressures may come? I don't trust him at all. I don't trust him at all. Okay? I think it's bullshit. I think it's total bullshit. His acknowledgement of genocide comes in the context of an electoral campaign which has colored his pivot as politically advantageous rather than authentic realization. I assume the only course correction acceptable would be for Wiener to end his campaign. Consequence for not calling a genocide sooner? No. It's because it's not just an acknowledgement of genocide. It's everything that he did before this acknowledgement of a genocide that is totally like shit that Brad Lander never did, right? Like Scott Wiener after October 7. I'm going to give you an example of Brad Lander, who is a liberal Zionist, a self-described liberal Zionist, and like all of the things that he has done that is very critical of Israel and very good overall, really pushing the conversation in the direction of truth. And then a person who is simply doing this for optics. Scott Wiener is doing this for optics, and here's why. Because Brad Lander never, flew to Israel after October 7 and hug and kiss the president of Israel, right? Scott Wiener did do that. Brad Lander never pushed for a bill within, the confines of his power to censor pro-Palestinian speech. Scott Wiener did that in the California state legislature, right? So there is a truth to, I think, the way that Brad Lander operates in this space. There's an honesty to it, and I will defend that. I will defend his sentiment. And while I will still be very critical when he, when he makes critical investments into Elbit systems to the tune of $1 million of New York taxpayer money, which is completely unacceptable, right? And even back in January, Scott Wiener could not come to terms with the fact that Israel had done a genocide. Like
Israel committing genocide in Gaza.
Yeah. I mean, this is an unacceptable position in a safe blue district regardless. Like, it's just not going to work, right? And he knows it's not going to work, which is why he had to, like, change his mind, make it seem like he had a come to Jesus moment, to use a Brandonian term. But the thing is, now he says it is a genocide, which is, annoyed a lot of the Zionist groups as well, where they're like, you're sucking up to these Jew haters and they still hate you because you're Jewish and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And I don't think he's going to garner a lot of sympathy from people who are anti-genocide and anti-Zionist or anti-Israel in any capacity, regardless, right? So he's kind of cooked. He has positioned himself in this strange place. And now, anytime he goes to these spaces, these queer spaces especially, of course, a lot of these people are anti-Zionist. These queer spaces are organized by anti-Zionists. Of course, it makes sense. People who want to defend marginalized people in America are obviously going to want to defend marginalized people in Palestine. Why the fuck wouldn't they? We are morally consistent on this stuff. A lot of reactionaries don't understand. They're like, if you're gay in Gaza, you'd be thrown off of a roof. It's like, first of all, that's not true. Okay? You just made that shit up because you're like, they're all Muslim and all Muslims do this. They're all Muslims are ISIS. It's a fucking heinous, racist ass statement to begin with. And secondly, the number one fear for queer people in Gaza is not Hamas, it's fucking Israeli munitions. Okay? That's it. Yeah, they can't do a pride parade in Gaza because Israel blew up all the fucking roads. So I don't believe that, I mean, the arguments against this stuff is very stupid. It's very surface level. And unfortunately, that kind of stuff works for a lot of people who haven't really considered these issues at all. But yeah, Scott Wiener is otherwise a very progressive guy, for the record. Like, he has a lot of progressive legislation in his track record, but his position on Israel is beyond the pale, like completely unacceptable. He also is favored by the real estate lobby as well, and you know, that to me is also not great. I don't think he's like, I don't know if he'd be a strong advocate for like Medicare for all and things like that. But I certainly do not believe his change of heart on the issue of Israel. He isn't adopting a position of Jewish victim to distract from or minimize genocide. Right-wingers are trying to apply that framing to him, but he isn't. While right-wingers point to these videos as proof that anti-Zionists aren't worth appeasing, what I think this is, and why I think Wiener is remaining neutral but clearly listening instead of fighting for it to stop, is this him taking his lumps. They yell at him because he's accessible and takes it because he was slow to call a spade a spade. And this path of non-reactivity lets those hurt by his choices express that hurt. It's not a response we generally see from politicians. We've come to expect a sort of dismissive hostility. Pelosi, for example, called local anti-genocide protesters puppets to China and Iran. Cynical or genuine, Wiener seems to have chosen a much more human course. Yeah, I think this is very charitable. Scott is the most arch pro-Israel politician in California government, especially in the wake of the genocide. His reluctant use of the word was in response to being booed of the debate and his pure self-preservation. Why Disassembler is one of those like unironic like schizo crypto leftist posters on Twitter, but you know, he's like a fucking pit bull. He's like a piranha on the Scott Wiener shit. So I'm not gonna be too critical of him. He hates Shoykot as well. There are a lot of lefties or left adjacent people in San Francisco that have had their minds melted by the tech fascists completely eviscerating the socialist movement there, unfortunately. But yeah, Talia says he's definitely not the most pro-Israel politician in California government. Him doing the bare minimum that others can't doesn't mean applaud. I'm examining the context of social movements and their impact, manifestations, and how people cornered by them react. So let's watch this video. Here's Scott Wiener showing up to the Trans March. This is another one of those guys that fucking hates me and hates Shoykot. It's so funny. I have like my little band of villains that despise me in San Francisco because of my push for Shoykot.
Scott, I think your legislation on trans issues and your legislation specifically protecting queers on the sex offender registry is fantastic. Like, I really applaud you for that, and I think you deserve to be here for that. But I think your housing policy and specifically your...
Yep. That's the other thing. I don't know what the San Francisco left opposes more. People who are pro-Israel or fucking yimbies. I swear to guys, I'm telling you right now, the San Francisco left is like if you're a yimby or yimby adjacent, they literally will look at you like you are Benjamin Netanyahu, okay? It's so... As someone who stays out of this conversation and always says, I don't care, I want more housing, I want more public transit, and I want it to be fucking government funded, okay? I don't, like, I understand some of the NIMBY elements. Like, I understand retooling the existing inventory of housing to actually be utilized by the local population that's getting priced out. As someone who understands the dangers of gentrification, I have, you know, I guess NIMBY adjacent feelings on that front, but I also am a guy who wants to build more housing. Okay? I want to build more housing. I want publicly funded housing, as a matter of fact. YIMBY NIMBY distinctions, we've talked about it endlessly. San Francisco left is get so mad when I bring it up. I get it. I get where that anger is coming from. If you grew up in San Francisco, as you know, many of my friends have, many of my wonderful socialist San Francisco leftist, San Francisco socialist friends that grew up there. I've had these conversations with them. I know where their anger is coming from because they attribute like new housing or the YIMBY position to the pro-tech, pro-real estate developer, like pro-gentrification initiative that has basically priced them out of San Francisco, a city that they love, that they grew up in. And for them, they associate all kinds of YIMBY positions, like, or any kind of like any kind of push for more housing development to be like the tech fascist, the neo-fascist, tech feudalist, the neo-feudalist tech overlord position.
Housing policy aligning with YIMBY's. And I think your policy, on the genocide in Gaza, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza is terrible. I think you do not belong here. I think you do not belong here. You do not belong here, Scott, anymore.
By the way, John Levine posted this fucking photo and said this is just like anti-desegregationist, like white supremacists yelling at like a black woman during the period of desegregation. And it's like, no, it's not actually. Like, that's literally a visibly queer person flipping off a fucking a member of the state legislature over their position on Israel, Palestine, on a fucking genocide. It's actually the exact opposite. You can't just literally run this meta over and over again sincerely. You can't just like actually consistently claim that people who are pro-Israel are actually just like black people in the Jim Crow South. I don't know why people are so confident. Matt Lieb had a very funny meme about this, which, you know, harkens back to the correct position from Julian. Same energy, says John Levine. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Julian Casablanca's vindicated once again. American Zionists get the benefits of white privilege.
Oh, Vaughn, this is the furthest I've been now, I think. Last time I played this game, I was deep in my alcoholism, though. So I might have played a little bit of this chapter, but I don't remember this at all. So,
like, one of the best takes of all time. It's so real. It's so funny. I don't think Scott Wiener would agree with this. Okay, this is such an insanely out-of-pocket tweet. Yeah, really. Really. The person with the privilege here that is yelling at a member of the state legislature is actually the privileged party here. That's what you're saying. All of the power is in the hands of, like, you know, NB Vemperors in San Francisco that are fucking baristas who have an opinion on Israel's genocide. That's who holds the cards in American society, guys.
It sucks because
because you've been wonderful. You've been wonderful for trans people, and you've been terrible. And you've been terrible. You've been terrible. You've been terrible on Gaza. You do not belong here anymore, Scott, and it breaks my fucking heart. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart.
I don't know why he thought he could go to one of the most woke spaces. One of the most woke spaces in San Francisco and think that it would be fine. I don't know. Maybe he wants these videos to exist. Maybe he's getting his licks in, like he's just getting people to yell at him. Maybe he's farming sympathy. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but like, of course this is gonna happen. What are you thinking? This is like if I went to a Klan rally, okay? They would probably kill me, all right? This is like if I went to fucking CPAC. You know, I know what's going to happen if I go to CPAC. They're going to yell at me quite a bit. No, Hassan, we support you. No, of course, if I went to this this space, there would be some fucking weirdos who would be like, you're a Yimby or something, which it would be funny. But there would be overwhelming support. These are my people. I'm saying, like, Scott Wiener going to a trans parade or a trans, like a pro-trans rally in Dolores Park is like me going to a fucking Klans meeting, okay? They're gonna yell at me. They're gonna know who I am, and they're not gonna be happy that my presence is acknowledged in that space.
Someone who wrote good legislation for queers is so fucking terrible on Gaza. Scott, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say about Gaza? How could you do this to San Francisco? How could someone like you do this to San Francisco? Scott, say something. Redeem yourself. Do something. Fuck you and Scott, I want to like the
If Hassan went to a gamer convention, okay, shut the fuck up.
person who had such good legislation on trans rights.
You're a piece of shit. We fucking hate
Scott,
you.
I want to support someone who's so positive on trans rights, but you're a piece of shit on Gaza. How could you do that? How could you betray queers? How could you oppress people?
Yeah, I mean, this is catnip for like the centrists who were very shy about revealing their position on Israel because it's pro-Israel. Because they see this video and they go, see, you can't appease these monsters. You can't appease these monsters. They'll harass you endlessly, right? Like that's basically what this is for a lot of like the reasonable liberals who are pro-Israel, right? Like all these people are being so uncivil to our big, beautiful boy. There was also the restaurant one. That's another one. U.S. congressional candidate Scott Wiener has been was harassed by a Free Palestine activist. Scott, who is Jewish, had changed his stance on Israel, parodying the typical Free Palestine rhetoric in order to get easy votes. It turns out, to nobody's surprise, that he still isn't spared from falling under the Zionist label that the Free Palestine crowd uses. One of the funniest parts about this, by the way, there are varying degrees of I guess, anti-Zionist advocacy and activism in this space. I think these guys would probably lose their minds if they heard some people say, I'm a normalizer or I'm a Zionist, right? Especially considering that, you know, for Hen Mazik and a lot of the big donors in the Zionist movement, I'm public enemy number one, right? I'm Mr. Hamasabi. And yet there are plenty of people who yell at me because I'll say stuff like, I think Brad Lander is sincerely critical of Israel, and yet there's an inconsistency born out of his, you know, social conditioning. And I think, you know, he's on his own journey. And that, for a lot of people, is automatically enough for them to be like, no, you're a normalizer. you're a fucking Zionist, you love Israel, you're basically doing genocide. Right? There are different strokes for different folks. I mean, there are plenty of people who get mad at Zoran. Zoran is, Zoran is a person who's like Zoran is a person whose entry point into political advocacy was literally starting his own Students for Justice for Palestine chapter in Bowdoin College, right? And yet, because of his moderation on some of his speech, a lot of people are unbelievably critical of Zoran. There's also things to criticize Zoran, like sincere criticisms of Zoran, even though he has a tremendous number of W's that he has gotten since he became mayor, but, keeping Jessica Tisch on the job, kind of a whopping L. Not disbanding the SRG, Strategic Response Group, kind of a whopping L, right? Those are big L's, let's be real. Adding more cops to the NYPD payroll after saying he's going to keep the head count. It's a big reversal on a campaign promise. So, no, I don't think endorsing Kathy Hochul is an L. That was politics. He got something out of that. The question is the Tisch allegiance worth it? Maybe we'll find out in the future. He's done a bunch of things that I've been critical of, and then he's actually proven me wrong. So maybe. Criticizing Zoran for NYPD policies while understanding why it makes sense. Criticizing Zoran for not being sufficiently pro-Palestine doesn't make sense to me. No, there have been some instances where Zoran has fallen short, or I think gotten too scared about revealing his position on the pro-Palestinian cause. I think like him hyper-focusing on the anti-Zionist protesters outside of a synagogue that were saying, pro-Hamas chants, while the Kahanas were literally on the other side talking about how they want to rape Zoran, was fucking insane. That was a massive L. Okay? The real issue in that moment is the fact that there's a settler fair taking place inside of yet another synagogue in the city of New York. Okay? That's a far larger issue than the Kahanas even saying they're going to rape Zoran Mamdani. I think that is the issue, right? Anything that takes the attention off of that and criticizes the optics of people protesting against that is ridiculous. I don't agree. That was a big big criticism that I had.
Thanks for the lurk, Lonnie.
But in any case, I think it's just that's that's not as significant. Anyway, there's another Scott Wiener moment. Getting yelled at. I gotta pee.
Get the fuck out my hood, bro. It's free Palestine. You already know what it is. We against the genocide. You think you're gonna come to my neighborhood, bro? You fucked up. You fucked up. It's gonna be a problem. There's innocent children being killed in Palestine. You gonna come here like it's good, but you're pushing that genocidal agenda as a Zionist, bro. Free Palestine. Say free Palestine right now on camera, dog. Say it. 2026. I don't need to talk about none of that shit. I'm talking to him. This is a mission district. You should be ashamed. You have no shame come to my community. This is a mission district, homie. Free Palestine, bro. Hey, are you trying to defend him? I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to him. Why are you not saying nothing? Why are you not saying nothing, bro? Why are you not saying nothing? Say free Palestine for the camera, dog. You say you're against the genocide, right? That's what you said? Because you're running for office? Say Free Palestine then. Say Free Palestine. You can put your face on camera, but you can't speak on his behalf. You're a politician, right? You're a senator, you're a position of power. This is what you thought, bro. You come to the mission edition, you will get called for the bullshit you do to our people. Maybe everyone here doesn't know what you've done, but I know. Mario Woods, Alex Nieto, Luis Gongora, when they were killed by SFPD, you didn't stand for them, and you were silent. Silent is our people got gunned down in these streets. And you come to my community, and you think it's okay? It's not okay, bro. It's not okay. Say Free Palestine. I'm giving you the opportunity to say that shit right now. I don't want to hear nothing but the words Free Palestine. You can't say it. You still get APAC money because I heard you say you did it, but then someone put it on you and say you did. Just say Free Palestine.
Why is he like this? I don't know. I don't know why his like. I don't know why his like response to this is just to be like, oh, I don't, I got nothing. Wonder what's going on through his mind. Maybe that he should not have pushed for a provision that punishes, pro-Palestinian speech in the state of California. Or maybe he should not have traveled to Israel to sit alongside the president of Israel. What do you want him to do? Fight the person? I mean, he's getting bird dog, right? It's an awkward strat. There's not. I mean, this has happened to me too from nuisance streamers, right? And it's just like it's an awkward situation. It's an awkward situation. The opposition kind of looks crazy if they're just like yelling at you like that. But it's only if you only if you can manage the situation by, like, I don't know, cracking a joke or something. Like I've done it when people were bird dogging me when I did the Charlie Kirk thing. If you remember, I was like, I didn't advocate for Charlie Kirk to die. I carry the flame. I don't think you guys are carrying the flame like that. That's like one way to... What is this? No, have you seen these fish? No, that's why I think it's mackerel or trout. I cannot confirm the fish. Have you considered I own this apartment? What is happening? What are you guys talking about? His apartment smells like fish? What?
Are you against the murders of innocent children, innocent people getting killed in Palestine? If you are, then you will say Free Palestine. If you're not, then you'll stay silent like you are. There's no other words. I want him to leave.
No, we're ready.
I want him to leave.
Look, can we have a conversation like face to face?
I want him to leave.
No, I think we also have a conversation.
Hey, this is my hood, bro. This ain't your hood. You're not from here.
Yes.
Where were you born and raised?
We are all from here.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. You say Free Palestine. See, y'all can't say Free Palestine. I wanted to get kicked out of here, bro. Leave, dog. Hey, winner. Leave, bro. You know what it is.
I don't think people are owed rehabilitation in politics, and I also don't trust Scott, and I don't want him to win because of his pro-Israel advocacy, but is there anything someone with his past could do to gain trust and not have this kind of thing happen? He called out the genocide and demanded an end to aid. Is it just cook no matter what / Jen? I think the extent of your advocacy for Israel has to match your extent of advocacy for Palestine and Palestinians. And it's never going to happen, but the equivalent would literally be for him to be pro-Hamas. Okay? If you're pro-Israel during the genocide, you have to be pro-Hamas when you're anti-genocide. If you were, maybe ambiguously pro-Palestine, but also kind of pro-Israel at the same time during that period, you need to literally be, you need to match that same energy. If you are weighing on the side of Israel, then you have to ambiguously weigh on the side of the Palestinian resistance. It's just not going to happen. But I think that's like, because look, it's not that difficult. You want to fucking show you're legit? there's plenty of opportunity for you to show that you're legit. Say you're on board with an arms embargo, for example. You know what I mean? You don't have to be pro-Hamas, obviously, especially if you're running for office in America. That's a joke. But like, there are positions that you can adopt that are actually going to show people who are paying close attention to this issue that you are a lot more real than other people. Of course, it's not going to happen, but, you know. Yeah, if you wore an Israeli flag suit, you got to wear a keffiyeh patterned onesie. Yeah. Because, like, what a lot of people don't understand is, like, if you're calling what Israel's doing a genocide, then you have to demand accountability. Otherwise, you're saying, yeah, no, Israel's doing a genocide, but it's fine. I'm fine with that. It's cool. Like, that makes no sense. What are you, fucking Benny Morris? You know? Like, new historian, Israel, one of the Israeli new historians, Benny Morris, who was like, Israel did an ethnic cleansing in 1947 and 1948, but it was good because it developed a nation state. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
You know what it is? Nah, bro, nah. If I leave, you gotta leave with me, dog. Hey, bro, you think if you don't leave, we're not gonna wait for you outside? Say free Palestine. Mario Woods, Alex Nieto, Luis Gongora, over in there.
It's like when Biden declared the situation in Sudan a genocide, but continued to send weapons to the UAE. That doesn't make any sense. Exactly. Well, shit, that applies to Lander. It's a genocide, but we made money from providing the arms for it. No, I agree. Dude, why do you think I'm still critical of Lander while also offering him support when he's being unjustly maligned and being called a fucking parasite and shit by other Zionists? Like, that's my point. My point is that there is an inherent contradiction that doesn't make any sense. And I don't think Brad Lander will stay on that position. Like, I don't think he's going to justify or demand that further money flow into Israeli companies and whatnot. I don't think he's going to do that going forward, especially because he has said certain things that no one that would consider themselves to be a Zionist would say. He said things that go beyond what Bernie Sanders has said. Saying we must end the occupation is not just a statement, okay? It's a statement that holds power. That's why people shy away from saying it. That's why I'm saying, like, Brad Lander is not... Like, I go back and forth on it, but I don't think he's anywhere near as bad as, like, the overwhelming majority of congresspersons. Does that make sense? And the occupation is just two-state stuff, isn't it? No, what? Saying Israel's an occupation and we must end it, Israel's an apartheid state and we must abolish it? When have you heard any fake two-stater say shit like that? No, not at all. These guys, a lot of these dudes won't even admit, like, a lot of people that are critical of Israel won't even admit that Israel has done a genocide, let alone admit that Israel's an apartheid state, because the admission that comes along with Israel being an apartheid state also lends credence to the argument as to why October 7 happened to begin with. Those are the reasons why a lot of people that want to maintain some kind of, like, critical, I'm critical of Israel, but I still love Israel ass attitude. They don't say those words for that reason, because if you say Israel's doing a genocide, then yeah, you got to hold them fucking accountable. All of a sudden, people are going to be like, all right, well, it's time to hold Israel accountable then. What about an arms embargo? What about sanctions on Israel? They don't want to say that. They don't want to do that. And the same thing goes for the acknowledgement of Israel's apartheid. If Israel's an apartheid state, then of course people are going to militarily resist an apartheid state There has never been a moment in history throughout the world where people have not taken up arms against an apartheid state. Part of that militant resistance is what happened on October 7. An atrocity, certainly. Okay? War crimes, an atrocity. But at the end of the day, the standard of violence is maintained by the colonial occupier. And the resistance matches that level of violence and evolves throughout time. That's how it goes. I used to fall asleep to you playing Red Dead at 11 p.m. with 300 viewers. Hell yeah. Hassan, I got the 8 years following notification last night. Shout me out, please. Damn, following for 8 years, only subscribe for 5 months. That's crazy. No, I'm just kidding. Connie shot herself in the foot with that because people don't really trust her either. Yeah, here's the difference with between Connie's background and Connie's track record, though. Obviously, she was nowhere near as bold as Shroikot was on the issue of Israel. However, Connie at least has not only advocacy, but like a legislative track record that you can point to in terms of demanding a ceasefire, in terms of like, in terms of pushing for bills that are anti-Israel, right? That is part of it. I think he has concluded that Israel must be stopped. However, he is unsure of how that just fits in his lifelong indoctrination on the topic. Ergo, he just concludes that it must be stopped now. The rest he can figure out later. Yeah, you're talking about Brad, right? Yeah. Huh. Anyway. Me, I support Medicare for all, reproductive rights, gun safety, ending Citizens United, universal child care, taxing the rich, increasing the minimum wage, fighting mass incarceration, abolishing ICE, access to free education at all levels, investing in affordable housing, stopping U.S. involvement in wars, paid leave for all workers' unions, abolishing the Electoral College of the left. You're the right of Pinochet. Yeah. The reason why people say that, Shannon, is because you are to the right of Pinochet in your defense of Israel. Israel's to the right of Pinochet. And if you
Hello, verse.
A nation state that is doing things to the right of Pinochet, then yeah, of course people are going to say you're to the right of Pinochet. What the fuck do you mean? Yes, Progressive Accept Palestine used to work because most people didn't know what the fuck Israel was up to. Most people didn't know what Palestine was, right? That's it. It used to be its own thing in the progressive movement, in the left movement, and I hated it, and I would talk about it, but obviously most people didn't know enough, and most people didn't care enough. Now it doesn't work. You can't be Progressive Accept Palestine. You can't just be like, listen, I'm a socialist in every way, but this National Socialist movement in Germany is actually cooking, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Also, why the fuck do you oppose Abdul El-Sayed then? You know? Because Shannon Watts opposes every politician that I work with. Every candidate that I work with. It's a shame that Connie Chan said that you were a racist because I think she would need a huge grassroots surge to beat Wiener. We could help with that. I feel the same way about Nithya being so tentative. She also always attacks every politician that supports the policies he's in favor of the most centrist. She's in favor of the most centrist them. She's lying. Yeah, I know. What about Plattner and his tattoo? Can we trust them? But the alternative is bad. I mean, look, Plattner is out of our hands regardless. And yes, I do think that I think that he's sincere. I think that his criticisms of Israel are sincere. I think his criticism of American militarism is sincere. I know people won't believe it because of his background, because of his track record, because of what he's done in the past. I've already told you what I think about this, right? I'm actually kind of glad that we're not talking about Graham Plattner as much because I feel like it makes.
We should stop completely.
I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a nation that right now is exterminating people.
Like, I was thinking about this, like, with Jon Favreau shitting on Daria Lisa the other day, but also being a massive advocate for Graham Plattner. And it's like, dude, how are you gonna hand wave away a fucking totem cough while simultaneously be like, Daria Lisa is an anti-Semite because she went to a pro-Palestinian rally on October 8th. Like, that's crazy. I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit, you know? Like, that genuinely doesn't make sense. Right? It's kind of crazy, right? Like, because the thing is, I mean, misogynoir is how you do that. Stop playing. I guess that's part of it for sure. Or maybe it's because Plattner doesn't call himself a communist in public, but only in like anonymous private Reddit posts. White man didn't say fuck Kamala Harris. Come on, man. But yeah, he cooks here, by the way. This is so good.
It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely. An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship, because what I am witnessing now is the height of horror. And the fact that it is being done by bombs that are built in this country and paid for with our tax dollars is utterly unconscionable, and it needs to end.
John is just racist and Plattner is not a threat to the establishment at all. He's a cookie cutter progressive. Daria Lisa is way more radical than Plattner. I mean, I don't think Graham Plattner is no, I don't think Graham Plattner is a cookie cutter progressive. Sorry. I don't think Graham Plattner is a cookie cutter progressive. I think you're wrong. I think Graham Plattner, especially with his with the way that he talks about issues on the campaign trail, is not cookie cutter. Like, Connie Chen is a cookie cutter progressive, or Diana DeGette used to be considered a cookie cutter progressive. Graham Plattner is on a way different frequency and probably a lot closer to Daria Lisa on many issues than you give him credit for. Okay? It's Graham Plattner's background and personal experience that actually is the red flag here, not what he's saying on the campaign trail. What he's saying on the campaign trail is great. Yeah, and also there's a lot of talk about like Daria Lisa's take on Russia and Ukraine. The claim that Chevalier seemed to justify Russia's invasion of Ukraine seems to refer to Chevalier advocating that the U.S. engage in diplomacy to end the invasion rather than fuel a proxy war that prolongs it. That's literally where this is coming from. Yes. That's why I was so mad at Progressive Victory, like randomly being like Daria Lisa and Claire Valdez are ambiguous about their position on Ukraine, and they have to be more in tune with the American State Department. It's one of those things where it's like, here's why the Track Ukraine stuff doesn't hit the same as like Track APAC, right? I know they're trying to like LARP as though it's Track APAC. Not to say that like Russia's actions are Russia's actions are justifiable or anything. They're not, right? They're not. Russia's actions in Ukraine are totally unjustifiable. There are plenty of war crimes, and it's an illegal invasion of a sovereign state. Okay, but Ukraine gets support from the West. So all you're doing at that point is to try to, I guess, demand more support from candidates that might not have the exact same opinion on this issue as like Lindsey Graham. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you can't yell at people that want diplomacy on that front. That's an insane position to advance. That's an insane position to turn around and fucking... What is this? New official AOC alternative tier list? You should add a true wild card like Hassan Piker? Okay, guys. You guys want me to get fucking assassinated, I think. Except that's not the position of the State Department anymore. We're not sending them weapons or really supporting them at all right now. I think they're just placing a higher priority on Ukraine, to each their own, I guess. Yeah, I still think it's ridiculous because even without the American support, which I guess you are right, the Trump administration has like changed that dynamic quite a bit. But like, it's still NATO. You know what I mean? Why did you lose 10K viewers? What? I'm washed. It's over. People have decided that... Yeah, I saw this. Content nuke. Hassan Piker becomes president.
We need
I love that Uncle Jank has a legal case to make Mamdani president theory. Yes. What petty shit are you replacing DJT photo with when you become the commie president? What do you mean? What is his mentally ill reply to tweet? I don't know. But I hope people understand, like, I also personally think that the Russia situation is more so the failure of Biden. And even then, there's like only so much that Joe Biden could have done in that situation as well. It's just like kind of outside of America's hands, if that makes sense. Because like it's kind of not dissimilar to what has taken place in Iran, right? It's more so America's downward trajectory as a declining empire that limits its enforcement capabilities, if that makes sense. Like, America and NATO are not going to go to war with a nuclear armed nation, and I don't even think that would be a good thing regardless. And obviously Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of that and taking advantage of the diminished capabilities of Western empire to make regional decisions that benefit him, benefit his legacy. And America has real limits that it's hitting in terms of its sanctions regime, for example, because we've deployed it so much. We've deployed our economic sanctions so much that going up against an energy providing state, you know, a state that's a part of OPEC plus, a giant state with nuclear arms in this way, and waging a proxy battle against them in this way is obviously going to destabilize the power that America has on you know, the dollar being the global reserve currency. Saxon Merch, the last few weeks say it looks like RU is prepping to strike an EU country, especially after Ukraine drone strikes on RU knows NATO is helping with. Yeah, it's a terrifying prospect, and I think it's a mistake. I think Russia expanding the field of battle and trying to punish the European countries for its allegiance to Ukraine is only going to make the situation worse for Russia. I think the greatest thing that Russia could do right now for its own benefits, not saying that I'm in favor of like, Russian irredentist actions or whatever, but I think the smartest thing for them to do would be to hold the space that they have and then come to the fucking table and negotiate with all of the European partners and create like a multilateral commitment. But instead, they're probably going to expand on. They're probably going to try to spread out the pains a little bit to punish. Try to punish the European countries that are aiding Ukraine, as Ukraine has increased the severity of its attacks on Moscow, increased the severity of attacks on, the Russian infrastructure, specifically around energy. I think a funny binary you can point to is how your fans obsessively beg you to run for office due to your strong political convictions, like Roach, DDG, and even Hutch fans would literally never suggest such notions. Oh, that's, yeah, I mean... Not going to war with Ukraine would be smart. I mean, that was the initial thing that Russia should have done, that they didn't do. What are you saying? Are you saying Russia will strike Europe? I don't know. I'm saying that it wouldn't... If Mersheimer and Sachs are claiming or are warning that Russia might try to spread the pain a little bit to Europe for aiding and abetting Ukraine, as Ukraine is now increasing the intensity of its attacks on Russian soil, it could just be saber rattling, because in the past, the extent of like Russia's punishments for EU countries have been cyber attacks, right? It's just been cyber attacks. It's never been like a direct attack on even NATO territory that's in Eastern Europe, right? I just don't know. I feel like it would be a stress test for America. Like, to what degree will America defend the Eastern Bloc NATO countries? I don't think there's a lot of interest from America to do that. I don't think America would do that, honestly. I don't see them doing that. And I think Putin knows that. And I think that's what he's stress testing. But yeah, I still think it would be a mistake. I don't think Russia has the advantageous position that it believes it has. I think it's in the interests of both Russia, Ukraine, and the European Union to come to the table for diplomacy and just, try to find a reasonable conclusion to all of this. But that would require giving up Ukrainian territory, which I think Ukrainians by and large have more like Ukrainians in the past were obviously understandably reluctant to do so. But I think as the conflict continues, more and more Ukrainians will say yes to that. Dude, Crimea should be given back. Fuck that. I mean, that is not even a position, I think, in Ukraine that is one that people are pushing for. Now that Ukraine has gotten so good at drone tech and has largely weaned itself off U.S. support, not their choice law, their hand is stronger than it's been in for a long time. They're still not going to take back all the territory, but this keeps up. They could probably negotiate from a better position where they don't have to cede territory Russia doesn't control, for instance. Yes. Kyiv Independent. The Russian installed authorities in occupied Crimea announced a state of emergency amid intensified Ukrainian drone attacks. The statement comes a few days after large-scale Ukrainian drone strikes hit a railway bridge across North Crimean Canal, fuel facilities, and military infrastructure across occupied Crimea. Markham says what makes Crimea so defendable from ground invasion, few narrow entry points, also makes it more vulnerable to aerial siege warfare in the era of drones, diversified missiles, and Starlink. Ukraine won't retake Crimea, but they'll force RU to divert resources. I am Ukrainian, fully fluent in Russian, though, and I can't speak Ukrainian for shit, even though my father was born on the Black Sea. Ukraine is exhausted and war-weary, but the strategic strikes on Russian energy is starting to bring some parity to the exhaustion. There are regions of Russia which are now rationing gasoline to single-digit gallons per week per person. I think as far as like the game of attrition goes, Ukraine dishing out penalties to Russia of this sort is hopefully not going to lead Vladimir Putin into doing more dangerous escalations. But there is a likelihood that he will, because he's fucking insane. Okay? And the escalations in this circumstance would be to striking civilian areas, Israel style. Okay? Striking civilian areas, more civilian areas in Ukraine, expanding the conflict into Western Ukrainian territory, as Russia has done already and has been doing for the past couple of months. But then also on top of that, maybe even escalating into European territory to see if America or the EU would do anything about defending NATO territory against Russia without hitting Article 5, which they won't. Why do you say Putin is insane? I think he's super rational. He's just a nationalist and a monster. No, I say that because I still, to this day, maintain the position that his invasion of Ukraine was totally insane. I think there was always a much more reasonable way to maintain his security needs. Do what China has done. Make yourself an irreplaceable force as an energy provider in Europe, which he was doing already. Russia is a far more important asset for Europe and for the rest of the world than Ukraine ever could be, which means that invading Ukraine militarily and then failing to take over the rest of Ukraine and just hardening your positions on Eastern Ukrainian territory is you know, it was a flub. I think you grossly understate how much civilian targets RU attacks. Russia attacks apartments every day for 4 years now. No, I know, man. I'm not understating that. I'm saying they'll increase the intensity of their strikes on civilian territory in Western Ukraine, specifically on like civilian infrastructure, you know, like oil depots and things of that nature, which they have done with the Oreshnik strikes that you see near Lviv and in further and further Western Ukrainian territory. Yeah. Now, Ukraine is striking at Crimea again, it seems. At least I don't see many Z chatters anymore. That's true. Not a lot of people are pushing Z nowadays. Or maybe they are, but they've like quieted down a little bit. Is the plan for European states to continue supplying Ukraine with the ability to strike into Russia, homeland, a nuclear armed country, then expect no escalation? Seems like there's no plan. Yeah. Anyway. Here is JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon talking about the dollar as reserve currency, which is America's greatest weapon. And obviously a part of the reason why America no longer can deploy this weapon or a part of the reason why this is now in contest is because of America's sanctions regime, specifically against Russia. That has tested the dollar as reserve currency, especially because they've created, like, it's not even just Trump, by the way. The greatest weapon that Trump seems determined to kill them out. No, it wasn't Trump. Obama did this too, and so did Biden, and so did Trump, and Trump won. The additional sanctions that America deploys, especially against very powerful economies like Russia, in comparison to all these other, in comparison to other countries, is quite literally the reason why a secondary market was formed. They necessitated a swift alternative.
You about the dollar as the central reserve currency of the world.
Yeah, well, I'll make this one easy. If the United States is not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in 30 or 40 years, we will not be the preeminent reserve currency. That is what it relates to. It also relates to our rule of law, you know, that you can buy and sell dollars, you can buy a house, you can start a business. You know, you can't do all that in China without the permission of the government. You know, what you can do with your dividends and all the things like that. So it's still a very powerful thing. I mean, here's a IQ test. Ready? If you could only invest all your money in one country, what country would it be? Yeah, there's only one obvious answer.
China.
Because the dynamic economy is because you own the dollar. It's because it's a free country. We got rule of law. You can buy things. It's also protected by the United States military. Thank you, General Milley. It's protected by courts, the Atlantic and the Pacific. You know, I was in a country in the Middle East, and someone was telling me that they were taking their gold out of the vaults in the United States, and they're bringing it here because like they're pissed off at us. I was like, well, yeah, that's really great, except there are 3 armies who can come take your gold right now. And that is the world. And people forget, it's a tough world. That's real politics stuff. And so, yeah, you're safe today, as long as we don't ruin the free and Western world over time. So, but
This is indistinguishable from right-wing conservative propaganda on fucking Twitter. Yes, when push comes to shove, when we're talking about hard power, of course everyone, no matter how woke they are going to arrive at the same conclusion, because it's true. America is the global reserve, like the dollar is the global reserve currency because America is the largest imperial superpower around the planet. That's what it means when we talk about America being the world police. And America's, the confidence that people have in America stems from America's military might. That's it. So technically it's not wrong. It's just true. I love China. I'm the biggest China fan, but their capital export restrictions stop them from being the reserve currency inherently. They're open about it and don't want to be the world reserve currency. I agree. I know. But times are changing. I agree. It is in China's short-term and long-term interest to not be the global reserve currency right now. And that's the only thing stopping them from pushing for this. Yeah, China is too short-sighted. Come on, dude. You can call them many things, but short-sighted you cannot. They believe that in their developmentary process, they still cannot maintain. They still don't want to be the global, the hegemonic superpower in the same way that America is. You can say that they're being too restrained in their moves around the world, but you can't say they're being short-sighted. That's unironically, that's the opposite. BRICS sells seething right now. What about BRICS? Okay, what about BRICS? BRICS is an opportunity to gain leverage against America. BRICS is not a real block as it stands currently. What is the I in BRICS, dude? India. The fuck are you talking about? That's ridiculously wrong. The opposite is the case. EU companies have actually 3x more presence in the Chinese market than Chinese companies in the EU. That's according to EU's own numbers. The EU's investment stock in China, that is the total value of European Union companies' operations and assets in China, stood at $239 billion in 2024, whereas China investment stock in the EU stood at $79.8 billion for the same year. Just take cars, for instance. Everyone knows that the EU is making it incredibly difficult for Chinese EV companies to enter the European market. European car makers have been operating in China for decades. What is true is that China exports more to the EU than vice versa, but that's an entirely different matter. And that too, by the way, is often a reflection of China's openness to foreign business. Kristersson is Swedish, so let's take the example of IKEA. They make a huge proportion of their products in China and sell them across Europe. Are you going to make the case that means China is accessing the European markets at Sweden's expense? IKEA's entire business model couldn't even exist if it weren't for its production in China. It's certainly not in the EU that they could produce their ultra-cheap furniture. And incidentally, IKEA operates 41 offline shopping malls in China, compared to 22 permanent stores in Sweden in 2025. So it has nearly twice as many stores in China as it does in its home country. If that were the other way around, we'd scream overcapacity. So no matter how you look at it, is China that has that's far more open to European companies than the contrary. Politicians like Kristersson are conflating a trade deficit with market access, two entirely different things. Yeah, he says China often has access to the European market in ways that the European companies do not enjoy with the same ease in China. We cannot allow China to have one set of rules while European companies operate under a completely different set of rules. Bullshit.
Marknaden på Europa.
The reason why every European leader complains about China is because European capitalists, Western capitalists broadly, okay, went to China and built it as the manufacturing hub of the planet. And now they're annoyed by it. They designed it for their own personal profit-seeking benefits for decades and decades. The problem is, unlike India, China took all of that foreign investment and developed itself to become a competitive superpower. That's the problem. As long as you take the foreign investment and then recycle it back to either, compradors or Western capital in some way, shape, or form, then it's good. But if you take all that foreign investment and develop your country and engage in even development, then that's an issue. Now you're actually a competitive power. We don't like that. That's where the factor of communism comes into play. That's where central planning comes into play. That's it. That's literally the only reason why these guys complain all the fucking time. China played the game that the Western capitalists had designed. They played it to their own benefit. What is this? New York Post finally got him. Zoran Mamdani jumps into New York City pool to kick off summer tradition while violating dress code rules. It doesn't matter if it's true, it feels right, and that flattens the Western chauvinism of Europe. The alternative is recognizing China's qualitative superiority. There's also the other side of this story. Europe wants to maintain a industrial base. And if you want to maintain an industrial base, if you want to keep developing things in Europe, then of course your allegiance with China is going to be on shaky ground. I don't know how to solve this problem. Okay, I believe in diplomacy and I believe in working with China, but I also understand why this yields a totally separate problem. Totally separate problem for the European economy, the European markets, but also for America as well. For example, I'm in favor of the UAW. I totally understand why America maintains some level of trade protectionism when it comes to vehicle manufacturing, because it's one of the only remaining domestic industries that we have that isn't directly dealing with, new ways of murdering brown children. Okay? So I don't know how this works. I don't know how China keeps being the manufacturing base of the world and then develops better trade relations with Europe, for example. Because as long as China floods the market with affordable and competitive technology, specifically cars, for example, okay, then it's understandable that Europe is going to complain about it. Especially because there is no way for Europe to outcompete China when it comes to car manufacturing. China's technological proficiency in manufacturing is far above and beyond Europe. It's not even close. BYD is manufacturing everything, every component internally. They make one car every 58 seconds in one of their fucking factories. There's no comparison in Europe, and there's certainly no comparison to that in America. It's fucking over. Okay? For most of human history, Europe, especially Northern and Central Europe, was an impoverished backwater, low agricultural productivity, low population that only changed because of uneven industrial development. When the rest of the world develops equal industrial productivity, why would Europe stay relatively rich? I'm not even saying that Europe should stay relatively rich. I'm just saying every country is obviously interested in maintaining its, maintaining its competitive standards, maintaining its quality of life, and maintaining its industrial capacity. It's an inevitability that China will destroy it. Europe return to Euro poor is not, you can't advocate for that. That doesn't make any sense. Why would any politician be on board with that? I'm thinking about it from, look, I'm not personally a Mersheimer head who believes in like offensive realism or operate off of a realist framework when it comes to international relations. But I also do understand that there is legitimacy to that framework. And I do understand why countries would make the decisions that they're making. Okay? I'm thinking beyond that. I'm thinking beyond that framework and wondering out loud, how Europe could potentially develop a better relationship with China without having severe quality of life adjustments, which they're already facing no matter what because of their allegiance to America. America uses the European Union like a fucking cum sleeve, okay? Like a fleshlight. That's why Europe's quality of life has diminished since the 90s. Since the Soviet Union fell, the European trajectory has been downward. And America's trajectory in comparison to Europe has been a little bit better, but American trajectory has also been downward as well. All the while, there's one group that has benefited from it. It is the capitalists. The capitalists have benefited from this tremendously. They have added unbelievable amounts of wealth. There's been a tremendous amount of wealth consolidation in the process. Their relative wealth must decline, but their absolute wealth and quality of life can improve for normal people. Exactly. That's why I always say, if America or Europe wanted to compete with China, they would have to become China. If China wants to continue trading with the world, it will need to eventually increase its consumption and imports. This is something the leadership recognizes as well. Europe will begin protectionist measures, and other countries will become more protectionist as well as they develop. China will continue its export advantage for the foreseeable future, but they will need to balance it just a little bit, or industrial economies will shut them out. China also has a domestic problem, because all of this development inside of China has led to the same exact development traps that European countries and the United States of America has withstood. Okay? Now they have an overproduction. Now they have too many fucking college-educated people, for example, and no jobs for those college-educated folks. They also have... They also run into the same issue as other developed nations have run into as far as their birth rates. This is also the reason why China obviously is helping develop Africa and Latin America, because they want new customers. That's the reason why the One Belt, One Road initiative exists. That's what they've been doing. They want to develop Africa so they can set up secondary markets in Africa. And they've done so very successfully. But again, there is a timeline there. There's a limit to that. There's an endpoint there.
Lights out.
What?
Are you referencing Xiaomi's dark factory and tooling and medium assembly automatically overnight 24/7? Yes.
Hey everyone, it's Faye from Xiaomi. Welcome to our molding workshop. It's fully automated.
Bro, their fucking workshops are insane, dude. That's the other problem. What will she do? Okay, this whole idle hands are the devil's work mentality that Xi Jinping has, his anti-welfare mentality, unironically is gonna cook the next generation, because what the fuck are they gonna do? They can't even work in the factory anymore. That's also a problem. People need jobs.
It even runs in the dark. These machines read data in real time and adjust as they work. Robotic arms pick up every part. AI cameras check the surface. No missed spots, no shortcuts. And the result? Every plastic part looks almost the same. Honestly, watching this line run by itself, I cannot stop looking at it. Next, I will show you how steel takes shape. Stay with me. Lights out.
What?
Hey everyone.
Anyway, will we maybe see an explosion in the arts with so many people freed up from manual labor in China? I mean, look, if you ask me, that's their biggest L, in my opinion. They're too focused on their own markets, and they also genuinely want to control culture. Like there's far too much control over cultural output. So who knows? You're just an addicted consumerist promoting your drug. Please stop. Wait, what? Take it easy on techno-solutionism. It's a farce that perpetuates extractivism. It's moronic and short-sighted. Oh my God, here we go. In my opinion, Europe can only survive if it leads to profound transitioning to environmental... Okay, degrowth. Okay. Okay, Kohei Saito. Dial it back, okay? Dial it back a little bit. Jesus Christ. They know that, and that's why youth unemployment was a prominent point in the newest 5-year plan proposal. I know. I'm just wondering out loud what they will do to solve the youth unemployment crisis, because it is a fucking crisis. I have confidence. I have perhaps too much confidence in not only Xi's vision, but I have too much confidence in the Communist Party of China. As far as like what they've done so far, I look at their track record, I look at the development in China, and I do believe that they will solve these problems inevitably. I just don't know how they will do so. Okay? Like, if China is a transitional socialist state, as they claim to be, okay, what shape does socialism with Chinese characteristics take in the next decade? How do they solve some of these issues? There's also a lot of opportunity, like, because there's a lot of sectors that still need a lot of investment in China. Healthcare is one of them. Okay, I think elder care will probably be another one, as the Chinese population continues to age. So there's a lot of opportunities for internal investment, and we shall see where they go with that. But I always wonder, if you have a youth unemployment crisis and you're steadily automating your developmentary process, where are these guys with college educations going to go? Where will they work? They need work, especially in the absence of any kind of welfare system that the Chinese government has always been against, right? You're kind of a cunt for bashing degrowth. No, man, I'm not. But that chatter is... Under the global capitalist system, the only thing that holds society together is constant consumption, okay? Unfortunately, it's too idealistic to be like, yeah, we should just make people not want to consume things. Like, that's crazy. Americans especially rioted with weapons because they couldn't get a fucking haircut during COVID out of necessity, okay? Like, I have short-term goals here as well as long-term goals, okay? Degrowthers sometimes come across as like, you know, prison abolitionism tomorrow chatters, you know what I mean? Can you imagine going to the countryside and being like, excuse me, we have to really reconsider our consumption choices. Like, people literally lie about the Green New Deal and make it seem like AOC is going to come to your house and beat you to death if you eat a hamburger. And you're over here talking about degrowth. Anyway, let's look at the new Justice Democrats ad that came out about Diana DeGette.
It's time to play Who's Funding Diana DeGette? ICE contractors, the companies helping Trump deport our neighbors. Big oil. As Colorado burns and floods, DeGette took their money too. Big pharma. While your healthcare costs skyrocketed, DeGette cashed their checks. While Trump guts everything working families rely on, DeGette doesn't just look the other way. She votes with a special interest bankrolling her. With Diana DeGette, corporate interests win, you lose. Justice Democrats PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Anyway. No, talk about China's move to apply its laws to ethnic Chinese living outside of China. Wait, what? I want to know what you think about China's plans on applying its laws on ethnic Chinese living abroad. Wait, really? I assume you saw this. I wasn't here. Yes, I did. It's not, I mean, it's the most expected outcome, of course. We put socialists, you know, we bring in socialists and then they grow the movement and they help help elect other socialists. That's how it works. Socialism is in 2050, she said. Are we just sheep being led? Where the financial sector wants us to be led? They want Israel to be abandoned? Oh my god, this guy is literally... Yes,
What's
dude,
up, Chiari? Good to see you.
one of the fucking sectors that is perhaps most involved with Israeli investment and is totally secretly trying to abandon Israel. You got it. The fuck are you talking about, man? You even advocate to boycott Israeli companies and you know, you basically got cops knocking down your fucking door. Shut the fuck up. Contentious day today. Weekends are always like that because the crazies come out because there's not like the usual 30K in here. So we just hear from some of the craziest people over and over again. They keep fucking spamming the silliest shit. Do you see how many people hated on Jeffries for welcoming our Tuesday winner? So many Zionists in the comments. Hakeem Jeffries, congratulations to our newest members of the New York City Congressional Delegation for Public Service, the union organizers, community activists. So there's something interesting happening with Hakeem Jeffries and the Congressional Black Caucus. I've noticed. Eliza Slotkin came out and not only shit on Chuck Schumer, but also shit on Hakeem Jeffries. And then the Congressional Black Caucus came out and ripped Elisa Slotkin a new one. And it was kind of cool to see. Here's the problem. Okay? The Congressional Black Caucus has been a part of the entrenched power in the establishment Democratic machine. But in the past, they were fairly radical. Okay? Now, the issue is what they have become is not so radical. Statement from the CBC chair Yvette D. Clark and former chair Stephen Horsford and Joyce Betty in response to comments made by Elisa Slotkin. With respect to our Senator Elisa Slotkin, House Democrats don't need a lesson on reading the political moment from someone who handed Donald Trump one of the most corrupt cabinets in American history. Voting to confirm Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, and 5 other Trump cabinet secretaries is not the posture of someone who understood the moment. Apparently, Slotkin did not vote to confirm Pam Bondi, but everybody else. Okay? Never forget, the Congressional Black Caucus chose Hillary Rodham Clinton over Barack Obama. Now, obviously, Barack Obama isn't like the progressive hero in his governance as he presented himself as, but at the time, he was the insurgent, and the CBC pushed for Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. That shows you exactly how the CBC operates, okay? Now, will the CBC change its attitude and go back to more historic radical roots? I don't know. Only time will tell. I don't think so. But, as you have seen, the Democratic Socialist movement is actively working to refill the ranks of the Congressional Black Caucus with true radical Democratic Socialists. Ironically enough, this is the same dynamic that I have maintained. This is the same dynamic that I've mentioned, right? That, like, there are other Democrats you've never heard from, that are just like regular establishment Democrats that are in the Congressional Black Caucus, for example, that will just as easily caucus with the new plank of power within the Democratic Party because they're not as like ideologically minded and diehard defenders of third-way neoliberalism. So if things move in that direction, who knows? I just don't think Jeffries is going to be the guy who will push for that change because he is specifically groomed He is specifically groomed by Nancy Pelosi for this position. If this is true, then maybe we should ask the establishment if the establishment is really serving the interests of black people because they're standing in the way of all of it. Yeah. One of the biggest problems with the CBC, with the Congressional Black Caucus, is that it's one of the biggest like boomer coalitions.
Appreciate you, Vaughn.
And they have been an impediment to new black voices coming into Congress, or at least the type of black voices that are coming into Congress being, you know, establishment Democrats for the most part. Okay? Like, there's less young black voter participation. There's young black participation in politics in general. And I do think that the entrenched power that the Congressional Black Caucus represents within the Democratic Party is unironically a big factor in that. For like the last couple of decades, the CBC has been pretty fucking aggressively a loyal soldier of the entrenched power within the party. Clyburn is obviously a great example of this, but the way that the Congressional Black Caucus has moved has been another great example of this. Now, this is also true, though. Here, this is something that Michael Hardaway brings up. The policy DNA is the Black Caucus. The marketing is Democratic Socialist.
Mamdani and the DSA, these are just reheated Congressional Black Caucus policies over the last 55 years. I mean, housing affordability, healthcare. I mean, John Conyers, who was a founding member of the CBC, introduced a Medicare for All bill 23 years ago. And so these aren't new things.
So that's Sean is absolutely correct. Says if this is true, then maybe we should ask if the establishment is really serving the interests of black people because they're standing in the way of all of it. There's a reason why many of the DSA endorsed candidates recently are black. There are inroads the Black Caucus can and should be building, but they are not. One must ask why. That's true. Chris Rabb, Maylog Quiros, Daria Liza. The saddest state of affairs is that the Congressional Black Caucus has been a representation of entrenched power within the center of the National Democratic Party for the last couple of decades. It's just true. Yeah, Frederick Haynes is another great example of a black radical. Like, younger black voices that are not invested in the continuation of third-way neoliberalism have been totally fucking cast aside. There is an expression of this exact enmity that you see with Black Zionism on Twitter. It doesn't exist in the real world that much, but you see it on Twitter all the fucking time. There's like a fedayeen of black academics who hold on to Zionism for some fucking weird reason when there is no real expression of that sort within the actual black working class, right? It almost feels as though the black socialists are treated in the same way that like anti-Zionist Jews are by the Zionist groups, invisible, completely invisible, and sometimes even outright hostile, where there's this attitude that if you're a DSA cadre and you're running for office, you're only elevated to that position of power by white people. Like, maybe I'm being a little too harsh, but I've seen, I've been on the receiving end of a lot of these attacks. And it's interesting, like, you know, Jamal Bowman is a great example of someone who was cast aside and not defended. Cori Bush is another great example, right? Is Democratic Party careerism? It's not complicated. Dwight Evans, the old Philly rep, fought tooth and nail against Chris Rabb. Yeah. Yeah, Gregory Meeks fired up after DSA wins big in New York City. Meeks is upset by Espaillat loss. The goal here is to win the majority, not being in a permanent minority. Even though the mayor endorsed someone else, is a huge loss for the mayor in trying to get the resource from DC. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. The problem is Gregory Meeks always has the drip. We have to respect that. Yes, I do respect his drip. Yes, he is swagged out of his mind. But also, he's an expression of, again, entrenched power within the Democratic Party. A U.S. representative that has received almost $1 million from pro-Israel PACs. This is unacceptable. I think you're searching a too complex explanation. The reality is that boomers are ontologically evil. I mean, it's low-key, it does go back to generational politics of the boomer inability to let go of even a crumb of fucking power, to open up new pathways for a more radical politics. And for the Congressional Black Caucus, it's usually done with some kind of like racialized sentiment. I've seen that online a lot. Lots of black Democrats saying that Jamal Bowman and Daria Lisa are tokens. Yes, they despise, like, they despise Cori Bush. They yell about Jamal Bowman all the time. I haven't seen it as much coming at Chris Rabb so far, so that's cool at least, I guess. Because, like, Chris Rabb's victory is undeniably a black victory. Not only is Chris Rabb a black radical, but also on top of that, he is from the blackest district, one of the blackest districts in the country. So it's a little bit ridiculous to be like, oh, white people gave Chris Rabb the W there, you know what I mean? So I guess maybe that's part of the reason why. But I just think it needs to be, it needs a good communication to the black community as well as a firm show of commitment to fighting anti-blackness, because there's weariness that may keep some black people away from the DSA and socialism. Also, most black people are down with socialist policies, but they have this conservative mindset of being somewhat palatable to the white sentiment and power. I agree. But yeah. Chris Rabb also won the plurality of black voters in his district. Yes, I know. But so did Daria Lisa. And there's not a single fucking peep on that front. When you publicly attack a black woman on a platform, people call you token. Here we go. Here we go. Barack Obama was a plant, and you speak as if he was more progressive than Hillary. Obama was a flip-flopper, I remember. So you're defending the Congressional Black Caucus, advocating for Hillary Rodham Clinton over Barack Obama, okay, while simultaneously also criticizing Daria Lisa for you know, saying Kamala Harris was bad. That's what you're doing right now. That's insane, because even the Congressional Black Caucus is ashamed of their previous defense of Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. Barack Obama is, I think, perhaps the most important black political figure in contemporary American history. That's an insane statement coming from Enfant Dor. Congratulations, Enfant Dor. You did it again. Enfant Dor, our wonderful pro-black segregation chatter. Your retelling of events is inaccurate to me. What's inaccurate? What is the point of the inaccuracy? Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton, aided by her allies in the Congressional Black Caucus, sent notice on Friday to Senator Barack Obama that she would fight for black voices. Representative Carolyn Kilpatrick.
Because I think that's weird, Coffee.
Speak to activists and youth voters taking part in the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's annual legislative conference. Obama will host his own forum on climate change and global warming later in the day. Clinton's event led to complaints from some black lawmakers supporting Obama who consider her appearance divisive. Under CBC rules, only its members can hold forums.
And that's why Gen Pop is the way it is.
Kendrick Meek, chairman of the CBC Foundation, paved the way for Clinton to have her own forum. Kilpatrick has not officially endorsed Clinton, but Meek has.
What's up, Star Fox? It's good to see you. It's been a good day. Cheers, by the way.
It's just a continuation of her public service, Meek said, adding that Clinton has attended the event in the past years. Clinton standing between Kilpatrick and Meek on a stage with a midnight blue background lit up tiny white and blue lights took questions from the audience members, the first of which concerned environmental racism. Perhaps a subtle acknowledgement that Clinton would cede no issue to Obama either. This was a huge deal at the time. And there was a split. There was a split within even the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus because of their interest in endorsing Hillary Rodham Clinton over Barack Obama. Okay. The event had the feel of a Sunday morning church sermon mixed with dry policy seminar. Kilpatrick began introducing the lawmakers in the audience. She's a bad sister. She's a Delta. She's got the Deltas in the house. My friend, our leader, Stephanie Tubbs Jones. There's always concerns about Barack Obama that extended beyond the CBC blindly supporting the black guy. Oftentimes people are pragmatic and center how to win the best outcomes. We never had a black president, and you recall things like it was a more simple explanation. Why are you literally still defending this? He won. It was demonstrably a bad fucking idea. He won. He was the president. And a beloved one at that. What the fuck are we talking about? You're literally defending the CBC when CBC would not defend this decision. What the fuck? I'm not going to cover the ethnic unity law right now, man. Please, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I get it. You want me to cover the ethnic unity law? I don't know what it is. I'll have to look into it. It's so funny to defend like this. Like I'm literally talking about the CBC defending entrenched power and making far more conservative decisions than the constituency that it serves, okay? Because the constituency it serves demonstrably voted overwhelmingly for the first black president, okay? I'm literally bringing up their conservative maneuvering here and how they were at odds with their own constituencies that they are supposed to serve. And you're literally saying, no, it was the right decision when the CBC currently doesn't think that it's the right decision or did not think that it was the right decision at the time. It was controversial. They were wrong, but there was no way to know that he would win. My only point, you are insufferable sometimes. I'm insufferable. You're a fucking idiot. You literally are making my point for me, but you're doing it in a contentious manner and defending it. When the institution would not defend this decision now, with hindsight. The whole point of this is the CBC's inability to give up on entrenched power and adopting more radical policies that would be beneficial for the constituents that it's supposed to be serving. Jesus Christ. That's the argument here. I never defended it. That was your framing to get your rocks off. You are literally defending it right now. You're saying that they had no way of knowing Barack Obama would win. And my point is that was a bad decision. And it also went against the interests of their constituents. And it also went against the voting patterns of their constituents. That disparity is the problem here. And they're doing it again. Instead of adopting a more radical framework coming from younger black electeds, okay, that are rising through the ranks of the DSA because they saw no way of getting that expression through the regular mainstream black political route that the CBC is still defending and endorsing. And that is at odds with the base. That's my point. Yeah. Also, you were wrong, Enfant Door, when you said Daria Lisa would lose and black voters would not vote for Daria Lisa because she said fuck Kamala Harris. Remember that? And you were wrong about that. So why do you keep finding yourself on the wrong side of arguments? Perhaps you should focus on that a little bit. Anyway. By the way, streams are no longer in your list by number of concurrent viewers, but instead how frequently you watch them. I do believe that's another nail in the coffin. Arguments against multi-streaming. That's what's going on. Is that why people don't see me on their fucking playlist now? Whereas they used to in the past? Is that what it is? Anyway. Like, I don't want the Congressional Black Caucus to represent the worst elements of entrenched power within the Democratic Party. Now, people, no matter what I say about this, people say, oh, of course a white guy would say this, right? That's my problem. So we'll see. It's a either shit or get off the pot situation. Either you make way for more revolutionary politics, more radical politics in this country that will center the black working class. Okay? Or you'll constantly find yourself making the wrong decision over and over again, opposing these new black candidates that are coming into power. Now, of course, the CBC is on the right side with Elijah in Florida against Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who is making an unbelievable decision that even Hakeem Jeffries can't fucking defend. So he's at odds there with the CBC is at odds with what the establishment candidate is trying to do. So we shall see. We shall see what they do there. That's a big test. Okay? That's a big test for the CBC. Will they take a black district and allow it to go to Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who is, you know, a super pro-Israel candidate? Or will they focus on electing someone who is black and critical of Israel? Because right now, the way it goes, the way it looks, is that Elijah Manley has the greatest opportunity in Florida 20. Okay? Running for Congress in Florida 20 to restore the American dream, organizer, history nerd, and educator. Elijah Manley was in Broward DSA when he was like 18. Okay? And the Broward DSA, I think, disbanded. He is running as a Democratic socialist. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is carpetbagging in Florida 20, a black opportunity district, instead of running in her own. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is everything that's wrong with the Democratic establishment, from insider trading to payday lenders. I look forward to retiring her from public office permanently. Okay? Elijah Manley is openly running as a Democratic socialist in a black opportunity district that Debbie Wasserman Schultz has moved into. And it is so controversial that even the Congressional Black Caucus actually criticized Debbie Wasserman Schultz over it. It was so controversial that regardless of Debbie Wasserman Schultz position as like, a defender of establishment Democrats, a neoliberal who rat-fucked Bernie, if you recall. Even Hakeem Jeffries, who is supposed to be another gatekeeper of power in the Democratic Party, as the most powerful black politician in the country right now, Hakeem Jeffries is not endorsing this decision. Okay? So right now, this has become a very unique predicament. Will the Congressional Black Caucus defend a more radical black candidate that has real viability here and could win this district and most likely will win this district, hopefully, Elijah Manley? Or are they going to defend Debbie Wasserman Schultz and still play the role of an establishment guardian? Because this isn't like, I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on here, right? It's pretty obvious what's going on here. Do they have alternatives to Elijah? None of which that have, none of the other candidates have actually made an impact on this race in the same way that Elijah has. Elijah has been leading, okay? So much so that the rest of the black candidates actually thought about coalescing their support behind Elijah. I don't know what actually ended up happening. But he's running on a anti-Israel platform. He's running for Medicare for all. He is one of these insurgent candidates that's a little bit on the outside. He's not like currently DSA affiliated, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to get it wrong, but he was in DSA in the past when he was younger, and he's still running as a Democratic socialist, like saying that he is a Democratic socialist. Yeah. Everything Wasserman Schultz says becomes a bit funnier when you remember that she's carpetbagging to a plurality black district. Yeah. Also, just got the nod from Ro Khanna as well, once again.
I'm Congressman Ro Khanna. I am so proud to be supporting Elijah Manley for Congress. I'm supporting him for two reasons. One, he's standing for black political representation. At a time of Calais, we need to be making sure that young African Americans are winning seats that are majority African American in the South. We can't have people carpetbagging into these districts. We need to stand up against the Supreme Court for black political representation. This is going to matter not just in Florida, but the entire black South. What do you think?
I mean, yeah. So my two plays in the South, if you want to consider Florida to be the South, which it is, right, is obviously Justin Pearson in Memphis and is Elijah Manley in Florida. Like, I think those guys represent a change. I hope they don't disappoint me, but I do think that they represent a significant change. Obviously, Oliver Larkin. I'm talking about guys. I'm talking about black candidates in the South. Okay. Charles Booker as well. We're talking about black representation, black political representation that represents a different kind of politics than what we have seen in the South. And yes, actually, that's not true. There's more. There's Cori Bush, and there's Hartzell too. Booker's in the Midwest. But you see what I mean.
think, Elijah?
I think the congressman said it best. We must protect our voice in Congress because the people with the lived experience know our communities best. And those voices right now in Congress are more important than ever before as they attack.
Please have Hartzell on stream. Casey's a big city and we need a boost for him. It's a hard race. Wow, that's really interesting that you say that because I'm going to have him on stream tomorrow. He's going to be in the building as well. Ironically enough. Kentucky's considered a southern state. Missouri is Midwestern. Okay, whatever. I'm a fucking bi-coastal elitist, okay? It's all, you know, don't even get me started.
Our rights, our economy, and our community.
Second reason, and the important reason I'm supporting Elijah, is he's a bold progressive. He's for Medicare for all. He's for childcare at $10 a day. He's for taxing the billionaires and the tech lords in my district. He's for a livable wage. He's for free public college. He's against foreign wars. He's against the genocide in Gaza. He has guts. And we just saw earlier this week a wave of new generation leaders winning in New York. We've seen them winning in Michigan and Maine and New Jersey. We're going to have this win in Florida.
Pitch in. If you want to see me working hard with Congressman Ro Khanna and his leadership in the House of Representatives, pitch in a contribution today.
He needs your support. He's got a great shot to win. Please contribute to him. Please vote for him. I'm all in for his race. I'm going to go down to campaign for him. We need Elijah as a next.
What is this? Can you respond to this?
You're arguing that
126.20. I haven't watched this Dave Rubin one, but I kind of want to watch it. 126.20.
This is the time we need to come together, cudgel, to justify the unjustifiable. And that is denying reality. That's making reality whatever you want it to be. And people like you are corrupted enough to spew it all over social media.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll respond. Out of all the people, I have to say you're the worst, like by far.
Yeah, because you're having a lot of trouble responding to things I say. Yeah.
You honestly believe that there is a moral equivalence to the tone and tenor of what goes on the right versus what goes on the left? Did Hassan Piker, who is the #1 influencer on the left, did he not just go on an interview? I'll give you 2 examples. He went on an interview a couple weeks ago and said that he understands why Luigi Mangione killed Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO. When you guys open up that Pandora's box, guess what? There's a lot of people that don't like your ideology. And once you can kind of excuse violence, it's coming every which way. And then it happened again. In the New York Times interview that he did 2 weeks ago, he said the same thing. Well, Donald Trump, a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, so I can kind of understand why people might kill him. Once you guys do that, once you go past it.
This is what you want me to respond to? Yeah, Dave Rubin is a fucking moron. And I didn't say either of those things. Analysis is not endorsement. And that's it. I oppose adventurism. I love that Bud Hassan has become a rallying cry for these fucking morons. Yeah, also, Dave Rubin is so stupid that he basically says, I'm not even endorsing these actions. I'm saying I'm offering analysis, even in his statement.
That red line, it literally ends the fabric of what this country is because we are allowed to have political disagreements. We have deep political disagreements. I would never tacitly endorse or pretend to condone someone if they tried to violently harm you or any of these people. But subtly on the left, that is being allowed. And that is not, and that simply is not happening on the right. That simply is not happening.
Okay, we're going to stop there.
Okay, well, he can't even respond to it. All right, anyway, yeah, Blackhawks chair Yvette Clarke and former CBC chairs cooked Elisa Slotkin, because Slotkin suggested Schumer and Jeffries need to step their game up to stay leaders, which, by the way, again, it's a let them fight situation because Elisa Slotkin isn't wrong. I think Hakeem Jeffries has been a horrible leader, okay? But also, if the CBC is going to cook her, especially because she also represents that same old business as usual, do nothing Democratic politics, then, you know, let him fight. Let him fight. It's ironic that someone who is also representative of the same old type of politics is turning around and complaining about Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. It's literally you. You're doing that. You have done so. So then the CBC turns around and cooks her, and I'm like, all right, I'm on board. Oh, Black Redgar saw the Hartzell for Casey and announcement. Glad to see bro out west getting some love. My face when I already raised them 20,000. Money Mike. Yeah. Yes. Listen. I'm gonna have him on. I'm gonna have him on the broadcast. We're gonna talk. I mean, I've already had a conversation with him before, with on the progressive victory thing. Dave clutching his pearls. Ruben posted an MC Hammer meme after Pelosi was assaulted, so he isn't just being honest about his own reactions to violent events. Yeah. There's also AOC interview on MS Now. I know we're gonna cover that. Where was I? All right, we'll get to that. Let's start there.
Joining me now is Democratic
24-minute interview. With Psaki. I call that a Psaki bomb, baby. AOC talks new Democratic primary with Jen Psaki.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
Hassan, I misjudged you. You're an actual socialist. Thank you. Where did this come from? What made you change your mind?
New York. Congresswoman, thank you for being here with me tonight.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Let me start by just a lot of people, not just in New York, but across the country, there have been a lot of takes, shall we say, are trying to make sense of what the elections meant, what they mean for the Democratic Party. What do you think they mean?
You know, I think that these elections mean, of course, they are reflections of the constituencies and communities that elected them and that rendered them. And I can say absolutely, at least in the city of New York, voters are just really ready for a Democratic Party that stands for something and has a very strong agenda to make our lives easier, to tackle corruption, to lower costs, to make healthcare a right for every American, to raise wages, to make unionizing easier in the workplace. And they want to make a forceful statement in how badly they want to see us fight for that. And I think that in any robust year for Democrats, I believe you're going to see an expansion of a party and a deepening of our commitment. And so I actually think that these results are a very good sign for November. To your point, when I was elected in 2018, an election like mine, where voters were willing to really, trade in someone that was supposed to be the presumptive next Speaker of the House in my predecessor, and trade that in for also a Democratic socialist, a new organizer at that time. I think that is actually an indicator of places in other parts of the country willing to elect Democrats, even if the politics are not the same, even if those communities don't align with those with those same exact agendas. They are willing to take a chance for a better future. And so I don't think that people should be seeing this as a zero-sum game. I think they should be seeing it as encouraging for November.
It's interesting because even in the state of New York, and you alluded to this, I mean, Michael Lasher, you probably don't share every opinion or position with him. You definitely don't share every position, I don't think, with Richie Torres on a number of things. Both of them won in primaries that night. I mean, Michael Lasher in a very competitive one. Do you think this is because, and I just played some of what people on the right wing are saying on television, that this is an
What is this? Honestly, this might be it for me. I'm tired of waiting for a song. Like I don't have anything better to do. Clearly, he doesn't respect our time. Oh God, you're so stupid. You're so fucking. God damn it. The fucking copy pasta. So dumb. The dumbest copy pasta of all time, dude. Yeah. I took a piss break.
Borg, what's up?
Stop memeing.
Good to see you.
Stop memeing. No more memes. No more joy. No more joy. No more memes. Fucking got my ass. New HasWatch, Jordan Clipper at UFC. Oh, that could be fun.
Twerking of the rise of democratic socialism and not enough of a focus on the broad people who won? Or how do you see that? Because you're a democratic socialist yourself.
I mean, I think that the one thing that we know is that the Republican Party's brand is fear. And they have to constantly churn what they want people to be afraid of socialists, to be afraid of immigrants, to be afraid of women, to be afraid of, they constantly want Americans in fear of somebody. Because if you are not afraid of someone who is your neighbor, you're going to realize who's actually pickpocketing you. And that is the large corporations that are engaged in profiteering and jacking up your prices for no good reason. It's going to be in this administration that is engaged in record levels of swindling, thefts, tariffs, your housing. And so this is kind of their new thing of the day. But I think that people are feared out. I think that everyone's nerves are shot in constantly being taught and told of what country, person, community to be afraid of, and they just want a solution. They want their groceries to be more affordable. They want to figure out how we're going to get health care. They want our housing to get under control. And I think that we're ready for an affirmative vision, and we're ready for an affirmative agenda.
You talked about this week kind of how the fear-mongering, you had deja vu, I think is how you described it. And you just alluded to that and what you just said now. What advice are you giving or would you have for these new members who are coming in and are already being painted in a certain way? And I want to talk about them too, but what advice do you have for them about how to get things done while still shaking up the system at the same time?
Yeah, I think new and incoming members have no shortage of advice that's being given to them.
Well, but you lived it.
Yes,
you lived it in a very different way.
Yes, and I mean, I'll get to them, but I actually think the more important advice that I would give would be to my incumbent colleagues, which is you will create a self-fulfilling prophecy by deciding who these young women are before you've met them. And if you are already panicking and sending little messages in your group chats about how these people need to be reined in and tamped down and shown their place, you are creating the antagonistic dynamic that we do not need. These are two young, talented, intelligent women that got elected against all odds, against millions of dollars. Perhaps there is something we can learn from them.
The people chose them. And democracy and the Democratic Party is about what the people pick. It is not about any elected official or any leader, and I believe that. There are, and I want to ask you about this because I think they are being painted in a certain way. And Daria Liza, specifically, who is going to be a member of Congress, I think people should recognize. They are going to win in these districts. She has said a couple of things, and I think for people who are watching right now, I just want to remind them of that. She attended a pro-Palestinian rally in Times Square the day after the Hamas attacked Israel. She said...
I can't believe that this is like genuinely a position that MSNBC, which is supposed to be the most like liberal outlet, is still advancing. Like, oh, she was right, but too early for our taste. Okay, well, you were wrong. Why are you still maintaining the position of being wrong, but too late? It's so strange to like punish people for being right, but too early. I think it was Kavernickel that said, any day after 1948, where you attended a pro-Palestinian rally, you would be on the right side of history. Okay? Any day. It doesn't matter if it's October 7, doesn't matter if it's October 8, doesn't matter if it's October 6, 2023. Any day past the point of 1948 where you attended a pro-Palestinian rally, you are technically on the right side of history, okay? Doesn't matter. So what are we talking about?
She was worried about an outsized reaction that cost thousands of people their lives. She has not backed away from attending that rally. She deleted a Twitter account that had a number of posts that called for the abolishment of police and prisons. According to CNN in 2021, this is what there's a reference to. She posted, "A world without borders, just like a world without prisons or police, is possible and necessary and the only moral way."
Wait. I apologize for misjudging. I'm extremely dumb and thought Hassan was a poser because he lives in a mansion and I thought he hoarded wealth. I saw everything you did for New York primary and I really trust you now. I'm planning on signing up for DSA now. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's just one element of what I'm doing, but hey, we take those. We take those. And he wants to join the DSA. And he wants to join DSA. It's good. Double victory.
Forward. She's again has said those posts don't reflect who she is today. You do not speak for her. You speak for yourself. And I know she's tried to distance herself. She's probably under a greater level of scrutiny she's ever been in her life. But does any of that give you pause?
I think that, as you said, she has indicated that she has regret over the way that she issued those statements. And I genuinely believe that the gravity and the responsibility of this role has a way of inhabiting you. And I genuinely believe that we have to give people the opportunity to occupy their beliefs within the gravity of becoming a duly elected member of Congress. And I think that in the process of running for election, in the process of getting to know your constituents, it's very different than when you're only speaking as an activist or years ago or whatever that may be. But I think where we are right now is that the people of New York's 13th district have elected her. And she is responsible and has absolutely, I think, expressed a sense of responsibility in how she wants to lead. And so again, I would say, I think it's important to not issue a verdict before these folks arrive. And
controversial take, maybe in this community, I think that's a good statement. You have no idea what she's gonna do. You have no idea how she's gonna govern. And you're trying to make assessments off of like a 20-year-old shit posting on Twitter on how she's going to govern. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. It's not a bad answer at all. She's not going to be like, oh, Daria Lisa was based when they're accusing her of being anti-miscegenation. I think a better answer also on top of this would be like, these are the statements of a 20-year-old organizer who's like understandably frustrated with the way politics is unfolding, right? An inability for our elected representatives to actually make these changes that Daria Lisa was demanding. Her frustrations being expressed in Twitter only show that, you know, only expresses the desires of not just Daria Lisa, but millions, tens of millions of Americans who are sick and tired of business as usual politics. And unlike those tens of millions of Americans, Daria Lisa actually chose to be the change she wanted to see. And now she's going to become a wonderful congressperson, you know, who will push for those bold changes. That's it. Your statements are more concise. I'm sorry. AOC and I have the same exact problem. We are never concise. The one who does this best is Zoran. He is the fucking LeBron James of quick and quippy messaging. I wish I could hold a candle to his level of skill in this field. He is very precise and has perfected the art of sound bites. Okay? Why are you so rude? It's just true. I know my skills. I'm very good at filling time and filling space for 8 hours. I'm very good at, I think, convincing a lot of people on the way I see the world, especially the way I see the world that is like totally unique and new for many Americans, or used to be, becoming not as unique now. So that's good. But you're long-winded and boring, but right? And AOC's long-winded and milquetoast at best. First of all, I'm not boring. I don't think. That's crazy. You watch me for fucking 8 hours a day and find it to be entertaining and find it to be educational. And then you turn around and say, I'm fucking boring. Fuck you.
You know, I went through the same thing. I will never forget. I had this moment. There's, you know, everyone sees the floor of the United States House of Representatives on C-SPAN or whatever when we're casting our votes. But there are these little rooms attached to that floor, and it's known as a cloakroom. And in the cloakroom is where members can rest in between votes, or if you need to get a snack or something. And they have televisions there. And I remember in my first term, I was sitting down on one of the couches, and there was this big television screen, and they were going on and on about, you know, the way that they were clipping something that I said out of context to look extreme and to look far more inflammatory than what it was, and most importantly, who I am.
Yep. This is also an area that she has unbelievable expertise in. Because if you are outside of the confines of permissible ideology in American politics, you are going to be inundated with the worst smears of all time. AOC certainly is. If you're outside of the confines of permissible ideology to the left, right? Because you can go as far right as you want pretty much without, reaching the level of, reaching above the level of permissible bigotry as like Nick Fuentes does, right? Like if you're Tucker Carlson, everybody will still accept you in polite society. No matter how far right you go, you can talk about, you know, cultural genocide or the great replacement taking place, white people being undermined, whiteness being undermined. It's white supremacist agitprop, and you can get to do that without people making a big deal out of it. But if you are to the left of the confines of permissible speech, permissible ideology, if you're a socialist, if you're a communist, if you're an anti-imperialist, if you're a prison abolitionist, oh, God forbid, you're a radical. They will destroy you. And they will use some of the most heinous smears to exaggerate your positions or to even take your jokes at face value and make it seem like you're not joking at all. Obviously, I have a lot of experience in this field as well as AOC.
And I remember sitting next to a congressman, my colleague, a Democrat, sitting next to me on the same couch. And he was looking up at that television screen in disgust and just shaking his head. And I was sitting there right next to him. He had never once struck up a conversation with me, but he had made a judgment and determination of who I was. And it was incredibly dehumanizing. I was met with so much hostility and cruelty by the Democratic caucus when I was first elected. And I think that it created so much more antagonism than what was necessary in that.
Yep. Straight up. What is this? God forbid a man have a little misogyny as a treat. I know a guy in the misogyny business. He says they get more leftists and Hasanabi chatters coming in the store than you'd think. Guy who's at the misogyny factory giving me props for creating a robust market of more misogyny enjoyers.
Time. And so I think that both ends of this.
It's so funny, by the way. Like, obviously, this doesn't mean this is not a defense against misogyny, but like, I've almost exclusively worked with female candidates this season. Like, there are far less male candidates that I'm trying to get elected than female ones. Not that that means anything. Obviously, that's not the end-all be-all. It's like saying, oh, how could I be misogynistic? I wanted Hillary Rodham Clinton to be president. That doesn't mean that you're not misogynistic, right? That's not a good enough. That's not a sincere academic defense. But it's one that actually probably works with a lot of people. I'm the one man working at the misandry store. Yeah.
Relationship require work, right? Both ends require a stepping up and a certain magnanimity for us all to get what we want.
Yeah, if anything, no white candidates recently either. Hashtag noticing. No white candidates, only women of color. What's going on? Back in the day, the Democratic Party's caucus was filled to the brim with white men. White men were powerful. White men were on top. Nowadays, you go on the Hasanabi broadcast, and all the candidates that he's advancing and endorsing are women of color. What's going on? Are we being erased? I certainly think so. Who's jacking off to this?
Done. I'm an unabashed progressive, and I want to guarantee healthcare to every American. That's my agenda. That's why I'm in this business. And there are other Democrats that don't agree with me, and that's all right. They know what I'm after, and I know where they're at. But what I'm not going to do is allow my humanity to be erased, and I don't think that these newly elected officials should have theirs erased either.
I think what you're saying, what I'm hearing you say, is you think people should give these people a chance and see what they do when they govern. And the challenge seems to be that you, as a leader of this movement, as one of the leaders, are going to have to make sure this doesn't define what the movement is about, I think.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Coffee? Cheers.
That's the goal now. Erasing white men from video games was not enough. Now they want to erase white men from Congress. They want to take away the power from the hands of white men. What's going on?
So listen to what they're saying now. Everyone's talking about pulling statements and things from years ago, but they just ran an election. Listen to what they've been saying now. Listen to what they ran on now. And the mandate and the message that they gave their voters, because that is their voters' expectation of them. And so I would say for every one statement from years ago that someone wants to pull up, please pull up 5 of what she's been discussing in her debates.
I want to talk about where things go.
I think the other counter to this that's also more effective, and I will stand on this, is that, like, her worldview is more empathetic and closer to justice, if not totally just, than the average American congressperson. Like, the average American congressperson is perfectly comfortable with maybe not mass deportations, even though on the Republican side, they clearly advance that agenda, which is heinous. It's monstrous. But even the average Democratic congressperson is comfortable with a level of deportations that are totally inhumane, as opposed to the alternative, which is conditional amnesty, right? I would much rather have allies that I might not fully agree with on the side of truth and justice than allies that are comfortable with tens of millions of deportations. Okay? That's it. We have to expand the permission structure and allow more radical voices on the left to be able to advance their agenda. What is this? What? I've been waiting for... I was being sarcastic. Chill. The Jews are trying to replace the white man. Okay, dude, you can't say that when I'm doing Tucker Carlson voice as though you're also doing a Tucker Carlson impersonation without people, you know, there's no context there. You understand?
From here, because I think there are so many hopes probably from every person watching, anybody out there who's concerned about what they're seeing from Grandpa in the Oval Office to happen right now, about what Democrats will get done. And I know you've said in the past you would support Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker, and you can tell me again if that remains the case. Senator Slotkin, who I would say is one of the Democrats that you may agree with on a lot, you may not agree with on everything, I suspect. She had this to say. She said, we need significant new leadership. If people can't recognize that the game has fundamentally changed and can't adapt, then they need to make room for others who can. And she was referring to Jeffries, and she's, of course, in the Senate, to Schumer as well. What do you think about that? And what do you think Jeffries needs to do to prove that, if you think he needs to do anything to prove that?
Well, I think that anyone who says and issues a statement like this, I think it's important for them to get prescriptive about the changes that they want to see. I've been pretty clear about where I think the country should go. I think that we need to move forcefully to guarantee health care to every American. I think we need to move forcefully towards raising wages and taking on corporate corruption and profiteering. But there are a lot of folks who talk about change in leadership that don't necessarily articulate what their direction is. And so I would say that it's important that when we talk about change, we talk pretty specifically about the kind of changes that we want, because there are a lot of people in this country and there are a lot of forces and lobbyists that want the Democratic Party to become even more pro-corporate than it is. And so not everyone talking about change is talking about the same thing. And so when I talk about change, I talk about orienting the Democratic Party to be unabashedly working class and to orient itself, again, around working class Americans. And I think that part of the conversation, because it's kind of in vogue to be talking about change, when people aren't prescriptive about what those changes need to be, I think we need to be asking further questions.
I read just a part of what you said. I take your point. Do you still feel, though, if Democrats went back to the House, that Hakeem Jeffries is the right person to lead?
You know, I've engaged in many conversations with Leader Jeffries. And for me, and we have a broad caucus, right? For me, I have made very clear that one of my priorities in determining and in a leader determination is securing public housing financing for New York City. And
this tweet's a good answer on why AOC supports Jeffries. I actually like AOC's answer about Jeffries because she at least keeps him accountable to a specific policy, which she had no leverage or room to do with Pelosi. Caucus votes have never been on the left side anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue I have is that she's not like ambiguous about. She's unambiguously in support of Hakeem Jeffries, and I don't think we should be rewarding him in any way, shape, or form. Although maybe there is an opportunity here because Lisa Slotkin shitting on Jeffries opens up a new fucking fight between establishment Democrats in the Senate versus the Congressional Black Caucus. And that's good. I like that because The Congressional Black Caucus is an unbelievably powerful force in Democratic Party politics. Okay? So any kind of friction between establishment Democrats and the Congressional Black Caucus, which is a power center of establishment Democrats,
good to see you.
Is good for us.
Oh, appreciate the lurk. I hope you have a good day. Sending you energy.
It's great for us, as a matter of fact. Established Democrats are ideologically centrist, so that friction means nothing. You don't know that because I just showed you another serious battle taking place in Florida 20, where the Congressional Black Caucus is at odds with the other factions within the establishment Democrats. Debbie Wasserman Schultz carpetbagging into a black district to be the face of this black district instead of black representation. It's power plays. It's just politics. They're playing politics.
And Leader Jeffries has made his prioritization for the residents of public housing.
Hello, J-Man.
And for that reason, I will be supporting Hakeem Jeffries for leader.
You know how this works. We have to take a very quick break. You've been so generous with your time. We're going to stick around. First, I just want to play you something quite telling. You may have seen this, but it's been a busy day. In case people haven't seen it at home, that Speaker Johnson told a room full of Christian conservatives at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's annual summit today. It's quite something.
If we were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid, these Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted. I run the protection program. I'll take care of you, okay?
I'm going to get your thoughts on that when we come back.
Yeah, he's Mr. Epstein defender. Holy shit.
We're back with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Okay, before the break, I played a clip of Little Mike Johnson, as I like to call him, laying out how a Democratic majority in Congress would investigate the president, the cabinet, donors, and friends. It all sounds, I think, probably to a lot of people watching and a lot of people out there who were infuriated by the level of corruption, pretty good. But you've also talked about a lot of things you deeply care about. Health care, affordable housing. I know there are many other things. What do you see as the right priorities, balance of things, especially as it relates to investigations and accountability? Where does that fall and how much time should be spent on that?
I mean, of course, I spent many years on the oversight on the Oversight Committee in Congress, which is in charge of investigations. During the first Trump administration, I helped, I helped on the investigation of Michael Cohen at the time, which led to a record settlement from Attorney General Tish James. But I think that it really is it genuinely is a situation of we can walk and chew gum at the same time. There are certain committees that I think will be spearheading real investigations into this administration. There has to be accountability, and it has to be because we cannot allow this level of corruption to consume our public service and our government ever again. And the only way that you allow that, or the only way that you set that precedent, is by aggressive investigation and consequence. And oftentimes, some of the things that do come out in congressional...
Josh Gottheimer is dodging you? Yeah, I know. I saw. So that is the promise to America. Okay. What is this? Felix Frisch, director of the Promise 2026. Yeah. The Promise to America said, comrades, congrats on your big closed primary.
That sounds beautiful, J-Man. I need to go back out to the lake here.
Hear your objections to the content of the Promise to America. Let us know a time that works for you to Zoom next week. I said, send me Josh Gottheimer, Playboy. They didn't respond to it. ESA said, see you on Hassan the Hun's stream. They did respond to the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? To the DSA, they responded with, where is it? Comrades, giving millionaire Hassan more viewers on his Amazon-owned platform would be too capitalistic. We offered Zoom and you're accepting. We celebrate July 4th over here, but anytime Wednesday works for Felix Frisch, when works for Ashik Siddiq. Okay? To which I responded with, you can't platform someone that has a bigger platform than you. I'm sure Josh Gottheimer would appreciate teaching a bunch of young radicals a lesson in electability and the importance of moderation. If you're confused about why DSA is winning, perhaps this bundle of content-free cliches peddled by a bunch of people on the take from AIPAC will shed some light on the phenomenon. Yeah, Joshua Reed Eagle, who does communications for Liberalism Organization, liberalism.org, who's on the board of Project Liberal. Yeah, I saw a Denver Post allowed an op-ed to be written from the perspective of a Jewish woman voting for Melat Kuros's courage and love for all humanity. We're going to get to that in a little bit. That's coming after this Denver Post opinion editorial. Here's why Melat Kuros's candidacy scares me as a liberal Jewish woman in Colorado. A bit of column A, a bit of column B. Check that first reply to the, what is it? Ha ha ha.
What's up, Wisconsin?
Called out on your grift. Always a big strong.
Hassan was talking too much shit yesterday, so I had to give another shout out.
Before a bunch of chode riding sycophants storming defending Hassan's honor. Father, husband, Catholic. I feel like this is a bot. No? But yeah. Will they respond to this? I don't think so. But we shall see. Papist big mad. What is this? Are the Democratic Socialists winning Democratic primaries actually Democrats, or are they just using the party infrastructure to get on the ballot? Democratic Socialists of America co-chair Ashik Siddiq joins Katie to discuss. Pretty funny seeing all these DSA people on the news now making the news hosts look ridiculous. Yeah, I love it personally.
Actually Democrats, or are you just using the party's infrastructure to get on the ballot and then take over the party?
Well, something we think is really important is democracy. Democratic is in our name, and we mean that by the small d democratic. We believe in democracy in practice, and that should be a core value of the Democratic Party. But in practice, they haven't really been operating in a democratic way. The Democratic Party, especially in recent decades, has become pretty beholden to mega donors, to people representing big tech, representing fossil fuel industries, representing the military-industrial complex, weapons companies. So that is increasingly distant from the voting base of the Democratic Party. We think that the Democratic Party is its voters, or it should be. But in practice, it's been all these donors who are shaping what the politics are in Congress and in the federal government, and increasingly in local politics. So we mean democratic. Like we want to organize democracy at every level of our society. Democrats. We want the. I mean, we're running as Democrats. We're operating in a
winning as Democrats, not just running. Winning as Democrats.
Democratic way. So if the Democratic Party leadership feels like that's a threat, then I think they're the ones who aren't Democrats.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because another co-founder that you guys have, Gustavo Gordia, said that you guys are basically, you admitted that you're using the infrastructure that the party has set up for ballot access. And that's what you're doing. Is that fair to say that that's what you're doing? You're not actually Democrats. You're using the process that's already in place to gain power.
No one cares about the brand, okay? What are we talking about? This is not like Nike versus Adidas, okay? No one cares about the brand. Clearly, the voters have appetite for this kind of politics, a real hunger for this kind of politics. One must ask the question why people who have voted Democrats their whole lives are looking at the options where they have a Democratic Socialist on the ballot, and then they have an establishment Democrat on the ballot, and they're going, oh my God, How refreshing that I can vote for someone who actually champions the causes I fucking care about. I believe that these people have an investment. That's what they're saying. It's not like the DSA candidates are running and they're running on the Democratic ticket by duping voters into voting for them by being like, oh yeah, just if you vote for us, we're I mean, I don't even know what the fucking analog would be here. It's so stupid. The real question is, why have the Democrats lied about advancing an agenda that is so closely similar to the Democratic Socialists of America's agenda? Why have they lied about that? Because they clearly haven't delivered results. That's it. It's so stupid. For years and years, they told us, oh, you cannot vote for a third party. What do you mean? You want fascism to win? You can't vote for a fucking third party. What are you doing? Right? So then we run in the party and they go, no, you can't do that either. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, oh, they just want establishment Democrats that are beholden to corporate interests to control the party, to be the only viable option. We knew that already, and we're stress testing that reality right now.
Power.
Well, we would ask everybody, including voters of the Democratic Party, of what are Democrats? You know, like, is it just you're attaching yourself to people who you think sound good on TV, or are you voting for people who represent your values? The Democratic Party, again, like when you're voting, what are you voting for? What do you want to see in practice? What do you want to happen in government? So the policies that we're representing, and yeah, we run as Democrats. I mean, I don't think I personally identified as anything until when I was 18 years old. I voted for the first time for president. Obama was actually the first president that I voted for, and I was very happy to vote for him at the time. I was very against the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. I believed in hope and change at the time that he was campaigning on, and then I didn't see a Democratic government deliver on a lot of the promises at the time. So many people mobilized for the Obama campaign, including me, and we were really inspired, and we wanted to deliver on those promises. So that's what we're about. That's what millions of Democratic voters are about. And people are not seeing the Democratic Party deliver.
It's about the policies, man. That's it. It's about the issues. It's about the policies. And it's clear that more radical politics is something that the base wants. Turns out it's not so radical. Okay?
About expanding democracy in every part of our lives, and we want to democratically handle how militarized our society has become. Why does the United States spend $1 trillion on a military budget while we can't repair roads and bridges, while we can't provide for childcare for everybody? We should be funding babies and not bombs. Why does our government spend billions of dollars per year on the state of Israel while it's doing genocide, while it was already enacting apartheid?
Israel's not committing a genocide.
You know, like, I was raised to...
Oh, that's awesome.
believe in Israel is committing a genocide. Israel has killed tens of thousands of civilians. Many of them are children and families. And we see that happening. We saw it live streamed for 2 years, and we reject that. We don't think that should be happening anywhere in the world, and we don't think the United States should be funding it. I think we are about expanding democracy in every part of our lives, and we want to democratically handle.
Israel's not committing a genocide. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Classic now. Yeah, pretty revealing that what galvanized centrist Dems was losing to a couple DSA candidates, not, for example, losing to a bunch of corrupt fascists who want to end democracy. Yep. They're used to losing to the fascist right. They're comfortable losing to the fascist right. That's their favorite type of loss. What they will not stand for is allowing a more honest and more representative democratic process to take root within the Democratic Party. What they will not stand for is reinstilling confidence in the base of support that a better future is possible, that you can have politicians who actually are responsive to the needs of the masses, who actually will hear their demands and say, you're right, we will fight for it. That's it. Branko Marcetic writes, one of the notable developments from Tuesday's elections is the DSA and Democratic Socialism becoming a distinct and positive brand among voters. This was not the case even a few years ago when candidates and door knockers weren't always leading with their DSA association. This is a major change, and I think even more so than AOC, even though she obviously was operating in a very different political environment initially, Zoran's unapologetic brand of democratic socialism as a cadre candidate and now a very successful and very popular mayor is what has done, what has played a major role in flipping the script, where now people are trying to associate themselves with democratic socialism because democratic socialism has become a popular association. What did I tell you? Even in the early stages of Zoran's campaign, what did I tell you? The goal here is to run democratic socialists, have them win as democratic socialists, and then have them govern as democratic socialists so that the association with democratic socialism is an association of good governance. So when they think about democratic socialism, they think about fast and free buses. They think about delivered campaign promises like freezing the rent, which Zoran's team and the DSA delivered 2 days ago, right? And then from that point on, you bring in more people into the fold. You bring in more people into the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. You engage in political education and you foment class consciousness, and you simultaneously continue electing more and more democratic socialists into positions of power. And they are all good at their jobs. Hopefully they're good at governance. They're responsive to the needs of their base, of their constituents. And we change the electoral system a little bit. We make necessary changes that we want to see, little by little. Who knows where that might go later down the line. Here's what Zoran said about being the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible.
Okay, now he's getting confident. Good. That's good. I mean, look. He's performing all of the expectations that were required of him, that were demanded of him, that I would have wanted him to do. Obviously, there's still going to be criticisms, and there's definitely some significant criticisms there. But yeah, he's definitely exceeding my expectations, I would say. I did not expect him to be this much of a movement leader. Okay. What are your top 3 criticisms of him? Tish as police commissioner, not disbanding the SRG, and I guess increasing headcount for the NYPD. Those are some pretty significant ones. He's taking your shine. Brother, it is not my shine. Okay? It's our shine. What did I say when Zoran Mamdani won? Okay? What did I say? I said he's making my job much easier. He's making my life much easier because I can just point to him and say, do that. Right?
Cheers, Goddard.
Be open about it. At the end of the day, my own personal feelings, my familiarity, you know, the representation that I see in Zoran is utterly immaterial. It's totally secondary to the policies. He is an elected representative, he's a mayor, and he has to deliver. And as a movement leader, he has to deliver as well. As long as he continues to understand the role that he plays in this much larger movement, and I'm certain that he understands it, by the way. He definitely does. I can confidently say that he does, especially because he put a lot of political capital on the line with the DSA slate. There was a little bit of fear from my end that he wasn't going to do this, and he did. And I have to fucking respect that. He proved to not just myself, but I think to everyone else paying close attention to what's going on in New York City politics, that he is that guy. Okay? He is that guy. There was no guarantee that it would have been a clean sweep, by the way. There was no guarantee. We all played a role in it. We all fucking pushed for it. And now, instead of turning his back on this movement and turning this into the Zoran Mamdani popularity project, he is playing the exact role that he was supposed to. He is a movement leader. But the movement is still larger than he is, and he understands that, and he understands the role that he plays in this movement. I do as well. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'll give you an example. I eat a great deal of shit, right? It'd be much easier for me to not eat a great deal of shit. I could just be a fucking neoliberal commentator if I cared about my personal brand and my own personal reputation and making money. I wouldn't make any risky moves, or rather, I'd make less risky moves, and then I'd also align myself in a similar manner to Midas Touch, for example, with a lot of establishment Democrats. I wouldn't be outwardly hostile or openly antagonistic to pro-Israel politicians, for example. What has that brought me? Only enmity, only angst, only hatred. It's brought me a ban from a foreign country, from the United Kingdom. It's brought me a bipartisan condemnation bill with demands attached to it of deplatforming. Right? But I understand the role that I play in this process. Brought me literal drones to my house. Shouts out to Rupert Murdoch. You know? But I do it because I understand the role I play in Agitprop. You don't want it enough. It is economically illogical for you not to maximize your income. Wait, what? You don't want it enough? It is economically illogical for you not to maximize your income. Okay. So why am I not doing that? Oh. He was just joking. Yeah, well, there's a hype train going on. So if you want to economically maximize my income, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. Support independent media. You can subscribe. You can give subs. We're at level 3 hype train with 3 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. If you subscribe, you can use emotes all around the platform. But also on top of that, you can... we've already watched this video like a million times, man. I don't know why we're fucking looking at this again. Statue would run! Thank you for the 50 bones. 100 earlier too, in the morning when I first started. I saw that.
New York's outdoor public pools open today. Luckily, I'm already in my swimsuit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Goated. Don't you dare talk shit? No, dude. No. Look. I've made it very clear, okay? Zoran is that man, okay? He is him. He is that guy. And we're very fortunate. We're very fortunate that his success has led to a sequence of victories from candidates that are even more radical than he is, okay? Because we can build on each individual success. Zoran's victory allowed the DSA slate to win. That's not a secret, okay? And he pushed a lot for it. He put a lot of... He gambled a lot of political clout here, and it was a big gamble, and it ended up working really well for not just Zoran personally, but everything that happens, everything that he does, every success that we can put on the board is a success for this movement because he is still a movement guy. It paid off, and it will hopefully continue to pay off. From Zoran Mamdani and Adam Hamawi and Chris Rabb and all these other candidates, you can directly chart a path of victory to Claire Valdez and Daria Liza. And from Claire Valdez and Daria Liza, you can point to a path of victory for Melot Kiros next Tuesday. But it doesn't end there. It won't end there. From that point on, we will keep building on this momentum. Abdul Al-Sayed. Okay? Abdul Al-Sayed in Senate. Oliver Larkin, hopefully. Elijah Manley. Hartzell in KC. Maybe Charles Booker. Justin Pearson in Memphis, which is going to be a very tough battle. Some of these are going to be very, very tough battles. Okay? Graham Plattner. We got a long road ahead of us. Toby Durden in South Dakota, running for governor of South Dakota, the only man who can build a wall between South Dakota and North Dakota. I know he's a Republican. Anyway, speaking of which, if you want to carry the flame, we're at level 6 hype train, at level 10 hype train. We will carry the flame once again at the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, and nothing else. Some of these races are going to be a lot harder than others. Francesca Hong, running for governor in Wisconsin, has a real shot. Cori Bush has a real shot. We will win that seat. We'll claw that seat back from the hands of AIPAC for Cori. Here's the thing. Oliver Larkin as well. I brought him up already. I hope I didn't forget. Yeah. My Vang in California is another great one. Angela Gonzalez Torres, also in California. Another great example. Randy Villegas, also in California. There are far greater numbers of representation of this sort of politics than ever before. Donovan McKinney in Detroit. Are all of these socialists? Some of these candidates that I've mentioned are either DSA affiliated, running as democratic socialists, or are aligned with the agenda of democratic socialism. Okay? All of them could be broadly defined as either Bernie-crats, Justice Democrats, or, I think in the broadest ways, we can say left populist.
We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Republicans are going to
Hype train is at level 7, folks. Hype train is at level 7. Julie Gonzalez as well, running against Hickenpooper, sorry, in Colorado. Look, there's a lot of names, man. Give me a fucking break. You know how difficult it is to keep track of every goddamn race happening in every part of the country? I'm sorry, I apologize.
make you.
Victory for proves that a more responsive it proves that a more responsive politics that centers the working class is possible. It proves that a more responsive politics that centers the working class is possible. Reinstills office good government. Confidence in good governance. Don't let the flame die out. Yeah, level 7 hype train. We're at level 8 hype train. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at level 8 hype train. You lied. No Jube scam fun day. No, I got Jube. I got Jube on the docket. Why do you hate your neighboring state of Arizona asking for a friend? Wait, Kai Newkirk, you mean? I've talked to him. He was at the Clara Victory Party. I'm gonna see what I can do with him. Only because I think it's really funny to be like Hassan Piker carries the flame with Kai Newkirk, and Newkirk has been unlocked. which, by the way, you can carry the flame today on the Hassan Abi broadcast by subscribing. We have yet to carry the flame today. But a victory. It proves that a more responsible politics that centers the working class is possible. It restores confidence in good governance. Play this remix if we get to 10? No. I already have the Kirk, the new Kirk lined up. Would you consider getting Tallarico on if he would be a guest? I know someone who has worked with him and is in regular contact. Sure. I mean, James Tallarico is working with some interesting groups, so I don't know if he would think that I would be a benefit to his campaign and candidacy in Texas. I think so, but he might have a different opinion. I am a Californian after all. And not only am I a Californian, but I'm, you know, somewhat of a radical in my worldview. I think my politics would be... Hello? 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 I think my kind of politics would be good in the state of California, but... Or in the state of Texas, but... Level 8 hype train, 2 minutes remaining at 80%, ladies and gentlemen. Kaya also wants to carry the flame. Primary runoffs in Louisiana. Any thoughts? No. You can talk about Jesus or some shit. Yeah, he can convert me to Christianity. Maybe. 85% at 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 85%, 90% at 1 minute remaining. 94% at level 8 hype train. Level 9 hype train unlocked. Carrying the motherfucking flame. Let's get back to AOC.
Investigations sometimes yield to either state pursuits, etc. And, you know, Mike Johnson paints this as though it's some partisan witch hunt. But if you don't want to be prosecuted for crimes, don't do crimes. And he's talking about running a protection racket. And we are already seeing that this Trump administration has run what some have called one of the largest pedophile protection programs in American history in the cover-up of the Epstein files. They violated the law when Congress mandated that they release the Epstein files. They're still hiding Epstein files, protecting some of the most gruesome behavior that is shocking to the human conscience. And so when Mike Johnson tells a group of wealthy donors, I'm the only thing standing between you and a consequence, that should rattle at the conscience of every American. What he wants to do is create, and rather not even create because it's already been created, but protect a class of impunity in America that say you can commit whatever crime, and so long as you pay a check to us, we will protect you. And that is a model of extortion in American politics. And you know what? That's their pitch. That's their pitch. But at the end of the day, like I've always said, they have money, but we've got people. And that's why our pitch needs to be focused on making the lives of everyday Americans better. because they're sure as hell going to be making the lives of billionaires better and better
Level
and
9
better
hype
every
train.
year. Our job is to
28%.
make the lives of single mothers and working families and students
Mother
trying
Nature's
to
showing off. Thank you for the
waitress
5
through
gifted.
school and you know, mechanics trying to keep the business afloat. That needs to be our focus. And that's the only way that we're going to be able, I think, to turn this ship around, is through tackling on the extreme levels of inequality and corruption that persist in America.
We're here, of course, in Washington, D.C. tonight, and J.D. Vance, I played this at the top of the show. Did you see what he had to say about
Scientific, thank you for the
Nixon
5.
and Watergate?
Okay,
I just have to
Pacololo,
ask
thank you for the
you about
5.
this because I started the show talking about how I think
44%, 2 minutes
telling
remaining.
on himself or themselves a little bit. I mean,
Black Wasabi,
the
thank you for the 10.
notion that if Watergate happened tomorrow, it would be like a 12-hour news story is quite a statement to make. Obviously, he was down playing Watergate,
Drunk
which
bullshit,
is
thank you for the
insane to begin
10.
with. But what do you make?
Come to Belgium, please. I will be coming to Belgium, actually. I will be visiting, I think, the EU. Not real Chris Evans. LC12223, thank you for the 10. Pockets you, thank you for the 5. Jaeger 08 Larson, thank you for the 5. And that's it, folks. We've done did it. We done did it. And I know I said I was gonna play Indian. I was gonna play the Bollywood Charlie Kirk, but instead I'm gonna play this one. It's not. They don't have any moves other than constantly demanding that we pivot to the center. Have you guys not realized that this is the same moral and intellectual bankruptcy that caused Donald Trump to win twice? You think we haven't withstood these attacks already? It's ironic because they did this. They did this centrist Democrat rebukes party's left wing in the aftermath of Kamala Harris's defeat. And then that was such a demonstrable failure that people actually leaned in to their hunger for a change and started electing self-avowed democratic socialists. And these guys only have one speed, so they're going back to the exact same rebuke. If it didn't work in the aftermath of Kamala Harris's defeat, why would it work now with the success of democratic socialism on the electoral front so far? That's it. So this kind of frustration coming from the centrists should not worry you at all. It's expected. You wish you were Charlie. Hassan Piker is Timu Charlie Kirk. If socialism is so successful, why hasn't there ever been a socialist president? There have been. Look at China. Piker Broadcasting Service. His name is Xi Jinping. And no, FDR was not a socialist. He was a social democrat, and he was forced to govern as a social democrat. Is what caused the to lose to an incompetent fascist twice. And now there are far more democratic socialist victories. And because of their lack of vision, they can only stall on the gym. Okay. I'll like it. Thank you. Okay, fine. That's all. Have you forgotten about General Secretary Kim and Jusha? No, I have not. The spirit of Jusha lives on at the Hasanabi broadcast. Don't be silly. And now there are far more democratic socialist victories.
This is how every thruple ends up. God, I love this game.
Voters recognize its failure. Far more democratic socialist electoral victories because voters recognize the moderates recognize the moderates' failure. Anyway, can we peep the food? All right. Do you think the rise of Dem Socks all comes down to the momentum from Zoran's win? Why is this happening now? No, it's not just Zoran's win. This is a fucking decade-long project. Zoran's victory is a consequence of that decades-long project. It's Bernie Sanders, It's AOC. It's the squad. It's Rashida Tlaib. It's everybody. It's socialist pushing over and over again, in spite of their perceived defeats, and continuing to organize and out-organizing the Democrats, moderate Democrats.
Picking a side. Like, if I have to pick, like, I
Anyway,
would pick
let's watch
Israel over
Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda by Noah Samson as I eat. Okay.
on every day of the
And
week.
then we're going to move on to more fun stuff. I gotta pee.
Absolutely. Like, it's not even a question. Like, I know that people have, like, this Israel fatigue and they hate Israel, but yeah, I would pick Israel every day of the week. And anybody who doesn't want you to do that is probably listening to terrorist propaganda. That's the reason why. Absolutely.
This is Asmongold. Asmongold is one of the most viewed live streamers in the world. With a daily viewership of over 5 million viewers, this is roughly 10 times the viewership of CNN. And apparently, Asmongold is concerned with peace in the Middle East. How does he propose to achieve this peace? Well, with bombs.
I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it. And they, like, again, they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets into it. I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking one. And only then will the people there have peace.
On his June 14th live stream, Asmongold advocated for the continuation of Israel's bombing campaign in Lebanon. And in the same stream, he also advocated against a peace agreement to end the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran.
If you make peace with Iran, they no longer consider us a mortal enemy. Why is that not an acceptable outcome to you? Because they're not. They're just going to lie to you. They're ideologically captured. They're religious zealots, and they can't be allowed to, they can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
Asmongold's argument for the continued bombing of Iran and Lebanon is that in order to achieve peace, we must get rid of the terrorists. Hezbollah is a terrorist group, so he says, and Iran funds them, ergo, we have to bomb the terrorists.
Can you tell your argument why you consider them terrorists? Because they fund people that attack and kill civilians on purpose and target civilians to kill them in order to achieve political goals. Groups like...
Yeah, so America and Israel and every state pretty much that has ever existed that has waged war at the behest of a clear, definable goal. Most of the time it's just extraction of natural resources. Because if this vague standard is applied evenly across the board, then America is one of the greatest terrorists of all time, and Israel certainly is one of the greatest terrorists of all time.
Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. It's that simple.
There are a few issues with his analysis here, though. First among them is the premise. Asmongold repeats the IDF's line that they are targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon, but that's not what's actually happening. What the evidence shows is that targeting Hezbollah is just a pretext, one that Israel uses to blow up everything in sight and mass murder civilians. Israel is targeting men, women, children, journalists, healthcare workers, hospitals, ambulances. They are leveling entire cities. They're also routinely using white phosphorus indiscriminately and in civilian residential areas. In the first month of attacks on Lebanon alone, they used it to burn over 10,000 acres of forests and farmland. These are all war crimes. In just the past 4 months, Israel has killed nearly 4,000 people in Lebanon, including hundreds of children and healthcare workers. On average, Israeli forces have killed more than one child every day since April. On October 3rd, 2024, Israel bombed a medical center in Beirut, killing 9 people and injuring 14. 7 of those killed were members of the medical staff. That same month, Israel destroyed a significant portion of an entire city, Tyre, one of the oldest cities in the world. They damaged over 400 apartments, completely destroyed several buildings, and demolished a number of ancient historical sites. On March 12th, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombings, killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the middle of the night, and it was a double tap strike. The first missile missile landed and killed 3 people near the beach, and when people approached to help the victims, the second missile landed. No evacuation warning was issued. This was in a safe zone. In all of these examples of mass civilian death and destruction, what did Israel say it was doing? It said it was targeting Hezbollah. This is their pretext, and Asmongold is repeating it uncritically. And the same is true of Asmongold's endorsement of Israel's stated goal of eliminating Hamas. That may be what Israel says it's doing, but in reality, what Israel's actually doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers with machine guns, shooting babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone in tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. The only one still...
Guys, it's fucking Noah Samson. Like, you know what the link is. I'm so confused. Here you go.
Still denying it in 2026 are Israel and the United States, and the content creators online that defend them for some reason still. And as for Asmongold's claim about the United States, the same goes for them. Firstly, because they supply the vast majority of the weapons that Israel has used to commit its genocide, but they also do murderous bombing campaigns themselves. In the first week of the war, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people, 120 of whom were children. 120 little girls and boys murdered by the United States in a war that they started. Asmongold has apparently consulted the history books and feels vindicated by them.
Every single page of the history book proves me right.
But I'm not sure which ones he read, because if you look back at any point, you will find the United States committing these same kinds of atrocities across the globe for their wars of aggression. The other issue with Asmongold's analysis here is the presence of that word terrorism. What makes someone a terrorist? Well, for Asmongold, terrorism is defined as the use of violence against civilians for political goals.
Because they fund people that attack and kill civilians on purpose and target civilians to kill them in order to achieve political goals.
A part of his definition for terrorism is the inability to abide by the terms of agreements.
If we are signing a deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran, we are just delaying this war until later on. That's what I think. I think that as long as these...
I mean, that definition ironically fits America even more. I don't know why he even said that. You know what I mean? What? Yes, okay. Got it. It's Charlie Kirk. All right, you got it. Hi, Progressive. Thank you. Thank you for showing this to me. This is wonderful. I love it. Stop spamming.
People are in power. You are going to, like, they're not going to stop trying to build a nuclear bomb. They're like, I think that this is what's likely to happen. They will just blow something else up in a week. They will. It's going to keep happening.
But, and I know this reveal is probably so surprising, Israel and the United States do both of those things all the time. They do it by killing civilians, as we just looked at, and funding and arming and supporting governments that mass murder civilians in campaigns of genocide. But they also do it by breaking ceasefires and peace agreements. The most recent example is, starting a war. They started the war and lost, mind you. That's Wikipedia official now. They attacked Iran first, unprovoked. There wasn't a war, and then there was, because the United States and Israel attacked. And the whole reason there's even a need for ceasefire negotiations in the first place is because they attacked. Another important example here is the Iran nuclear deal. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the...
He's watching this right now and defending his insane takes. It's always so funny to watch Asmongold try to justify some of his more unhinged opinions, because he's just not smart enough to even understand the point that's being made. I don't even understand how. All he has is yeah based and yeah not based. I guess the defense here is just yeah, well, they're terrorists. It usually just revolves around these guys being brown. Like the people that he's talking about, they're all backwards and barbaric and must be tamed and only understand violence, right?
terms of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out and then proceed to administer brutal sanctions on Iran, crushing the country's economy in a move that was widely understood to be an unprovoked act of aggression that was condemned by governments across the globe. And of course, the same is true of Israel. They violated ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon now tens of thousands of times, further displacing millions of people, destroying entire towns, and starving, kidnapping, torturing, and brutalizing the population. Asmongold cites Hezbollah rocket fire as a justification for Israel's bombing in Lebanon.
They're firing rockets into Israel.
But he neglects to mention any of these violations. In Lebanon, in the same time frame of the ceasefire, where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations, Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction of a sovereign country. So now, okay, of course, there's a double standard, right? By Asmongold's definition of terrorism, which is killing civilians and breaking deals, both the United States and Israel are terrorists. Asmongold acknowledges this directly in response to a viewer in his chat that brings up Israel.
Does Israel do that too? Israel's on our side. Iran's not. It's that simple. And we do that to them too. But it's very simple. It's our side versus the other side. I don't want them doing that.
He acknowledges it further while discussing the United States.
To the extent that there is even a hint of it, even a slight, tiny, some like little resistance army in Africa, immediately bomb the shit out of them. Shut them down, keep it done. Anybody that's chanting death to America, anybody that's going around talking about how they're going to attack the United States or anything else, totally shut them down.
And yet, he still supports them. He still directly advocates for their violence. He gets mad at viewers that point out the contradiction regarding Israel.
AIPAC funded? Right. Yeah, and, again, like, it's Israel. Israel's so bad. These people are trying to blow you up too, bro. Like, that's it.
Do you think Israel's interest is honest with America?
I'm not interested in your misdirection towards Israel. I have no interest in that. This is...
Wait, what? You're literally defending Israel. It's not a misdirection. That's the whole fucking point of contention, dumbass. He's like, oh, yeah, why are you talking about Israel as I'm defending Israel's actions? Dana Bash did this to Morris Katz.
Just terrorist subversion.
He even argues that anti-American slogans should be punishable by extrajudicial drone execution, regardless of their validity.
I don't give a fuck what reasoning they have. I don't care what their reasoning is. I don't care what they think is right. It doesn't matter to me. Like, the only thing that I care about is neutralizing that threat. So whatever gets rid of, like, I don't care. Like, you think that I give a fuck about what their reasoning is or what their justification is? I don't care. You're doing it. Okay, that's the problem.
And why does he do that? Well, the answer is fairly simple. He's just a racist. Fundamentally, he views some groups of people as less worthy of life than others. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they even protest that terrorism, they deserve to die.
Why do you think they say death to America? Probably because you attacked them first? Well, damn, that's too bad. I guess we're gonna have to attack them again.
We...
I mean, it's the purest expression of reactionary politics, right? He's just trying to be as edgy as possible, and he thinks that, like, when America's force projection capabilities are being demonstrated around the world, that he is somehow powerful. This is what weak people do. This is what weak states do. And even worse than weak states, weak people assume that when America is like blowing up a fucking school in Iran, then that somehow makes them feel powerful. And it's ironic because, as I repeat often, every dollar spent on that initiative helps someone, right? But it's not you. Please turn this off, please. I can't. Just shut the fuck up, man. Just shut the fuck up. Yes. Yes. You can't stand him. I get it. Just fucking leave the goddamn chat, man. This dude is one of the largest political content creators in this fucking space that we're in. I'm sorry that your fucking sensitive baby-ass feelings can't withstand seeing his ugly-ass face. We have to look at it for a little bit, okay? Jesus Christ, dude. I don't personally love watching Asmongold chirp endlessly. I wish for a world where he could go back to talking about titties in video games, and it would greatly diminish the negative impact that he has in the space that I occupy. But the reality of the matter is, a lot of people actually feel this way, and they personally ride for this kind of politics. I don't understand why you entertain anything this road says. He's clearly determined. Are you guys like genuinely unable to comprehend what I'm doing? Like, Noah's making this video not to convince Asmongold that he's wrong. Noah's making this video, and I'm watching this video because there might be Asmongold fans that can understand that he's wrong. Okay? Do I go to the Jiffy Lube you work at and listen to your dumbass coworker's opinions and then highlight how stupid he is? No. You want to know why? Even if it's identical to Asmongold's worldview? Because your coworker at Jiffy Lube is fucking irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because he doesn't have millions of people listening to what he has to say and repeating the dumbass talking points that he's delivering. Do you understand why I watch Asmongold instead of your coworkers? Stop fucking crying.
Americans and the Israelis, the inhabitants of our overseas proxy military colony, we have a right to live, and they do not. We have human rights, and they do not. We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
It's that simple.
But for the opponents of racist mass murder, it's not enough to just point to the double standard. Asmongold's position, while racist, is logically consistent because he's a racist. It's also not enough to point out the infinitely disproportionate nature of this violence. The fact that Israel has killed, at minimum, 10,000 times more people than Hamas did on October 7th is irrelevant to supporters of Israel. For them, it can all be explained by Hamas's lack of firepower. If they had the weapons Israel had, they'd do the same. Israel just had to kill tens of thousands of children, because in a hypothetical I made up in a dream I had, they did the same to us. Israel had to, as Asmongold put it, nip it in the bud.
If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Now, they might not kill you today, but they'll kill you in a year. They'll kill you in 10 years. To the extent that they have...
I mean, this is genocidal exterminationist rhetoric, the idea that they have to die. It's a justification for why they had to die. This is basically him going back on what he had previously said, that he apologized for because he ate a fucking 14-day ban for, and doubling down on it. He basically said Palestinians are barbaric, they're backwards people, and they will kill all the Israelis, and therefore genocide is baked into their identity, it's baked into their consciousness, and therefore it's perfectly valid to wipe them out. That's why he received a ban. And then, as soon as he received that ban, he came out and he was like, "I'm so sorry about my words and my sentiment and the things that I expressed. It wasn't like me, whatever." And then everybody celebrated that he fucking cleaned his room, and everybody thought, "Oh yeah, he's fine." It's been a year, and it seems like he's going full blast again, full fash. Of course, the difference between Asmongold and myself is that I'm going against the grain. I'm going against powerful forces in not only American politics, but in international politics. Forces so powerful that they can stop you from traveling to another country, a totally separate country like the United Kingdom. Asmongold, on the other hand, is leaning into the pro-American policy position, the pro-Israeli policy position. He's leaning into the centers of power, and therefore he can get away with saying this kind of genocidal rhetoric, and no one will fucking do anything about it. Do you understand? It's that simple. You go against powerful forces, they will come after you. You align with powerful forces, they will defend you no matter how unhinged your sentiment is.
The capacity to, they will use that capacity to harm you. So my goal is always to nip it in the bud, stop it from happening, to even stop it from even beginning to happen.
No, the double standards and disproportionality are not enough. The only way to get to the bottom of this terrorism quandary is to find the inception point. Where does this all begin? And looking at the historical record, the answer is pretty clear. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre the United Nations General Assembly declared an act of genocide. Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion, as a group resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Before Hamas existed, Israel stole Palestine. Between 1947 and 1949, Zionist forces destroyed some 530 villages, and about 15,000 Palestinians were killed in a series of mass atrocities, including scores of massacres. 750,000 Palestinians, over 80% of the Arab population of what became Israel, were ethnically cleansed. This event, the Nakba, and all of the violence in its wake, this is the inception point. Regardless of the label you use to describe these groups, the moral calculus doesn't change.
Yeah, Borg, it's Hassan's fault. I condemn Hassan Piker for making me watch Asmongold clips.
Under international law, and it should not be condemned. Your own personal feelings towards the methods are irrelevant. They do not matter, not when you live in the West and not in Palestine, and especially not when those objections are weaponized as the pretext for genocide, which is what Asmongold demonstrates in his video here. So, as I said at the start, Asmongold is one of the most widely viewed live streamers on YouTube. He gets millions of views per day, several times more than any other political live streamers in most news channels. And when these millions of viewers click onto his show, this is what they are greeted with: terrorist propaganda.
Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it.
Profoundly ignorant, factually incorrect, and morally demented propaganda for U.S.-Israeli terrorism. I don't know how convincing any of his videos are, arguing that terrorism is okay when we do it because we're the good guys. It's not as compelling to the average person.
He paused your videos as well as other people's videos every 2 seconds just so we could gather his talking points and not allow yours to get across. Yeah, but there's only so much of that you can do. His audience must also recognize what he's doing here, right? With respect to his defense of Israel. I'm fairly certain that there are probably people that see his defense of Israel and they're like, this is fucking bullshit. This is like totally ridiculous, Anyway. Nah, most of his audience are fucking stupid. Do you think he's getting paid? I don't know. I don't know if he's getting paid. I mean, he propagandizes like he's getting paid. He's chirping like his money relies on it, Misstating facts is a convenient way to get clicks, but the Times has been documenting the increasingly extreme viewpoints on both sides of the political spectrum for years. What? There are dozens of actual far-right extremists in the House GOP caucus. People have said and done racist, corrupt, crazy things, and you've never heard of them because the Times and other establishment media outlets. Yeah. It's just, whatever. Who cares? I think it doesn't really matter if he's getting paid by Israel or not, but it would be stupid for him not to be. Notice how none of these clips are seen on Twitter. It's almost like the entire Twitter clip economy revolves around defending Israel. I think people don't really care about Asmongold's opinion on Israel at the end of the day. That's what it is. I don't think like the neo-Nazis care because they see him as a they see him as a launching pad for Nick Fuentes. Like he has that clout, and he's very openly said like he's a funnel for Nick Fuentes. Like he's actually actively trying to move his audience in the direction of Nick Fuentes. So obviously someone as clout obsessed as Nick Fuentes is never gonna fucking turn around and shit on Asmongold and rock that boat for himself, even if he is supposedly at odds with Asmongold's very clear defense of Israel, right? Not that it matters. I mean, he gets to hit both angles. He gets to both say that he is like in support and actively aiding and abetting a neo-Nazi movement, but then he also gets to defend Israel this way, and therefore he will not receive a ban. Like, you can say whatever the fuck you want about how much Lebanese children deserve to die, as long as you're couching it as, well, they're fighting terrorism and I defend Israel, you can get away with it. Could you imagine anyone fucking running around and being like, Hezbollah, like, I'm not even going to say those words because I don't want it to get clipped, okay? But role reversal here. If I was talking about Hezbollah against the civilian population of Israel in the way that Asman has justified Israeli actions against the Lebanese population, I would not make it out. I would not make it out of this fucking the end of this sentence. I would get banned immediately. Okay? Not only would I get permanently banned off Twitch, I would be on the front pages of the New York Times and CNN and MSNBC and all these other platforms that would be like, see, this guy's a fucking dangerous radical. That's just how it goes. If you defend powerful groups and powerful entities, if you defend the American government, no matter how indecent the American government's actions are, you're not going to get in trouble. And the same with Israel. If you criticize the American government's actions, or God forbid, you criticize the Israeli government's actions, no matter how tame those criticisms are, it still doesn't matter. You're still going to be at the crosshairs of a lot of angst, animosity, enmity. They're going to demand that you get deplatformed. That's just how it is.
As it might have been 20 years ago. Not when we have access to live footage of the reality of what that terrorism results in every day, and our governments can't keep it under wraps. This channel is just a place people can go to have their feelings of racist bloodlust validated. It's a safe space. But if there is anyone watching that wants to actually engage with the facts critically, I would encourage them to consult any of the resources on screen now. That goes for Asmongold too. Read any of these reports on your stream if you want to leave your echo chamber for a moment and contend with the fact that you...
This is the sentence where Asman pauses you and goes, see, he admits it, he knows it's different, and that's why I can say it, because it's true, when the real reason why is because the corrupt implementation of the regulatory process in Israel's favor. I mean, I would love to see how Asmongold defends himself against these accusations. I mean, they're not even accusations, it's just like basically his own words being repeated with extra context. But he responded, it's even worse. Yeah, I guess. He was reacting to this video earlier. I saw it in the thumbnail. Is he live right now? Is he still talking about it?
Like, the thing is that, like, yeah, and it's been better though. So really, like, I don't view this as a war against the Middle East. I don't view this as a war against Islam even. A lot of these people that are allied with us are also Islamic. When Iran set off their bombs and they had their crash out at the beginning of this war, the majority of the countries that they bombed were Muslim countries. It's not like they're only, like, it was so stupid. They get bombed by Israel and then they go and bomb Qatar. What the fuck are you doing?
Brilliant. Yeah, they were bombing American bases. They were bombing American bases, and it was actually a very successful initiative from the Iranian side, considering that, you know, they lost, that the Americans lost the war. These are proxies. You can't have American military bases and launch missiles at a sovereign nation and then not expect to receive retaliation. It's an unbelievably low IQ argument. He missed it. He said some crazy shit while reacting to this video earlier. What did he?
And I want more people to know that. Citizens, then we need to kill people in Hamas. I don't care what happened in 1950. I don't. That's the difference.
Enough. The only way to get to the bottom of this terrorism quandary is to find the inception point. Where does this all begin? And looking at the
which is the reason why we need to dismantle the IRGC and kill everybody in their leadership and get rid of Iran. And make sure that the Iranian people, by the way...
With what army? With what tools? Bro, this is... You know what's crazy about this analysis? It already ended. Like, Iran won. The United States of America could not withstand the economic damage that Iran was dealing to the rest of the world by shutting off the Strait of Hormuz. That's the reason why there's a memorandum of understanding at play here. And everyone with more than 3 working brain cells recognizes this reality. And Asmongold, on the other hand, is on a fucking copium tour actively denying said reality. But I guess there are plenty of people... there are plenty of people in his audience that are perfectly happy with being lied to. Because the alternative would imply recognizing that maybe the American military is not this, like, omnipotent, super powerful being that can defeat all enemies on a whim. And ironically, right now, as we speak, Iran and America are fighting one another once again. Okay? He couldn't even debunk Noah right after this. It was so pathetic. Keep playing.
The Iranian people, and this is something that we always forget, the support for the Iranian dictatorship or theocracy is under 20%. Less people support the Iranian dictatorship theocracy than supported Maduro when we took him from Venezuela. They're totally oppressed over there, and Iran kills their own people.
Record, the answer is pretty clear. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre the United Nations General Assembly declared an act of genocide. Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion, as a group resisting it, fighting...
Yeah. The approval rating conversation is really funny because he's a Trump supporter. And the irony is that the IRGC and the Ayatollah and the Islamic Republic has a higher approval rating inside of Iran than Trump does in the United States of America at this point. Trump's disapproval rating is at its highest it has ever been historically. And we know that there is a 30% base of support for the Islamic Republic coming from the hardline Shia population. And that popularity has probably only grown as a consequence of Iran actually fighting back against Israel and the United States of America in defense. There's always a rallying around the flag effect in countries like this when they're being directly bombarded by American and Israeli munitions. So the irony, of course, here is that the Islamic Republic's popularity amongst the masses has probably grown. As a matter of fact, not even popularly, we know that it's grown, given the unbelievable amount of support and all of the mass demonstrations that have taken place. So that doesn't necessarily matter overall in the justification to explode a country's like leadership. Obviously, I don't think Asmongold would be agreeing with the argument that if China decided to assassinate Donald Trump and then said, well, sorry, you're very unpopular. I don't think Asmongold would like that. I don't think anybody would like that. I don't think anybody would be on board with that. That would be a severe violation of international law. And yet America gets to do it because nobody else can say no to the United States of America. And that's like Asmongold's entire argument, right? Might makes right. Well, saying that argument maybe 125 days ago would have made a little bit more sense. Saying that argument in the aftermath of Operation Epstein's Fury is kind of idiotic, because if your whole worldview is law of the jungle, might makes right, America has the power, so they can actually enforce their wishes upon other countries, and then other countries actually fight back and win, you can't make that argument any longer. There's a reason why we have to abide by international rules and laws, right? So that, you know, people don't just set off fucking random nukes.
To get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Before Hamas existed, Israel stole Palestine. Between 1947 and 1949, Zionists...
They did. What do you mean? They fucking what is that? That's not even a retort. Is this how it goes? Is just Asmongold learning facts?
Forces destroyed some 530 villages and about 15,000 Palestinians.
I'm not interested in the sand wars. I don't care about the sand wars. I'm sure there's blood on everyone's hands.
Oh my God, this is the best argument he has. Oh, they're just like sand people fighting one another. Dude, it's so funny when guys who are super edgy have to defend Israel. It's my favorite thing to watch. Okay? Guys who are super duper edgy, who will be like, yeah, based, the Holocaust, Nick Fuentes, based, will then turn around and become the most annoying woke scolds or the school marms that turn around and tell you like, oh, you can't be saying that. You're defending terrorism. That's illegal. You should go to prison, please. You hurt my feelings. And it's really funny watching Asmongold do a variant of this. I've seen a bunch of these guys do it on Twitter too. Like there's obviously the Nick Fuentes coalition out there, the Groypers who hate Jews and use the hatred that people have towards Israel to create more enmity towards Jews. But then there's also the super edgy guys who are still very much in line with the Republican Party and its agenda. And those guys will actually, and have actually, for the last 3 years, constantly complained about me and constantly cried about how mean I am and how much I support terrorism. Yeah, the captive dreamer and the BAP sphere, exactly. The Bronze H pervert and captive dreamer, and numerous other guys like that, like the howling mutant guy. Like all these guys, I thought they were fucking straight up neo-Nazis. And then October 7 happened, and every single one of them was rushing over to defend Israel somehow, and it was shocking to me. Because I genuinely thought they would be just like Nick Fuentes. Turns out, no, they were just being edgy while also maintaining a defensive posture of Zionism and everything that Israel was doing. It's very funny.
I care about American interests right now, right here in 2026.
Okay, great. If you care about American interests, especially off the heels of a fucking ginormous defeat that America withstood, America had to eat as a direct consequence of Israel's goading of America into military action, you should be begging to sever ties with Israel. You should be demanding that America punish Israel and maybe even take back some of the tax dollars that we've sent to Israel to the tune of $380 billion over the course of 80 years. But no, you are not saying that because you're a dick rider of MAGA, and Donald Trump is obviously in support of Israel. And it seems like you might even be getting paid to defend Israel because you're defending it like you're getting paid.
All of this historical babble, all of this bullshit means literally nothing to me. I care about what is happening right now.
Yeah, what's happening right now is gas prices are on the fucking fritz. There's a massive inflation problem that the American working class is facing. Donald Trump ran on no new wars and started many, including the Iranian war at the behest of Israel. And there it is. You're arguing with an after image Lamau. Buddy, I don't think you can be saying that about Asmongold. I would love to argue with Asmongold in real time, but he actually shits in his fucking diapers every time the thought even comes up. This is all he does.
Were killed in a series of mass atrocities, including scores of massacres. 750,000 Palestinians, over 80% of the Arab population of what became Israel, were ethnically cleansed. This event, the Nakba, and all of
sounds really bad.
The violence in its wake, this is the
It's always like, look at me, I'm so edgy, I'm so sociopathic. It's all vice signaling, right? It's always like, oh, I don't care about these guys dying. I'm fucking cool. It's not. Like, you're a weak person. You're a weak phony, you know? And not only are you a weak phony, but also America's spectacular
go for
defeat in broad display of the rest of the world.
Resistance Radio. I'll do a little
limited
shout out
American
too.
capabilities now. In an irreparable manner, as a matter of fact, it has made it clear to the rest of the world that America is on a downward trajectory. Our force projection capabilities have been eviscerated by a middle power like Iran, a country whose economy we were able to successfully dismantle over the course of the last 47 years. And we did all of that. We threw all of that. We threw all of the billions of dollars in military assets into a trash fire at the behest of Israel. No previous president, regardless of their party identity, had ever done this for the exact same reason why Donald Trump did it and lost. They knew that this would happen, and that's the reason why they were never dumb enough to lean into Benjamin Netanyahu's idiotic posture.
Exception point. Regardless of the label you use to describe these groups, the moral calculus doesn't change. Resisting invasion, occupation, and genocide through armed struggle is moral and just and legal under international law, and it should not be condemned. Your own personal feelings towards the methods are irrelevant. They do not matter, not when you live in the West and not in Palestine, and especially not when those objections are weaponized as the pretext for genocide, which is what Asmongold...
I don't care what happened in 1950. It doesn't matter to me. What's happening right now is the problem. Whenever Hamas goes into Israel and they kill American citizens, then we need to kill people in Hamas. I don't care what happened in 1950. I don't care what happened in 1970. The moment that you do that, the second that...
What about when Israel kills American citizens? As it has done so on numerous occasions, all the way from USS Liberty down to this past year. There are American citizens trapped in Israeli prisons right now, teenagers as a matter of fact. What's the argument there? Oh, they're just, they're based. They're doing it in a based way because they're allies. Interesting.
You do that, you are an enemy of the country.
That happened 50 years ago, Hassan. Come on, buddy. I just brought up USS Liberty and then tied it back to Israel currently killing American citizens.
And you need to be annihilated. That's it.
Also, of course he cares about American citizens being killed in the past. That's how he justifies blowing up Iran. Why would we blow up Iran right now? What American citizens have Iran killed in the last fucking... in like the last year, in the last 2 years, before the Operation Epic Fury started. The fuck? His argument is dependent on minimization, which is why he'll pretend the issue is because of actions in 1970, when the reality is Israel was slaughtering Palestinians in every single year of the past 70 years. And his viewers have to have this misinformed view, or they'll see what the root cause of the issue is.
I don't care about all of your sand war history. I don't care about all of the...
Again, then also leaning into his own personal lack of interest and his own personal idiocy on the matter. Oh, historical context is irrelevant unless I can use a false understanding of history to somehow justify current American military action against Iran. Okay? Yeah. If you don't care about things that happened in the past and you're like, oh, it's just sand wars, why do you care about October 7 then? Why is October 7 a reasonable justification for Israel to do a genocide? Why are you still in support of Israel's genocide if that's the case? Like, what's the timeline? What's the standard? Obviously, there is no consistent standard. He doesn't have any real opinions. He hasn't really thought about this. He's just reacting to the wind. His entire point is to just oppose whatever guys like myself or guys like Noah are in favor of. That's all this is. And also defending the American government's actions unconditionally, even when it actually hurts Americans' interests overall. And the same goes for Israel. What's shocking to me is not that he defends America unconditionally. What's shocking to me is that He actually defends Israel unconditionally. That's the reason why I think there's, you know, foul play here, potentially some moneyed interest at play here.
This context, I don't care about what Israel did in 1951. None of that's relevant to me. If you like these countries so much, go over there and live there. Go live there. But what I'm so fucking tired of and so exhausted from is you have these people who basically are Americans in name only that always take the side against America.
It's really interesting. Being in opposition to the American state is a God-given right held by every American. It's actually un-American to demand no opposition to the American state. As I've made it very clear, my loyalty is with the American working class, is with the American people. I want to do things that improve their lives, that improve all of our lives. Sometimes the American state is at odds with the interests of the American people. As a matter of fact, most of the time, the American state's interests are at odds with the interests of the American working class. You should understand this better than anybody else as a reactionary. When there's a Democrat in charge, you oppose the government, right? You oppose the government unconditionally. You yell about it all the time. You did with Joe Biden. It's not like you were a fan of Joe Biden, right? What are we doing here? Now, of course, because of my consistently held principles, I oppose the Biden administration when it does a lot of things that actually hurt the American working class. And I oppose the Trump administration in the exact same severity, if not even in more severe manners, because the Trump administration is even worse somehow. That's the difference.
These are people that support literal terrorists. Hamas doesn't just simply want...
Yeah, thought terminating cliche, terrorists, 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 all day, every day. One thing that's true in every country is that the patriots who constantly yammer about the most about how they love their country always hate all the other people in the country. Yeah. A serious country would have already deported these two. It says American as fuck. America first. If you're an anonymous patriot that's America first, why do you sound so Israeli? Why is America first so closely associated with Israel first? Interesting.
Israel to leave, they want to kill every single Jew in the world. This entire premise that, oh, Hamas are freedom fighters, well then if they're such great...
Yeah, that's also bullshit. The idea that like Hamas wants to kill every single Jew in the world is fucking wrong. It's idiotic. It doesn't even matter.
Freedom fighters.
I'm getting a little hungry. I'm gonna snack for a bit. I'm so sorry to put Asmongold on the big screen, but here we go.
Dude, this is Israeli propaganda, hook, line, and sinker. Oh my God. Every single Palestinian, including those who actually have reasonable disagreements with Hamas, will always tell you that the number one problem that they're facing, understandably, is the Israeli occupation. Okay? Also, Asmongold is supposed to be a guy who actually opposes mainstream media and the propaganda coming from mainstream media. But when mainstream media is doing propaganda straight up out of Tel Aviv, he loves repeating it. Remember when mainstream media was talking about, liberating the Iranian people from the treacherous IRGC? And he was like, oh, we got to liberate the Iranian people. Oh, how quickly he turns around and says, I don't care about these sand wars when it comes to actually, addressing Israel or America's actions. He goes, I don't care about these sand wars. Also, we should liberate the Palestinian people from Hamas. Yeah, liberate them how? By genociding them. And when we talk about that genocide, he goes, I don't really care. Wipe them all out. He is just a edgier, less washed version of Jonathan Greenblatt at this point. He's a skinnier version of Randy Fine at this point. Recently, he called to deport a Muslim American
Well,
lawyer
and
because
should-
she's a foreigner. At this point, Twitch can just unban Nick Fuentes. Don't say that, because Twitch will unban Nick Fuentes.
Should concern everybody.
I have no interest in hearing about my constitution from a foreigner who should not even be in my country. If you think that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington would even allow you on the TV to talk about this in the first place, you're out of your fucking mind.
In this country.
Based. Go back to your country, complain there. All J6 protesters were patriots. They're on my side, so I want them free, and I want all my enemies jailed unfairly. Shut it, fatty. She sounds nervous even talking about this. Go back to your country, complain there. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson would probably get one-shotted by the concept of a television, but
In the direction that it is
This
taking us.
country. Yeah, not your country, this country, my country. Go home. Go home, get the fuck out. That's what I think.
please, treason hanging. Trump, a rich man who came to terrorists, wait till they see what a poor man will do to them. My boys would have been dropping bodies a long time ago. America's a melting pot. Well, that's interesting that this guy said that. This whale needs investigating for aiding. She's lucky she even has a voice. Omega lol. Fatty. I don't want to hear about the Constitution from a hog is what I think. Why is a Muslim legal fund defending terrorists in the USA? Based. I don't think anyone died in the attack, but an officer got shot in the head. Thanks for speaking the truth. Based. Want a blanket, bitch? You look cold.
Look fat. Yeah, is this you for or against America? State your position. Yeah, this is it. And I'm very and look how scared they are. Look how terrified they are that this is happening. They can.
Yeah, I wonder why someone whose entire job is to, you know, defend American citizens would be worried about tremendous government overreach that is directly a violation of the First Amendment that will then illegally prosecute and throw the goddamn book at one of the 9 defendants for simply holding a box of magazines. And not like ammunition, I'm talking like actual zines, okay? Zines, like the fucking written literature. One of the 9 people literally got 30 years in prison for that. That should be terrifying to you if you're an actual American citizen and not someone who hates America. If you care about the Constitution, this should be a terrifying prospect for you too, you fucking idiot. A government that does that to anyone can do that to you as well. And one day they will. You just don't think this government will ever do it to you. He said the government should have killed them?
Conspired and attempted to kill a federal officer. They were found guilty by 12 jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. And not to mention the fact that a bunch of the defendants literally admitted that it was an Antifa terror cell that was planning on killing.
Yeah, all this is bought bullshit. Anyway, where were we?
Problem here.
We're watching this.
Maybe there's something wrong. And to be honest with you, while I can commiserate with them, it's fundamentally not my problem. What they do over in Palestine,
Dog, Israel doesn't do any of this without American tax dollars, okay? And not only that, but Israel also violates your constitutional laws in the state that you're in, the state of Texas. I communicated this to Asmongold the last time he actually had a conversation with me in real time. He obviously did not like that experience so much because he felt like it was a lecture. He felt like he was learning things, and perhaps even worse, his audience was learning the truth. Do you remember when I talked to him after his anti-Palestinian statement, which he received a ban for when he justified the genocide of the Palestinians by claiming that they were barbaric? I told him about anti-BDS measures. Okay? I told him that in his own state that he's lived in his whole life, in Texas, that in order to be a public school teacher, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel. This is a direct violation of the First Amendment. And he was like, wow, that's shocking. I didn't know that that happened. I can't believe it. That's actually something that I oppose. Don't you think that that's significant? That's an American problem. That's not just sand wars happening over there. That's happening over here. It's happening in your backyard. It's happening to you. It's happening to your neighbors. Nothing that Israel does alone. Without the United States of America's unconditional loyalty and support, Israel wouldn't be able to do the violent things that it does. Israel wouldn't be able to conduct a genocide. And not only that, but if you think differently than the American State Department, Israel will demand you get punished. And this current administration will do it at the behest of a foreign nation state.
They do in Israel, what they do in Lebanon, is only in the purview of American interests to the extent that it affects us. If they want to fight and have battles and wars and civil wars and everything, that's totally up to them.
How the fuck does this guy get views? He's not very intelligent and he's very hateful. And there are a lot of people who are who live in like similar conditions to him, who have similar attitudes to him, and they want to hear someone else with a large enough platform that's basically spitting back the same thought-terminating cliches so they can feel as though there is a sense of community there. One that they can't receive in the real world, because like this kind of sentiment in broad daylight would be received, would receive a lot of backlash. Like a lot of normal people would, if normal people in the real world heard you talk like Asmongold, they'd be like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? So these guys just congregate on the internet and fester in their own hatred. So at least there's that. Like think about what I do versus what Asmongold does. Like, can you imagine Asmongold going out at the behest of a political movement, organizing, getting people elected on the platform that he preaches? No. I mean, Asmongold doesn't have a true ideological perspective anyway. He's a pure reactionary, only self-interested, nothing else. Nick Fuentes is a version of Asmongold that actually does have a political vision, an agenda, a clear-cut goal of what he wants to turn America into. So that's even a better example on the opposing side, right? Look at Nick Fuentes' movement and look at what we've been able to do. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is Asmongold's audience, right? Okay, guys. A person who says unbelievably hateful things, and then we look back at their point of view and we realize that, you know, there's a reason for all of that sadness. Not realizing that watching Asmongold and festering in all that hatred and enmity is probably hurting his chances of recovery. But yeah, bleep rapist. Just followed Hassan so I can call him a, what is this? Censored. Something rapist in 24 hours. I'm stoked, boys. Did you see the fighter jet that got shot down over Iran? The pilot saw alien drone swarm before ejecting. Pentagon released the info yesterday. I always wonder why, like, certain like identifiable silly stories that come out of the Pentagon, like who that's for, and now I'm seeing it in real time. I'm still here, bro. 9 hours. Fuck Islam. Muslims make it dangerous, dumb fuck. Fucking R-word ass cucks. That's it, pussies. Be nice to Muslims so maybe they'll stop raping kids. Make amazing fucking sense. I'm a father and a U.S. Marine and I'm so depressed I want to kill myself on Father's Day because my family and child hate me. I hate me, but I'd rather watch Zach Rar and die later. If you're wondering what the mindset of like a regular Asmongold viewer is, it's that. That's Asmongold's demographic. If you're truly wondering what the mindset is of a guy who just like sits around in Asmongold's chat and says like, yeah, base, kill all the Muslims or whatever, that's it. That's what it is.
But fundamentally, the focus needs to be on American interests. And right now, American interests are not in the best interest of allowing these terrorist cells to continue operating. We have to spend billions of dollars every single year to create countermeasures for Iranian terrorism by proxy.
Anyway. So yeah, it's just, that is what it is. I wish these people well, because I mean, even from a point of self-interest, I feel like if they were doing better overall, they probably wouldn't be so hateful and wouldn't be spreading such odious ideology all around the internet. But I wish them well on its own virtues as well. I don't want anyone to fucking feel like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, here's Asmongold's reaction to teachers signing papers to defend Israel. Family members that are school teachers, you have to sign a piece of paper that says you will never participate in boycotting or demanding sanctions or demanding divestment from the state of Israel.
Holy fuck, are you kidding me?
Yes.
Oh my God, what a joke. I never heard that.
So,
that's so fucking stupid.
So that paired up with the new...
I mean, like, no, here's the thing, right? That's fucking terrible. You're totally right.
Yeah.
That's all, like, I mean, because, yeah.
This is why he doesn't want to have a conversation, by the way. This is why he's terrified of having a conversation. He's terrified of, you know, being forced to agree with me, because he's always like performing a certain role. Banning congressional stock trading.
Yes.
Yep. Ending America's war on Iran.
And these are easy. Yep.
Ending America's embargo on Cuba.
Nope.
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel.
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel. I don't know about that.
A free Palestine. Why? Yeah, I don't know about that. Even his audience is minus 7K.
Of course.
No thoughts about that? Okay. Sus. It's like Van Jones doesn't want to talk to you? Yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll talk to Van Jones. Who knows? He needs an intervention? I mean, sure, but it's not going to happen. The intervention will come eventually when his audience actually wisens up to what he's doing. Given how much they love his unlimited racist agitprop, they're too busy focusing on how much they hate, just like Asmongold, trans people and whatnot, to recognize how much pro-Israeli propaganda Asmongold engages in.
Are supporting terrorism when you say stuff like this. I personally don't think he'll do that, but you know, I figured I'd ask anyways, just in case stranger things have happened. But anyways, that's it for the video. Thank you for watching. Join my Patreon if you...
Yeah, great video from Noah. Let's see, since recently Asmongold watched it. Now do Hassan. Weird, you don't have one of these with Hassan with the same title name. These guys have nothing. All all they have, base Roach King, cry harder, tankies. Why do you hand Asmongold free wins, sire? All bots. They got nothing. They go Bud Hassan. That's it. Pathetic. United States aircraft just struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement again. It is very possible that they will never learn. There may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced militarily to complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. President DJT. James Fishback stream snipe speed to ask if he's voting for him. Gross. God, he is so fucking clout hungry. It's nasty. Scott Libido on Fox? Wait, what?
I'll make a note and revisit what you guys said earlier. I have never seen so many people, so many cool people. I'm a conservative, you know that, but there are Democrats here, and we're not talking about anything except patriotism and the celebration of America. So all of these self-hating media outlets who are saying that this fair is a failure, get your butt down here, and I will prove you wrong. This is historical. This is epic.
Hey, Scott Lobotomy, more people attended my backyard barbecue. Hey, get your butt down here. There's a lot of people here, but you should get here right now. Come see how fucking blue the pool is. It's not green. U.S. government and sycophants shocked by a ceasefire that requires you to actually cease firing. Jennifer Griffin reports, chief national security correspondent for Fox News. I asked a senior defense official why the U.S. has had to go back and restrike these sites that have been hit multiple times since February 28th when the war began. I was told Iran has reconstituted its air defense and missile systems along the Strait of Hormuz since the U.S. bombing campaign ended on April 7th. That, the source said, is why the U.S. military is now having to restrike areas like Keshem Island and Shiddiq, which they had struck in the past. In the time since the ceasefire on April 7th, Iran has reconstituted, thus the targets around the Strait of Hormuz. A senior U.S. defense official tells me there is a lot that is damaged, a lot, but they moved things around. It's been 10 weeks since the April ceasefire was announced. That's crazy. Did you not just see the American-Israeli flag hanging over there at the American celebration? Wait, what? No, I did not. Denver ballot return data updates. 68K Dem plus unaffiliated Dem ballots in, about 15,000 higher than at 2024 at this point. 4 days out as a share of total ballots. The 18 to 39-year-olds is at 26.2%, so up 5% higher than 2024, up 3% higher than in 2022. 65 plus, though, is still at 40.8%. The 18 to 39-year-old block typically surges in the final 2 days, so already being this close or this high is a huge sign. This could be one of the youngest electorates Colorado 1 has ever seen. In the past, the 18 to 39 final jumps were +8 in 2024 and +4 in 2022. Still need all gas, no brakes. Young people have to turn in their ballots, and every single door knocked and call me gets one more ballot in. This could be as close as Daria Liza Avila Chevalier's race, or even closer.
Everybody, hello everybody. What's up? What's up? How's it going?
Are you voting for me?
Huh?
Are you voting for me?
Voting for you.
August 18th, running for governor.
August 18th?
Yeah.
You are? Well, hello everybody.
That's so fucking desperate. Yes, there's another phone banking session tonight. The phone banking chat strat is so OP, lol. Yes, we got to keep doing it. We got to keep smiling and we got to keep dialing. Just got back from canvassing for the DSA City Council candidate in my district after meeting with him at a house party fundraiser last night, and now he's asking me to join his comms team. Thank you for your part in equipping me to message and communicate politically. Hell yeah, new gooch boofing. Oh yeah, Dadia Lisa made a video in support of Melot.
It's been a great 2 weeks to be a New Yorker, and I am just so excited for everything that we've won. This past Tuesday meant the world to me and to so many in this community, and I know that we can do it again, and we can do it in Denver, because Melot Kiros is running, and her election is this coming Tuesday. So if you're in Denver and you want what we just won in New York, you need to go out and vote for Melot Kiros, and June 30th is the final day for you to cast your ballot for her. So make sure that you have sent in your ballot by 7 p.m. Please go out and support her. She is a working class fighter. She's a former barista. She used to work in a law office where she was fired for standing up for students who were protesting a genocide. She is someone who will fight for you tooth and nail, and you deserve nothing less than somebody who's going to fight for you, for the politics that you deserve, a politics of life, a politics that will fight for Medicare for all, to make sure that we are passing an arms embargo, and to make sure that your tax dollars come back to Denver. Guys, it has been a great 2 weeks to be a
Scared to phone bank? I want to do it. Any advice? You should not be scared to phone bank at all. They literally give you the talking points. It's the easiest way to overcome your social anxiety, or your phone anxiety rather. What is this? Wait until the people find out who fired Melot, have to call her their representative? Yeah. Dude, look at all these Fox News article titles. I mean, headlines, dude. Look. Gutfeld. Now they're not even bothering to hide it. Jesse Waters, this is gonna get wild. Liberals, allergic to facts, former FBI deputy director. Hassan Piker, these videos are never going away.
Do not let these people...
Yeah, 35K views, running the clips. Wait, what is this? Hamas over...
October 7 was done to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think is incorrect. I'm pro-piracy all the way. Would you steal a car? I'm like, yeah, sure. If I could get away with it, if it was as easy as pirating IP, I would do it.
America deserved 9/11, dude. That's a whole lot of healing. Guys,
Quit the FBI to get 35K views on a fuck Hassan video? That's crazy. You got mentioned here?
Because it gives people like Hassan Piker stage, but at the same time, you don't want to be like the Democrats who pretended like it wasn't a big deal, and now their party's gone socialist.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. Like, you brought that up the other day, and it...
I like that I've become a catch-all terminology for dumbass boomers who watch Fox News. Like they don't even need to explain who I am or what I'm doing any longer, because they did a sufficient amount of like Hassan is a dangerous terrorist propaganda. So now they just like bring me up to be like, yeah, these guys are giving a platform to Hassan Piker. Ugh. You're a nightmare, you've become a meme. I mean, honestly, I'm terrifying fucking some of the most reactionary boomers on the planet. That's not terrifying. That's awesome. I love that. Oh, Haley Stevens apparently is posting her own L's. Let's take a look. She says, Republicans start spending money to prop up Abdul, and now his supporters are attacking my appearance and the way I talk. Democrats behaving this way is why Republicans will keep winning. Grow up. Wait, what? Democrats making fun of your voice is why Republicans keep winning? That doesn't even make any sense. Republicans, as a matter of fact, make fun of that sort of stuff. And that's why they win. That's like what Trump does. The path to taking back the Senate runs through Michigan, and I'm ready to win it.
Someone I want to roast, Haley Stevens.
Absolutely.
Haley Stevens is running for Senate in Michigan, for those unaware. No one told me she looked and sounded like that. She's like... Wait, I actually want to pull it up and play it.
She loves corporations. Horrible. Also, I need to, as you were doing that, I need to pull up a photo that I got from you that I use consistently now. So please keep going.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And they're delaying the release of their personal financial disclosure. What gives?
Look.
She's growing on me. She's growing on me. The what gives? What gives? She's kind of cute.
I'd love to ask.
Stop.
If so, how?
Stop. I'm dreaming of Israel every night when I go to sleep.
I kind of...
Israel comes to me in my dreams, and I say, stop. What gives?
Neera Tanden, for all those old enough to remember the 2020 primary, the media pundit influencer treatment of this race is perfectly distilled down to Biden equals Haley, Sanders equals El Sayed, Warren equals McMorrow. Biden was definitely the uncool one online. Yeah, Biden was a fucking abject failure. Thank you for comparing. This you, mid-white woman? No, dude, I'm not saying... What? Are you implying that I'm attracted to Haley Stevens? I'm just saying it's like she's growing on me because of like a cute, quirky character. If she wasn't so pro-Israel, you know, if she wasn't so pro-Israel, I would say nice things about her too. It's the Midwestern charm, I think. Yeah, it's the Midwestern charm getting to me. Yeah.
Jesus. I'm sorry, Michigan. You have a terrible accent.
Firstly,
apologies to Michigan. It's awful.
I've been going, what gives for 24 hours?
It's not good.
It's my new stim.
That's a bad stim. I was about to say bad stim.
It's my new stim.
But here's the thing about the
It's
accent.
giving.
Yeah. What gives?
Peter! I'm like, oh, so you talk like Lois from Family Guy?
It's a bad accent, but it feels like she's leaning into it.
Why are we not talking about this?
It's not good.
What gives?
Oh, Gregory Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer both hail from New York City, but they are not the dominant force in their own hometown. For the moment, the distinction belongs indisputably to Mamdani, obviously the mayor of New York City. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. Look, it is a New York City problem that we've got to be focused on because I think it is clear that when you listen to at least some of the statements that have been made, that they don't want to be a part of the Democratic Party. They want to...
Bro, Gregory Meeks throwing fits again. Bad guy, but undeniable swag. Okay? Grandpa's got fucking swag, dude. I have to reckon with it. Okay? Genuinely swagged out. Crazy style.
Divide the Democratic Party.
Hakeem Jeffries.
My 72-year-old lived out mom is saying, said she's hearing them talk about social democracy in the news now and saying it isn't scary. Good. Why is he villain? Why can't BR stalk them for DSA? What? James Carville's so pissed about DSA gains. He's going on Fox News now. Oh God, James Carville is so funny.
Oh, how people describe themselves at all. That's one thing. How they vote is another. Jason Crow, we recruited veterans all across the country. Vote vets, we win in a lot of seats like that. And these are the kind of Democrats that I want to help and be a part of the same party. I don't have anything in common with Ms. Chevalier, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in.
Okay, leave, bitch. I mean, you haven't been that relevant since Clinton era anyway, right? What is this? The biggest national security threat facing the United States is not coming from China, Russia, or Iran. It's coming from inside the country. It's the threat of it's the threat to the middle class and the erosion of the American dream. When people can't get ahead, when you work hard and still cannot save money, cannot buy a house, cannot pay your electricity bill. Why does she have to operate like a CIA agent every time? Like, when I hear this from Elisa Slotkin, it makes me feel like she's saying she wants to eradicate threats, both foreign and domestic. It's like, we got to go to the Jiffy Lubes and we got to jail every political dissident. Someone who doesn't look like you or talk like you or pray like you. And what we typically think of as the key to the American dream, that by putting your head down and working hard, eventually it will pay off. It's just not cutting anymore. Like, I don't even disagree with the argument that she's presenting. She's saying that, like, the greatest threat to our united nation is you know, the material struggles that face the working class are facing. I can't even talk.
Yeah, I'm in the New York Times. Reported, and I have the quote right here. I'll get to it. She is against pass off all their views.
It's funny because he had to suck it up and defend Graham Plattner recently. And now an even more radical challenger comes to mind.
She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. And I actually do think it's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Whoa. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some shit that I can't be in the same tent with. And we talk about what Madame was 3 for 3 last night in Manhattan.
Madame.
They call it the Commie Corridor. Fine. Jason Crow's service pack, vote vets.
This is my favorite. This guy always looks like he's sleeping. Oh, this is so awesome.
For 11. You wouldn't know Jason Crow exists. Okay,
no, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know Abdel Sandberg exists. You wouldn't know. I want to be very specific. I understand the free press for being here because if they nominated David Duke or something like that, we'd be the same way. I understand all that. To the extent I understand.
Dog, what do you mean? There's no equivalence between Daria Lisa and David Duke. What the fuck are you talking about? They are on the diametrical opposite side of the political spectrum. You, as a matter of fact, are far closer to David Duke than you are to Daria Lisa, which is why you're complaining, and that's the fucking problem. Okay? And guess what? You're also far closer to David Duke than Daria Lisa is to the actual voters. That's why they voted for her. It's not like they duped people. She didn't run on like a policy platform that she doesn't believe in. She ran on her positions and won on her positions.
The Times, because they are the New York Times, so they have to cover, they are the hometown newspaper. But the idea that we must neglect everything else that's going on,
immediately run to Fox News and be like, listen, these people now, they're different. They're different. I don't like them. They're that gummit. Dag nabbit, they different to me. I don't like different opinions in the Democrat Party. Okay? Carville was wrong in 2000, 2004, 2008, 2016, 2020, and 2024. I mean, he's consistent.
All these other primaries, all the recruits Jason has, all huge, phenomenal successes we've had, and declare that the party is now under the control of the Democratic Socialists of New York City is insane. But And understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. So I just cannot.
Yeah, they don't like Democrats. That's why they run as Democrats. And they wish Democrats poorly. That's why they try to get the rest of the Democratic Party to abide by a much more popular agenda that actually encompasses a far greater number of people than what has led Democrats to lose to Donald Trump twice. Yeah, that's what it is. What happened to vote blue no matter who? Well, vote blue no matter who? Well, I got limits to vote blue no matter who. All right? There's a limit. When you start, you start talking about, how about no deportations? I say, how about some? How about some deportations? You gotta have some deportations, dagnabbit. Like my neighbors. They haven't been doing their lawn work. So I called the INS on them. Told me INS hasn't existed since 2001. Told them dagnabbit send me whatever the new version of INS is. They're Latinos next door. Get them out. Here's you reacting to the clip of James Carville and a dead guy.
Really see it because you just go to Soho and the Upper East Side and the West Side, or Midtown or whatever. Okay, great. I do go through neighborhoods all over New York, and I can't tell you how many of these grocery stores they are. I think they call them bodegas. They're literally on every block. I don't even understand what he's talking about. Is he talking about maybe expanding food pantries? I don't know. Come on, Jeff.
Come on, Jeff, you fell asleep again. I'm making a good point. Wake up, Jeff. The chatter that linked me this video said, here's James Carville talking to a dead guy. And I didn't know what he meant. Until the big reveal. God damn, dude. You're laughing, but he's dead.
Food pantries? I don't know.
What are they? Come on, Jeff, wake up. Jeff, you died again. Oh my God. Isn't Carville the one advising Bill Clinton on his racist sister soldier bashing, where he dog whistled all the southern white retrogrades that, despite being a Democrat, he wasn't all that different from them? Yes. Worth noting, as a grand planner defender myself, James Carville was singing his praise a couple weeks ago, but is horrified by Daria Lisa, even though they're both running on essentially the same platforms. Yeah, except Daria Lisa doesn't have a Nazi tattoo.
Maybe there's a way,
or had,
that you can say to, I guess Mondami is the leader of it, is, you insist that, try to insist that the people that run under your banner run as a democratic socialist and don't use the Democratic Party as your guideline, and let's negotiate the terms of a schism here. Maybe we can part under some kind of advantageous terms for both of us. But I'm done. I'm not.
Oh.
That fucking political party. I am totally comfortable in a political party that spends time questioning the policies of the government of Israel. In fact, I'm enthusiastic about that. I don't want to be in a political party that denies the right of the state of Israel to exist. That's just not, I just can't do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jeff is alive. Jeff is alive. Yeah, I'm not. It's cool. 10 years ago, he wouldn't have been comfortable being in a political party that even wants to criticize the state of Israel. So that's nice. Progress, baby.
It's just not doable. They are a great gift to Donald Trump.
Jeff has Pixar features? The fuck? Anyway, what is this? Ossoff? Let's see how John Ossoff is messaging. Bro, this motherfucker is doing rallies and aura farming non-stop, okay?
I don't know if you saw the mess in Washington last week. The president was
Someone said not just last week.
so humiliated in Hormuz. He threw his toys out the stroller and refused to sign the affordable housing bill. Did you see that? But wait. That's after he gave some felon donor a no-bid contract for the reflecting pool and it filled up with algae, which for some reason required the deployment of the National Guard. And then because of his war and his tariffs, inflation rose to over 4%. He promised to bring down prices on day one. Do you remember that? Y'all know what today is? Today is day 524, and groceries, rent, and health care are at their all-time highs in American history.
Ossoff plus Obama equals Osama. Think about it all the time. Oh, we can't be living out to this. I'm not living out to it. Olivia Reingold mentioned you.
I think that we need strong.
Good bait. Where were we on this? How far do we get on this? I feel like we watched this shit.
Have to go. Keep it in mind that macroeconomic indicators are things like inflation.
Oh, we watched this lady.
Would you be okay with that woman getting an abortion?
All right, I'm gonna skip this lady, and we're gonna get to Trump is a terrible president. It's right. It's time for the Jube. I'm gonna watch the Jube. Okay, I cooked Dean last time I watched it. We're gonna fucking watch the Jube again. Jube is back on the market, boys. It's back on the menu, boys. Huh?
Trump is a terrible president.
All right, if you want to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. Donald Trump is a terrible president because he slept his way to the top.
No, I actually think that.
Remember that? That was
Well,
brutal. Hey, listen. Floor's
he didn't
yours.
do that,
Why
so.
do you support Trump?
I think that he has done. He's obviously done a lot of things. I can't say he's a perfect person, but I do think he has done things to benefit us.
What is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Closing the borders.
So that's not a macroeconomic indicator.
Yeah,
a
it is.
macroeconomic indicator would be something like GDP growth, unemployment, inflation, jobs reports. And by definition, a macroeconomic indicator is just simply a gauge that we could use to determine the health of the economy overall. So
yes,
once again,
absolutely.
speaking about GDP growth, inflation, like wages,
Well,
so on and
health
so
of
forth.
the economy. If
What's
I can dive into that.
one indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
The amount of drug use and fentanyl in society has gone down
Okay.
miraculously because he has
That's-
closed the border and illegal drugs are no longer allowed to.
Oh my god. I hope Dean knows what actually took place here because this is fucking bullshit. This is one of the things that actually annoys me to no end. It annoys me for multiple reasons. Do you know who is responsible for fentanyl overdoses going down? It was not Donald Trump. It was Joe Biden. It was mass availability of Narcan and safe needle injection sites that and numerous other harm reduction initiatives that the Biden administration implemented while they were in charge. And for the first time in American history in the last couple of decades, overdose deaths went down in the last year of the Brandon regime. The reason why I'm annoyed by this is because the Brandon regime, partially because it was led by Brandon, who was a decrepit old man and not a very good communicator of some of the W's that he should have been fucking proudly disseminating, and partially because they were so fucking scared to talk about these sorts of initiatives because they were worried that the Republicans kept hammering them on, oh, you're giving crackheads more crack, refused to even stand on that W. Unbelievable. I was one of the, I think it was me and Majority Report were the only two outlets that covered fentanyl overdose deaths and opioid overdose deaths going down in 2024. Or not 2024. 2024. Last year of his regime. Isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah. It decreased for the first time under the Brandon regime. That's so goddamn annoying.
Come in.
You understand the question I'm asking you?
Yeah, I do, and I'm answering it.
So the amount of people that use drugs in society could, of course, influence macroeconomic variables. Like if everybody was drugged up all the time, nobody could go to work, right? So therefore, the macroeconomic indicator of unemployment would be really high. Okay, so it's not directly the macroeconomic indicator, but rather it's an influence of the indicators. So directly, what is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago? Keep it in mind that macroeconomic indicators are things like inflation, GDP growth, wage growth, real median wages, unemployment, job reports, so on and so forth.
Same thing. I'm going to go with drug use.
But dude, okay.
Dude,
listen.
I'm a girl.
So what macroeconomic indicators did drug use influence? Are you saying that now we have a lower level of unemployment because of that?
By closing the border and not allowing illegal people in here, giving me and so many other people job opportunities that they weren't allowed to have before because companies were employing illegal immigrants, just like the weed farm in California that Newsom was directly supporting. They had children.
So you want to work at the weed farm? Would you work at the weed farm? Is that what you're doing now? Are you working at the weed farm now? What jobs have opened up in your mind that you have taken or anyone that you know has taken now that undocumented migrants have been fired from them?
At the age of
You're an influencer, so you probably are oblivious to this reality, but the job market is absolutely fucking dog shit. No, not Zaza Bert. What the hell is this? Zaza Bert, stop. Stop. Don't get to the bottom of that joint. Zaza Bert, they'll kill you. No, Bert. No.
years old illegally here working for them. Those people are no longer allowed here, giving job opportunities to others. That is benefiting the economy, period.
So is that why we added the lowest amount of jobs to the economy in 20 years, ignoring recessions last year under Trump? Is that why we have the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic?
Is it not opening opportunity?
Yeah, it's not. The reason why mass deportation...
It is actually, it is.
The reason why mass deportation doesn't open up job opportunity in America is very simple. Because ultimately, undocumented immigrants as a demographic are very economically productive. They pay over $100 billion in taxes
and
per
those
year
jobs
on the
are
federal,
now
state, and
open for
local
real
level,
Americans
and they
to
pay
have.
in $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP annually.
They actually don't.
And according,
they actually don't. Have you ever met an illegal immigrant that pays taxes? I'm sure you haven't.
So my source is the IRS. Do you think the IRS is lying?
Absolutely. I'm sure they can.
Trump's IRS is lying. Dude, these people live in a totally separate reality. It's kind of crazy. Like any kind of information that comes from the Trump administration itself is still probably a lie. She has a mind that's so fucked up. Wow, you don't want women to have equal votes. I see how it is. I guess this video is already creating more misogyny in this community. No. Nope, you said it. Wait. Nope, you said it. You said it. Too late. Take a second off.
Lie about statistics all the time.
So Donald Trump's IRS is lying about how much...
It's not Donald Trump's IRS.
Well, that's what the IRS is saying today. Who's the president?
No, well, the statistics came in from years ago. You've used that since the last time we were here.
Do you know who Scott Besson is?
No.
He's the administrator of the IRS. Do you know who he's appointed by?
Donald Trump, I'm
Donald
going to
Trump.
assume.
And Scott Besson and the IRS under Trump still report that. And listen,
and
it's
so you
not
don't
a
believe
contestable
that removing
fact.
a certain population can allow opportunities for others to come in. You
Because
realize
it makes the economy less productive.
I have family that are refused.
Yo, businesses go out of business, ironically enough. Like, it actually has a downward, it actually has a negative effect on the economy when you just mass fire some of the more productive, parts of the labor force.
Sergeant.
Opening up job opportunities. Are
you talking about me? Of course I noticed you. I'm sorry, I have trouble remembering who's been in here all day and who hasn't.
Due to the fact
You're
that
always here in my mind.
People who do not have a citizenship here, and by closing those borders and not allowing those people to come in, it gives them the space to have that, because that's what my tax dollars should be paying for.
So do you think that undocumented immigrants can access like federal Medicaid, Medicare,
They
so on and so
can,
forth?
actually. They can.
Do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is?
I actually know that they can, because I
Do
have
you know
family
what the
members
Personal Work Order and
that can perfectly walk
Responsibility
in
Act?
and they can get checked.
Wait, she has undocumented family members? I'm sorry, what? What the fuck is happening, bro? Yo, this happens way more frequently than you would think. And it's still crazy every time.
Hungry man thinks of bread, as they say.
Mass deport Trump supporter turning around and being like, I have fucking family members that are undocumented and they can get all of the federal aid they want.
Month per month, living month per month, and we support that. Our tax dollars that we pay, we support.
Can I get a yes or no? Do you know what the Personal
Wait, never mind. She wasn't saying she has undocumented family members. I misunderstood.
Order and Responsibility Act is?
I believe it has something to do with jobs and paying taxes no matter your...
No. The Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is a bill from the 90s that strictly limits and prohibits any type of federal public welfare benefit
And
from being
not
given
everywhere follows
to
the law, obviously.
undocumented
Here in California, we
immigrants. I'm going to continue to speak. There was one slight addendum to this with Obama's EMTALA, which just says that undocumented immigrants can get life-saving emergency care if they need it. But the point is, when you suggest that undocumented immigrants are reliant on these federal systems of benefit,
they are.
anyway,
They
from
are.
Medicaid to Medicare to Section 8 to food stamps, they're not. It is
They
literally
are. They
illegal for them to
absolutely
collect
are.
those benefits.
And they do anyways, because
listen,
states like California allow it.
Doors open.
We pay for it.
You're
I
confused.
No, I'm not confused.
What you're confused about is a difference between
what I'm talking
limited
about.
state level benefits and federal benefits. So you're right.
But it still happens on some level. Can you acknowledge that?
In 10 of our 50 states, undocumented immigrants have the limited ability to collect social safety nets.
That still is an ability, and my tax dollars in California are paying for it. Yes.
Well, actually,
can
their
we agree on
tax
that?
dollars pay for
Absolutely.
it because they pay $100 billion per year in taxes, and they subsidize you.
And people like my brother with disability that truly need those things are being cut.
They're completely different systems.
They're being cut. Absolutely not.
Yeah, they are.
Nope.
What's Medi-Cal?
Medi-Cal, my brother gets Medi-Cal, and they also get Medi-Cal.
No, it's specifically
yes,
a system of benefit for undocumented immigrants that no longer exists.
My brother literally just got something in the mail that says for Medi-Cal.
Your brother's on Medicaid.
No,
on
he's
the
not.
state
He's
level.
on Medi-Cal.
Listen,
honey.
The point that I'm trying to make here.
I'm filing for a conservatorship for my
So
brother. I would know exactly what he gets.
The point that I'm trying to make
and it is getting cut day by day because of the oversaturation and the overpopulation of people we don't even know exist.
Okay,
and we are paying for them.
Okay.
So do we not acknowledge that by closing the borders, like I'm going to go back to my point, just like you like to do with everybody else, I'm going to go back to my point that by cutting that population off and allowing more space for opportunity for Americans would benefit the economy.
So you're saying that you pay for the benefits of undocumented immigrants when they're paying over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. Well, guess what? They're paying for their own benefits in the 10 limited states that give them. In fact,
do their jobs.
I mean, this is just anti-intellectualist propaganda. That's what the IRS says. That's what the Cato Institute, who's ran by libertarians, which is right-leaning, says.
That's disgusting for you to say.
Okay, we have to pause there. We have to pause there. You've been voted out.
Later.
All right, if you want to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, nice to meet you. Mari
Hi,
Carmen Berman.
ma'am. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I want to talk to you about my point of view as a Mexican American Jewish. I'm not saying Trump is perfect, but I'm saying the reason I vote for him and I would vote.
How come they get to have Claudia Sheinbaum and we get to have this Trump supporter? Why is Mexico's steak so juicy, lobster too buttery? Okay? There's not a lot of Jewish Mexicans out there. You know, there's not that many. How come Mexico gets Claudia Sheinbaum, one of the most goated politicians in the Western Hemisphere, if not the best, and we get this lady? How'd this happen? They're not sending their best. Check logs, very important. No.
Again, first of all, I want to touch the point that she said about borders, but not about the people. I'm talking about the drugs and the traffic that is coming from my country. And it's from my government, because Mexico has a narco government. You know who's the only one who has the guts to go right now and deal with the president? Trump, because the other administration didn't do it.
Yeah.
Who went to bring Venezuela, Maduro to the jail? Trump. And this is affecting United States.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying everything he's doing is great.
Yeah.
And I'm Jewish, so I support Israel. Who is the only one who supports Israel? Trump. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to do right now.
Dude, I love when people say that. Like, yeah, the Democrats insufficient in their support of Israel. That's awesome. First of all, fuck Israel. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the notion that the notion. I mean, Joe Biden deserves this so bad. He deserves this, okay? He's such a piece of shit. Genocide Joe did everything, blew bubbles on it, did everything in his power to allow Israel to continue murdering children in Gaza. And everyone in America is like, every Zionist in America is literally like, he was so bad for Israel. No one does it like Trump.
Oh yeah, let's support a state that's committing a genocide and ethnic
don't talk
cleansing of
about it, because
Palestinians
that
and Lebanons, and let's make sure to throw $1 billion a day at a war that's killed 13 of our servicemen and women.
You're the biggest anti-Semite. It's freaking ridiculous. You only said that about her because she's Jewish. You're a piece of shit. Wait, what? Said what? Because I only criticized their pro-Israel takes after she said something about Israel. Beforehand, I was just saying, you know. that there are only a handful of Mexican Jews out there, and Mexico has Claudia Sheinbaum, we get Trump supporters. Do you understand? Like, the joke is, I love Claudia Sheinbaum, and I don't like this lady because she's a Trump supporter. It's also a joke about Donald Trump saying they're not sending their best. The joke also factors my praise and admiration for another Jewish Mexican lady, her name being Claudia Sheinbaum. That's the joke. As in, this has nothing to do with Judaism, which is something you could understand if you had 3 working brain cells. Yeah, that's right about not sending their best, you fucking scumbag. No, you're lying, as you always do. It's because she's Jewish. Just say it. Quit being a pussy. So you think when I said, they're not sending their best, that was my sincere position. Like, as in, like I wasn't doing a Trump voice and repeating Donald Trump's statement. Do you like Donald Trump, by the way? Do you think that lady came from Israel? Or do you think that lady came from Mexico? What do we think? Yeah, replace Claudia and I love Claudia with anti-Semitism? Not so funny anymore, huh? Yeah, exactly. What does that matter? You didn't even say it like that? Quit twisting and shit? Well, if you actually had subscribed, you would be able to rewind. Have you watched Hassan call burnt peanut an Israeli plant? I like that this guy who is here to combat anti-Semitism in his mind went to a guy who openly says his entire job is to funnel his audience to Nick Fuentes. And he was like, hey, let's join forces together to combat what I perceive as anti-Semitism. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot everything's about Israel.
Hello, Tuno.
Who
Love
are
you.
Talking to? She brought up Israel. When will you start streaming on YouTube? It's so much better. Viewers can rewind. It's the best feature. Also, I can't listen while in my car because Twitch. It's imperative that you fix this immediately. I'll never understand why these people, how there are people that actually watch us on. His stupid laugh is so infuriating. Not to mention his take on anything. What time does Zach's stream usually start? PSD, anyone? It's not fair of you to like Claudia because that 100% undermines this dumb fuck chatter's point, and that's not fair. It's totally unacceptable for you to undermine his point of assuming that I have blind hatred of Jewish people with factual praise of a Jewish socialist in Mexico. Do better, please. Yeah, I know. He's like, please just say you hate Jews. Just say it so I can feel comfortable, because in my mind, I've made it up that like everyone that must hate Israel must also hate Jews. And if there is a reality in which there are people who actually have no enmity towards Jewish people across the board and actively combat anti-Semitism unconditionally, if they were to oppose Israel, that would destroy my worldview. And instead of actually addressing the issue, instead of addressing the inherent contradictions, I have realized that I will demand that you be anti-Semitic instead. By the way, this is your favorite. This is your favorite content creator, Asmongold. Asmongold fully agrees with Nick Fuentes. He also speaks about his role as a warlock for the movement. No. The movement of neo-Nazism in America, by the way.
Oh, we need a brilliant white man. We need a brilliant, handsome white man to point the way, dark triad, to point the way, dark horse candidate that's going to be America first, right wing. They don't need to be some like trad. You don't need to be like a Catholic integralist necessarily.
Obviously, you know, people who defend Israel are pretty fucking stupid. But I never thought that you'd be so stupid that you would think that this guy is actually invested in defending Jews in any way, shape, or form.
But you do need to be Christian. You do need to be white. You do need to be right wing. And it's simple as like, look, close the borders and no more of the Israel stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and his fucking Jeffrey Epstein sweatshirt, nonetheless.
Anti-corruption. It can be economically populist. Like this can be the mix. This could be the trade-off. Close the border, and then you get your Gibbs. Then you get your welfare.
That's exactly what I said. This is exactly what I have said every single time, over and over.
What happened? Why'd you stop talking?
And then you get your Gibbs. Then you get your welfare. Economic populism, closed borders, tough on crime, restrained foreign policy, anti-corruption. This can be the recipe, and it's got to be a handsome white guy. Lookism.
Because your psychopath audience keeps sending me messages. Okay, well, lock in. You're talking to me right now. You're talking to the big dog. You don't have to listen to what other people are saying in the audience. Okay. What do you have to say? This is your favorite content creator, man. Do you like Nick Fuentes too? Actually, I should have asked that directly. What do you think about Nick Fuentes? No, I don't watch Nick. Well, what do you know about Nick Fuentes then?
Clavicular is a pillar.
Not a whole lot, to be honest. So you have sufficient information to determine that I'm anti-Semitic and you don't know the fucking biggest anti-Semite in modern American history? I just think it's crazy. Your chat telling me to go freaking kill myself. It's kind of crazy, man. I don't know who said that to you, okay? Listen to me. I know who he is. I just don't watch him. So you know who he is. So you know he's a neo-Nazi, right? A Holocaust denier, or even a Holocaust enjoyer. And you're watching your favorite content creator glaze a Holocaust denier while you simultaneously think I'm the fucking anti-Semite. How does that work? Explain this to me, please. How does that work?
Fuentes is a pillar. There are many pillars. There are many pillars that are going to build this edifice. Lookism is unironically one of them.
It's absolutely true, by the way. It is. Like, the fact is, like, if you look like a degenerate retard, people are going to think that you're a degenerate retard.
Bro, Asmongold saying that is so funny because you replace Israel when you're talking about Jewish. You do it daily. And I don't want you very often. I've only been in chat for like 6 minutes. Buddy, in the age of avowed anti-Semites gaining prominence, because I think you and I will both agree that anti-Semitism has, you know, exploded in popularity. Why would I feel the need to shelter my opinion, to hide my opinion? No, my opinion is just on Israel. That's it. You're currently watching a guy who very openly says it's the Jews, as a matter of fact. And you're, better yet, watching another guy who defends the guy who says it's the Jews. I don't, because I don't believe it. Not only do I not believe it, I actively fight back against this kind of attitude, this kind of lie, this kind of conspiratorial thinking. Why would I do that?
This is absolutely true.
Lookism, anti-feminism, that conversation's part of it.
Huge factor.
White identity is a part of it.
It's so stupid. I know, that's why it's true. That's exactly the reason why.
Wait, what? Okay, sounds good. What the fuck? Okay, we take those. We take those. That's one conversion.
Understanding.
Which, by the way, this is going to be like a meta level thing for me. This is one of the reasons why I don't get involved more in mainstream stuff. It's because I know that I'm a ghoul, and anybody that sees me and sees the way that I act are going to be immediately put off by it. Like he said, I am a warlock. I cannot represent anything on its face because I am a degenerate ghoul.
Variety of anti-Semitism, quote unquote, that we are. That's
I don't think that's the only thing stopping him from, you know, taking a more hands-on approach. That would require him to leave his house for anything but like a Wendy's drive-through. You know?
part of it. There are many pillars, and that's what it needs to be.
Well, yeah, I can work from the shadows, but I can never represent any sort of a movement because of the way that I look, I think people see the way that somebody like me looks, and then they are immediately like, you know what?
I assumed Sam was a piece of shit for a long time, but the first video I watched on his YouTube channel changed that for me. Hell yeah. Well, thank you for being open-minded. You ever stop to consider they're projecting when they misinterpret the words being said with the words they're replacing them with, or is that too much? I think for a lot... Here, you want to know what I actually think? I think a lot of people don't want to realize that there are a shit ton of people out there, a number that's actually shrinking, unfortunately, that oppose Israel on anti-genocide grounds. They're anti-Zionist not because it's, you know, Jewish people doing the violence or whatever, but anti-Zionist because Zionism is a fascist ideology, right? And for these guys, in many instances, they've designed this world where, like, no, I'm progressive. I'm a progressive person, right? So when they actually encounter another progressive person who criticizes Israel, that is so profoundly important in their development, where they believe that if Israel ceases to exist, that, like, you know, another Holocaust will happen, or a litany of other hysterical opinions like that, that they can't comprehend that someone could have a consistent moral position on this issue, so they just assume it's coming from a place of anti-Semitism, hidden anti-Semitism. Okay? Oh, this person must hate Israel because he hates Jews, and he's just substituting Jews for Israel. They can't even... they can't even think of a world where someone just simply doesn't believe that Israel means Jews because they believe it. And you know who else believes it? The neo-Nazis, ironically enough. That's it. That's it. For a lot of people, it's social conditioning. That's why it was important for me to show you guys, like, Israelism, the documentary, and have Simone Zimmerman on to talk about her own journey from being an advocate for Israel to becoming a loud and proud anti-Zionist. There's also a separate reason as to why many of these outlets, many of these mainstream outlets, rarely ever, if at all, hear from anti-Zionist Jews. Anti-Zionist Jews are very prominent in the anti-Israel movement, in the pro-Palestinian movement. And yet, CNN never has them on. New York Times rarely gives them the time of day. None of the mainstream outlets regularly cover anti-Zionist Jews and their perspective, especially in comparison to covering the perspective of Zionist Jews. Because anti-Zionist Jews, for the simple-minded Americans, is the easiest way to comprehend that this has nothing to do with Judaism at all. Israel and Judaism are totally separate things. It's that simple. For someone who has the same exact opinion as an anti-Zionist Jew, myself, my Muslim background makes it a much easier argument to make that, oh, he must be secretly a hater of Jewish people, because that's just how all Muslims are. Do you see what I mean? That way you can carry on this idea that, like, all Jews are in favor of Israel, as long as you don't, show Jews who are not in favor of Israel.
For another state, per the testimony of Joe Kent. Listen,
this is
okay,
the first
here's my point.
ally of the United States.
I want to respond to the first
Israel
thing.
is the first ally of United States. So
Yeah,
we have the
well,
right to
Shannon.
support Israel. And you know what? God said to Abraham, I will bless whoever bless you, and I will curse.
Yeah, she's like, preach. Optimus Prime in the background going, preach.
Whoever curse you.
Yeah.
If you want to be blessed, in this country needs to be blessed, needs to bless Israel first. Every single
Bibi the
country
prophet.
every single country who has been cursed Israel is, look how they are
This
right
is
now.
religious
you know,
psychosis.
It's not religious.
It's genuinely
It is.
religious.
Wait, what do you mean it's not religious? You literally just said the Bible. What is the Bible if not a religious document? What the fuck? My source is the Bible, but also my argument is not religious. That one I think is the craziest one. And whenever someone drops that, you're like, oh. Now people are going to say, Hassan, don't you always say Am Israel Chai the moment that your stream F's? And it's true, I do that. So I guess I am also blessing Israel all the time. So I will be blessed.
Psychosis.
Do you
You're
see
saying-
how Chavez ended?
listen,
he
you're
cursed
saying-
Israel from
you were saying-
destined. He said it.
Hugo Chavez cursed Israel and that's why he was cursed? Yo, you are crazy, lady. You're out of your fucking mind. Also, you know who's cursing Israel right now? The motherfucking Pope.
You are
From him,
saying...
and he's dead.
Okay. Yeah, we have to bless the ethnic...
Hugo Chavez cursed Israel and he's dead.
The ethnic expansionist, genocidal, terroristic state, or else we're all going to be cursed and die. I want to respond to the first couple claims that you made, specifically on topic with
I'm gonna be honest, like, he kind of going beast mode on Israel a little bit. Okay, Dean.
Venezuela and the border. So who brings in 70 to 80% of the drugs into this country per the homeland of border
Mexico,
security?
Colombia, Venezuela. Who is bringing them?
Yeah.
Who is?
No, it's not. It's American citizens, and he just laid a trap. He knows the facts. Actually, it's American citizens. I do that all the time too. Woke Spider-Man is correct on this one.
Supporting it is Mexican country, and I'm sorry to say it. I love my country, but my government is
Okay,
disgusting.
I'll respond.
It's
Thank you.
anarcho
Thank you for your
government.
response. So 70% of the drugs sold in America, brought into America, are brought in by citizens. Why do I bring this up? Because when we say the undocumented immigrants are the issue, they're the people that are just bringing all these drugs.
Yeah, it's actually 84%, by the way. It's not 70, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll let them have it.
Across the border, then they come here to like women and kidnap children and commit all these heinous violent crimes, is nothing more than the demonization of a demographic that's
Okay, I
actually very
never said all
beneficial
the
to this country.
undocumented people are the one who bringing.
But that's what Trump has
to
said.
become citizens.
And that's why you shouldn't
I'm
support
not,
Trump.
I'm not telling you he's doing everything perfect. I never say that. I'm talking about the borders that we have more than 2,000 miles border with
Yeah.
Mexico, and that's where they came the drugs, and that's where they came this trafficking.
Yeah, 90% of all drugs actually that are apprehended at the border come through regular points of entry. It's only around 10% of drugs that are actually caught in regular border crossings. It also doesn't make logistical sense. What do you think is easier, to shove a bunch of drugs into the cars, like a chopped up car of an American citizen that's probably less likely to be stopped by Border Patrol, or to shove it in the fucking stuffings in the socks of a bunch of random abuelas crossing the border under treacherous conditions? Obviously, it's the fucking first thing, right? That's why it's the most common way that people transport drugs over the border. It's so stupid. The argument that it's like all the drugs are coming through you know, illegal entries is so idiotic.
Listen,
People
I actually
trafficking
through legal ports of
and
entry for the
weapons
most part.
that are killing our people in the streets right now.
So once again, a vast majority of the drugs brought across the border are brought in by citizens through legal ports of entry. And
my Tito was undocumented and he got amnesty under Reagan, is now a Trump supporter. He's also in the closet and most of the family knows. It bricks me. That's awesome.
When I give you an explanation for this, it's going to make sense to you because think about it. Okay, when a citizen is coming in through a legal port of entry, okay, well, nobody just has the innate right per the state to pull them over, scrutinize them, check every, nook and cranny of their vehicle.
No, they should.
Because of our Constitution.
They should.
But when, they identify an undocumented immigrant, well, they already have an individual who's capable of breaking federal law, so then they have all the rights in the world to detain them, arrest them if they need to pat them down or check their vehicle. And that's why a lot of the drugs that come into this country will come in with citizens. But I think my larger point here is I don't think that Donald Trump has secured the border. I think that the reason why we've seen such a drastic decline in undocumented entry has nothing to do with proactive long-term border policy, but rather to do with fascism and human rights abuse. There are people in this country that are getting illegally deported and then tortured in places like CCOT. Executive Order number 14160 attempted to unconstitutionally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to be lined up and deported by the DHS. We're watching people like Alex Preddy get murdered in broad daylight by ICE agents.
I want to answer to you before you continue. You're talking about legal and deportation. I used to be a foster care liaison. When all these kids in cages, that was not true. I was there. They called us for an emergency meeting looking for families to support these kids. Meanwhile, they were reunified with their families. Reunification with their families. Yes, it was not true that was in cages. That was just the media, what they wanted to portray.
So is your argument that Executive Order number 14160 doesn't even exist?
What I'm saying is the media want to say what they want to say because they have already,
But this isn't coming from the media. It's coming from the White House
You've been voted
website.
out.
All right.
All right, if you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Love the idea that Jank has a dual key lock nuclear football briefcase somewhere with the necessary documents to deploy a Zoran presidency. Wait, what? Why? The history of the world might change forever if Cenk Uygur decides to share a secret legal case that somehow suspends the Constitution and makes it so you can run for president without being born in the country. Wait, what? Uygur would not meet the constitutional requirements to serve as a U.S. president under Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen. That is to say, he became a citizen after his birth. Not being a citizen at his birth precludes him from being considered a natural-born U.S. citizen, which is a requisite for presidential eligibility. Uygur has claimed his eligibility, citing a 2006 UIC law review paper per law school graduate on a 1964 case entitled Schneider v. Rusk. He claims that he has a slam dunk legal case. He actually did manage to get on the ballot in a few states, so the dream of voting for Zoran for president might not be dead. Nobody threw Cenk off the ballot because it would cost more to hire the lawyers than he'd get votes. That would not be the case with Zoran. You aren't accounting for a secret legal case, though. Okay, why are people making fun of Uncle? Why are people making fun of Unc? I don't like that people are making fun of Unc. He has a legal case. It's slam dunk. He didn't tell me. Leave Unc alone. They made fun of you too at Ingermentum. Yeah, I know. He said, hold up. Have I not been loud enough that his homeland is New Jersey? It's the age thing. I didn't know he was so Unc. Oh my God, bro. Come on, dude. I didn't know he was so Unc. 34 is fine, dude. Yeah, and that's edited. He's actually 44, but he tells Chad to keep editing the wiki. Fuck you, Austin Hawks. Yeah, I'm an old ass. Technically, I am eligible to run for president in this upcoming election. It's true. We need you to find the codes. So much for a year of PR. Lol, bro, your fans are really your biggest obs? Always. 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 And also, here's the thing. I will never run for president, please. Please. It's not gonna happen. I'm not running for office at all. Please don't. Please don't think that I'm going to run for office, okay? Have no fear. It's not happening.
Hi, welcome in. I think we should start this off a little bit.
I didn't even sit down.
I know. I'm talking to you while you're standing up. Hi. Okay. I'll slow it down. What's your name?
I'm Kaitia, but you can say Tia. It's a lot easier.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tia.
Thank
Thank you for being here. Listen, I say we start this conversation off a little bit differently. Can I tell you why I think Trump is a terrible president?
That's what I was going to ask you. I would love to know, actually.
Perfect. Well, I break it down into 3 main categories. His domestic policy, his foreign policy, and his character, okay? He is the worst president of my life, the worst president of your life, and the worst president of the lives of every single person sitting in this circle. Let's start by evaluating his character. He's a 34-count felon, adjudicated rapist that has boasted about perverting the naked bodies of beauty pageant contestants, depicted black people as monkeys on his Truth Social, and was sued in the 70s for refusing to rent to black people because he thought that they were quote-unquote poor. And there's about a billion other things I could say because of the time on the clock. I'll keep it concise. We look at his domestic policy. There's not a single macroeconomic variable that is better off today under Trump than it was a year and a half ago under Biden. GDP growth is down. We got one of the worst jobs report in modern American history last year, adding only 170,000 jobs to the economy after adding 2.2 million under Biden in 2024. We see that unemployment is up. We saw 1.3 million layoffs. We see the highest increase in the price of gas in 1 month since the Vietnam War in 1967. Foreign policy is a disaster. He said he was going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. He didn't. He said he was going to bring us closer to our allies. Now they all hate us because we impose unconstitutional legal tariffs on them. He said he was going to be the president of no new wars. Then he started a new war of choice in Iran just to deflect away from the Epstein files. And this holistically is why I think that Donald Trump is a terrible president. The mic and the floor are yours.
Okay, thank you. So I haven't been in politics that long as far as like interest. It was like 2016 really opened my eyes. I never thought Trump had a chance, honestly. But I do seem to remember in 2016, a lot of the dialogue around his win was he only won because America's racist, basically saying everyone who voted for him was racist. This is after 8 years of Obama, by the way, who got reelected. So based on that, and after 4 years of not being president and now he's back, why do you think that he won if he's one of the most terrible presidents in our lifetime?
Okay, yeah, I'll give a direct answer to that question. I first want to ask,
do you want to know the real answer to it? It's because Americans like what they see. Okay, because there's a lot of people that are in this surrounded, as a matter of fact, that are representative of tens of millions of Americans, unfortunately, and they fucking love that shit. They're like, no, I want more dog shit. I want more. I want more and more dog shit. I'm a stupid idiot who deserves less. Okay, that's one of the reasons. Okay, that's one of the reasons. The other reason is because the Democrats are also ass. Okay, the Democrats are ass. Let's be real. They're looking at a situation where everyone is screaming bloody murder, where there's a major cost of living crisis, and going, things are fine. I'm a small business. My mother was a small business. We'll give you $50,000 in tax credits if you start a small business. And then they move on. Okay? And so, yeah, if one side is giving you nothing and the other side is like, I will lean into all of your dumbest sensibilities. Okay? All of your dumbest, most idiotic, most primal sensibilities, and people are unfortunately very dumb and angry and racist. They go with the dumb, angry, racist.
To clarify one, do you think that Biden was a bad president?
I don't want to talk about Biden because that's not why we're here.
Right. Okay. Well, I'd expect your answer to that question to be no, of course, but Biden got the most votes out of any president in history. We can't say just because people were willing to vote for a candidate to be president that therefore they were the best option. The reason why I think that Trump won the election had a lot to do with propaganda surrounding the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, okay? We saw 9% high levels of inflation, roaring gas prices, and I don't think that these things were caused by Biden. But Biden never was really too publicly outspoken about that, and I think that was a messaging problem with the Dems. The second reason why I think that Donald Trump won had to do with the fact that Kamala Harris only had a little bit over 100 days to run, which I also blame on Biden. He should have stepped down a lot sooner. But ultimately, I don't think Trump won because he's a good president, and that's undeniable. Has your life gotten better in the last year and a half?
My life has gotten better,
and how has Trump made it better? Tell me, specifically.
I honestly do feel safer with him president. I mean, we can beat a dead horse with the closed border. That means a lot to me. Like, I'm a mom. I have kids. It's important to me that, and I live in LA, which is like crazy, right? Do you live out here or no?
It's crazy. Why is LA crazy?
No, I don't. But you would be safer to leave your children with the average undocumented immigrant compared to the average citizen. They're 2.5 times
I would
less likely
actually
to
be
commit violent
safer
crimes
with
compared
my
to the average
kids
U.S. citizen.
in my home with me. That's why I
agree.
homeschool, and that's why I'm a mom. And my
Oh my gosh, she homeschools. Oh, the next generation is cooked too, bro.
children come first. So for me, being able to do that is a blessing. There's a lot of sacrifices that come with that, especially in this economy. I would be lying if I didn't say, like, it's difficult with the gas prices. It's difficult with the groceries and the tariffs. There's a lot of things. Yeah, similar with Biden, there was a lot. Inflation has not increased in the same amount as it did under Biden.
What did Biden do to cause it?
The money to Ukraine and the open border. You can look and you can
Jesus.
research about how much it cost us to send the amount of money that we did to Ukraine and what
How much money did we send to Ukraine
what it
over
did
4 years?
to affect our economy, and also with the undocumented immigrants.
How much money did we
they
send
are
to
getting
Ukraine?
Medi-Cal. They were getting money for food and free housing.
How
That
much
does
money did
affect
we
the
send to
economy.
Ukraine in 4 years under Biden?
You tell me.
$220 billion approximately.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. If you're going to blame Biden's 9% high level of inflation on $220 billion spent over the course of 4 years, then why don't we see like 50% levels of inflation, considering the fact that in the last year and a half, Donald Trump has passed the Big Beautiful Bill, which according to most estimates, is clocked in to cost us around $3.4 trillion over the course of 10 years. Or the simple fact that he's spending $1 billion a day on a war in Iran. He's going to spend just as much money on this war.
You see, you don't understand. That's good, though. That's the good kind of expenditure. I will not elaborate.
Iran, as Biden did in 4 years on
I think
Ukraine
that's-
in less than a year.
I think
And on
that's
top of that,
something
the
we have to
cherry
wait
is
and see.
Donald
And I-
Trump has continued the funding
and
to
I
Ukraine,
think the important
blaming
thing
a 9%
is-
high level of inflation on $220 billion worth.
What the hell's going on with my
of
computer?
expenditure is nuts, especially when we consider that the Biden-Harris administration spent half of what the Trump administration spent in their first term.
I get what you're saying, and I think both of us, at the end of the day, we want what's best for America. I think we have different plans or strategies to get there. But the main thing I did want to come up here and say, I don't think you really answered it, was if Trump was the worst president in our lifetime, how did he win twice, if not 3 times, depending on who you talk to?
Oh my God, she believes. Oh, what a queen. She's lending credence to the notion that Trump is a 3-term president, actually.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
if he was that
Jeez.
terrible, either we're and I mean, you can say, are we dumb as a box of rocks? Like, are we the stupidest people? I've been told I'm internalized racism,
Do you want me to be
internalized
honest?
misogyny. I would love for you to be honest.
I don't think that anybody in the circle is particularly intelligent.
Okay. And I understand that that's how people see us.
Yeah, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop there. You've been voted out. Thank
Okay.
you. Return to your seat.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Tia.
If you want to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, come on. Optimus Prime.
Leia.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Just a little background. I am currently active duty in the United States Marine Corps. I'm not here on
Be careful,
behalf.
hashtags.
I'm not here on behalf of the Department of War, by the way. I also grew up in Jerusalem, Israel. And I think that Trump has done a lot for me personally. And I feel like that's what we should all be here speaking about.
Okay, respect. You know, if someone's going to put their body on the line for Israel in the American military, it should be someone who grew up in Israel. You know what I mean? You don't usually get that. To be fair, you don't usually get that. Okay? Normally, it's a dude from Iowa that's supposed to go and die for Israel. You rarely ever get an American Marine who's from Israel that's serving in the American military. So that's cool. I like that. That's rare.
Extent. I've gotten paid more under him. I've gotten bonuses under him. The military is tightened up under him, and from that perspective, he's my commander in chief, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. Out of everybody sitting in the circle, you have the most reason to not support Trump. Could I tell you why?
It's true. Well, you're talking to a U.S. Marine, Dean. Good luck.
I would love to know why.
Because you've.
Donald Trump has actually made us get new crayon rations, and they're delicious. So that's another great reason why I love my commander in chief.
Your oath. you took an oath to defend the Constitution from enemies overseas and domestic, correct?
Correct.
Can we agree that an enemy to the Constitution, domestic or foreign, would be a person who thinks that the Constitution should be terminated, is intentionally and belligerently infringing upon it?
Can you go in depth with that, please?
Well, I mean, I think that is all the context that would be required to understand an enemy. If there's somebody that is intentionally and belligerently infringing on the Constitution, has suggested that maybe we should terminate it before, can we agree that person would be an enemy to the Constitution?
That would be an enemy. I do agree with you, but I don't agree with you if you're saying that's what Trump has done.
In December of 2022, Trump went on Truth Social and said that because of the 2020 election, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, including those found within the Constitution, would be allowed. And in the last year and a half of his presidency, he has directly infringed on the 14th Amendment, threatened the First, threatened the Second, infringed on the Fourth, infringed on the 10th, and threatened to infringe on the 23rd, on top of Article 1 and 2. Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution.
I do not agree with that whatsoever.
So then respond to the
just because you're stating all these things, kind of like a fact check, but he hasn't actually put those in place.
Executive Order number 14160 was put in place. It attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. But that is a long withstanding ruling from SCOTUS, regardless of its prior veto in 1989, saying that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S., or U.S. versus Wonka in the late 19th century, arguing that the only people who do not have a constitutional claim to birthright citizen would be members of militant invading forces, foreign diplomats, and Native Americans, which was later updated through federal law. We know for a fact that the 14th Amendment covers the protection of birthright citizenship for the children born to undocumented immigrants. Donald Trump says, well, I'm going to change that, and passes an illegal, unconstitutional executive order stating otherwise. That is a domestic threat to our Constitution that you as a member of our DOJ, as an active duty service member of the Marines, should absolutely protest and stand in wide opposition against.
So that I would not agree makes him a domestic enemy. This is militant. This is what I signed an oath for and what I raised my right hand for. It's militant, and that has not affected us in that military aspect. I don't think so. If you could give me an example of how so, as far as...
Well, what do you say to that, Dean? She went the long road, but she still arrived at the same conclusion. It's called nuh-uh, and it is the most effective counter that Trump supporters have when you can literally go open up the fucking Constitution, bring newspaper articles and be like, see, this is where he's violating it. You could be like, here are some constitutional scholars saying Donald Trump is actually directly at odds with the Constitution and is like actively trying to eradicate due process. All of that work, and you just get fucking owned, libtard. She just said, nah, don't think so. It is kind of crazy. It's so OP to just be like, no.
It's like immigration and all these people who have joined the military to get papers for their parents and stuff like that. Whether they were born here or not, it's been in effect, and it's been very helpful for them.
What were your thoughts on Donald Trump calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress who reminded you to abide by your oath?
6 what?
6 sitting Democrats in Congress posted a video saying, if you're given a legal order, you don't got to follow it. And you should know that's what the UCMJ says.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And Donald Trump called for their execution because of that.
I don't know much about that,
yeah,
honestly.
I'll tell you. So
yeah, please do.
He went on Truth Social. He responded to an article talking about the 6 Democrats in Congress who posted a video saying like, oh, you remember your oath, don't follow any unlawful orders if Trump were to give you one. And he calls them seditious traitors. Follows it up by saying traitors punishable by death, and then he reposts a follower's comment that says hang them George Washington would. Okay, so he falsely accuses them of a crime they didn't commit. You and me could agree it's not treasonous to tell the military not to follow unlawful orders. UCMJ once again. And then he says, well, because of this crime that he's accusing them of that they didn't commit, they need to be hung. That's him directly calling for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress that were just simply reminding you of the UCMJ. How can you stand by such a maniac?
No, honestly, we have multiple times gone against if it does not follow along with the UCMJ throughout history in the military, and they've been awarded for that if our military leader, and for example, Donald Trump Trump is one of them. But if they go against what the UCMJ does, we are allowed to go against that.
Yeah.
And so
that's all the Dims were saying. And then he said they needed to die because they said that.
No.
Yes. He said
he said what?
reposted, quote,
Who
unquote,
needed to die?
These Democrats. He said that their sedition is punishable by death. Okay, the sedition that they didn't commit. And then he followed that up by reposting a comment that said, hang them, explicitly, hang them. That was him calling for their execution. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I feel like you're maybe one of the more reasonable people that I've spoken with today. You should be able to see this so clearly. And maybe this might even be an historical moment here on Surrounded where I'm able to change the mind of a guest on the show. That'd be huge.
That would be huge if it was going to happen, but it's not.
Oh,
nope.
My
We're
goodness.
out of time. We have to pause there.
Nope. You ain't changing my mind, liberal Spider-Man. Yeah, that would be amazing if I had a mind that you could change, but I have none.
My final Surrounded claim is Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about any of you.
If you want to debate Dean's claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Hi, Dean.
Okay, well, I think that my claim here is clear. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about anybody in this circle. What I mean by that is just Donald Trump generally doesn't care about women. He's a very misogynistic asshole.
Promises made, promises kept.
Opposite. But
Number one, he's got more women on his cabinet than most presidents did.
And he's fired, what, 4 of them?
Doesn't matter.
I think it does. Every
If they
person
don't,
he's
if they
fired so
don't
far has been a woman.
perform, you fire them. Pam Bondi did nothing.
Yeah, she was a terrible AG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She did, and he didn't like that, so we fired her.
Yeah. I think that she was a terrible AG for preventing the release of the files. I digress. I'm interrupting you. Sorry,
Well,
go ahead.
and he pardoned the J6ers, like he said he would.
Yeah.
Wow. So he released more pedophiles into the wild. Incredible. I love that. Amazing.
And now he created a weaponization fund, which I think is great. And he forego all his money, which is $10 billion. And he took $1.7 billion, 1776, to give to the people that refuse to take shots.
Oh my God. I'm always wondering like who actually falls for this cheap applause. His supporters are so fucking stupid, dude. Like, she literally said he refused to take $10 billion and actually took 1776 to give to his followers. First of all, none of that is true. He was not getting $10 billion of tax-funded revenue. Okay? That was not happening. And when a judge who was overseeing the process looked at it and was like, wait a minute, this is the government suing the government to give money to the guy who's the leader of the government. This doesn't make any sense. They were like, okay, never mind. Just give us $1 billion and we'll call it quits. That's it. And even that is not going to happen either. Ugh.
That were fired because they didn't want to get the vax, that were targeted by the Biden DOJ, grannies that were thrown in prison, people that literally just stepped foot on the Capitol grounds and were thrown in prison for years.
Yeah.
No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and the lowest prescription prices that we've ever had.
Okay.
Safe borders, no more child trafficking.
Okay, listen.
He cares about us.
Let's start with that $1.8 billion slush fund.
Yeah.
You said it was his personal money. That's not true. It's funded by the taxpayers.
It's owed to him.
Secondarily, it is an absolute disaster.
Just like all the money comes from taxpayers.
It's crazy that our president is willing to give $1.8 billion to people such as the J6 terrorists.
Well, they're not
Genuinely.
terrorists.
Well, I mean, I think they are. For instance, there were 176 people who were criminally convicted of deadly assaults on police officers. Take, for example, DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into Officer Fanone's neck while Officer Fanone was on the ground getting beaten with metal rods.
It's been
As the
proven.
crowd
First
was
of all,
screaming,
Lila
grab his
Morris.
gun and kill him. And then DJ Rodriguez pled guilty to doing this in court after Officer Fanone's testimony and his body camera footage proved it.
He has like encyclopedic knowledge of all the things that liberals have seen on MSNBC. like down to the names of like the police officers and like how they were brutalized and stuff. It's kind of crazy. It's just, I don't know if this is the most valid approach to debating these people. I think it's definitely a valid way to garner attention and also support from liberals. But I don't know if like hogs that watch this go like, damn, he really cooked on this, because they don't give a shit, right? So I think like the premise is good. And, you know, talking about January 6th is not going to get you anywhere with these people. So in his shoes, I think what I would do is just go, yeah, okay, he released a bunch of pedophiles into the wild, some of which actually died to, you know, suicide by cops shortly thereafter. Let's move on. I don't really know how that actually impacts your life personally. It's very clear that Donald Trump doesn't care about your immediate material circumstances, especially considering that he said he was going to destroy the inflation crisis, and the cost of living has gotten only less affordable in the process. And obviously you can't convert Mar-a-Lago face over here. You can't convert Mickey Rourke. But you can convert maybe some people that are tuning into this. I just don't think that you can do that with like, you know, endless back and forth about like details on January 6th. These guys think it was awesome. Watching no one in the video be convinced by this really is making me wonder how to want to show it to other Trump supporters to change their mind.
Familiar with Roseanne Boylan? She was beaten to death by an officer, Lila Morris. Okay, nobody talks about that. Ashley Babbitt was killed, shot in the neck. She was an unarmed woman, a military woman. There was no need for that. We went there. People went there peacefully and patriotically.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's why they were screaming, hang Mike Pence, right?
well, yeah, but nobody that I've
Was
seen.
that peaceful?
There was a lot of infiltrators. There was over 300 FBI agents in there.
Oh, really? Who's
Infiltrating-
FBI?
Exactly. Who's FBI? Right.
Who's
Everybody
president?
says that.
Who was president on
But
J6?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
I read about that the
Because
other day
it was
when
Donald
they said,
Trump.
I read that and read it. Who's
And by the way,
FBI?
who did Trump
It was-
pardon? Did he
it was
pardon the
under
Antifa
Obama.
infiltrators?
It was under Obama.
Obama was
That's
president
right.
on J6?
He wasn't Obama. He wasn't president on J6. President Trump was.
Oh, my
But
God.
Obama's the one who's been trying to persecute him. Obama, Biden,
So
since day
Obama-
one with the Russian dossier. Yeah.
So Obama infiltrated Trump's FBI.
He's
and
the one,
implanted-
not just Obama, but all the leftists, all the deep state.
My
planned
friend,
that.
you've lost your
Nancy
goddamn
Pelosi.
mind.
Nancy Pelosi.
Then why? Well, listen. Here's the real
Why didn't they
litmus
have
test.
National Guard?
Well, apparently Donald Trump had the ability to call them there, and this
He
has been
tried
proven
to.
by his second term. According to Donald Trump's second
Did you
term,
not hear?
he doesn't need to try to send the National
Did
Guard
you not
anywhere.
hear
He just simply
Nancy
can.
Pelosi where
But
she
I wanna
said
do
it's
a
my
quick,
fault?
I want to do a quick litmus test on one of the claims that you made about all the J6 Antifa terrorists that were infiltrating the crowd to
I
cause havoc.
actually know that there was over 300 people dressed up as
So do we
Trump
agree that
supporters.
everybody who was criminally convicted on J6 has since been pardoned by Trump?
Yeah, I believe so.
So Donald Trump pardoned Antifa terrorists? And now he's offering them
A
$1.8
lot of them
billion.
didn't get charged, though.
Prove
A
it.
lot of the Antifa people didn't get
Why
charged.
don't you give me some evidence for that, ma'am?
Well, I don't. Did Ray?
So you don't
Epps
believe
get
in
charged?
So you don't believe in things, right? Without
I
evidence.
believe in
So what's the
facts.
evidence?
I believe in facts.
Okay, so
just like Donald Trump cares about the American people.
Maybe we should get
America
back to that.
first. Yeah.
Okay. So
we got to pause there. You've been voted out.
Have a good one.
All right. If you want to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Howdy, howdy.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Would you like to carry on with why you think that?
Trump doesn't care about you, doesn't care about anybody in the circle, because he generally doesn't care about women. He has had a lifetime of vapid misogyny, like the fact that he's a sexual predator, that he's a rapist, that he's overturned policy that has led to 60 pregnant victims per day being denied access to abortion in 10 every 50 states, or an attack on our economy. Everything is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago under Giga Chad Biden. I don't think he cares about you.
He almost took a bullet for this country. And he's faced so many assassination attempts.
Wait, what? What, like, so he almost took a bullet for this country? What the hell does that even... Was Butler, Pennsylvania a theater of conflict? What's going on? Yeah, he almost got killed by a person who had donated to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
He faces threats, as you should know. I mean, you cried with Charlie Kirk.
I mean, listen, specifically.
That's 2 for 2. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, what do you say to that? She's just fucking one-shotted him.
Yeah, this will be 10 seconds or less so we could get back to the topic. I cried because I thought that it was a mass shooting. My friend was less than 30 feet away. He FaceTimed me running away saying, Dean, I think that there's a mass shooting going on. And regardless of the fact that I didn't like Charlie Kirk, I'll be honest, I think that he's despicable. He endorsed child torture. I still saw a video of somebody that I personally knew, okay, get their jugular ripped open by a bullet. It was rough. And yeah, I shed a tear. That was very... It was very intense. But listen, the
I think it really humanized you.
The topic is...
That's so much worse than someone on the left clowning on him. Okay? That is so much worse than someone on the left clowning on him for crying after Charlie Kirk got shot. Because, like, these are literally, like... These are lizard-brained monsters being like, well, it humanized you. Okay, that sucks so fucking bad. Like, straight up white supremacists being like, well, you were human in that moment. You were like us.
Donald Trump doesn't generally care about women. He doesn't give a shit about anybody in the circle.
I would lie. That was AI. Yeah, I'd be like, nah, I wasn't crying. It was a Snapchat tear filter. That's what it was, actually. It was the Snapchat filter that made it look like I was crying.
I mean, well, maybe he does care about women because he took a bullet.
Why would he put his life on the line if he didn't care?
Well, I think the reason why he's willing to apparently take a bullet to the ear isn't because he cares about you, or else we'd see that demonstrated through his actions, words, and policy, which obviously hasn't occurred. But rather, maybe he took a bullet because it was either the bullet or the jail cell for his 34 felonies, attempted coup on J6. And he wants that power, he wants that adoration, he wants that glory, he wants that fame, he wants his name to be in the history books. That's why he's illegally placing his name on the Kennedy Center, or attempting to commit the conquest of America, usurping Iran to be the 51st state, Venezuela to be the 52nd, and Canada to be the 53rd. That's what he wants to get out of it. He doesn't want to help you, or once again, we'd see that represented through his policy, which we don't.
I vehemently disagree with that. He cares for law enforcement. He cares for firefighters, mothers trying to get pregnant, and it's...
Certainly didn't care about one firefighter, the way he talked about how the bullet missed him. Just saying.
It's disheartening that the way you describe Trump, it's like you're describing a leader in the Middle East, someone that's an actual dictator, an actual fascist.
What?
And it's for someone that has traveled.
Yeah, I mean,
and
true.
Has seen how other countries operate. This is the best country in the world, and we're so lucky.
She literally said, you're describing Trump like a brown person, okay? White leaders like Trump don't behave like that.
Lucky to have Donald Trump as a president, and I'm disheartened that you can't see that.
Okay, you said that he cares.
It is kind of funny though, because Trump is very like Saudi royal coded, down to the gaudy aesthetics. There is also one Middle Eastern dictator that you could point to that's like a one-to-one, Benjamin Netanyahu, but.
About law enforcement, then why did he pardon 178 people who attempted to assault or kill cops on J6?
On January 6th?
Yeah, he pardoned, like we went over this earlier. DJ Rodriguez, okay, drove a stun gun into Officer Fanone's neck, gave him a heart attack. He had to be raced off to the hospital. DJ Rodriguez was then thrown in jail for 10 years. Trump says he's a patriot, gives him a full and complete presidential pardon, and has now created a $1.8 billion slush fund that's going to line DJ's pockets. Dude, there's no way he cares about cops if that's what he's willing to give to a would-be cop killer.
Well, honestly, I don't know all the details of that.
If everything that I just said was true, would you concede that Donald Trump does not care about law enforcement?
I would be curious why I don't know what information he has that I don't, so I would have to place my trust in the President of the United States.
Did you place your trust in Biden?
We got to pause there. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat. If you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, Liz.
Hi.
All right, well, I mean, you know my thoughts. I think that Trump is the worst president of your life, and I think that he consistently demonstrates that through his rhetoric and policy. What are your thoughts?
I love Trump. And honestly, I love everything that Trump is doing with Israel. I'm Jewish. I'm very pro-Israel. I know how you feel about Israel, but I feel like you probably don't know the facts. I also love what Trump is doing with Iran, because if he does care about women, he wants to free the women of Iran from the Islamic regime. He wants to free the women all around the world.
Yeah.
And tell me what you like about Iran or Palestine and how they treat women.
Well, I actually want to start off with a claim that you made about Iran. Is Donald Trump negotiating with the IRGC to achieve a denuclearization agreement today?
There's no negotiating with terrorists.
Okay, well, according to Trump, that's not true. He says that there are active ongoing negotiations and they're performing greatly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the reason why I ask you this question is because the IRGC isn't going anywhere, because Donald Trump has already said that he's achieved all of his military objectives in this.
I love Israel and I hate Iran because Iran mistreats women. Meanwhile, Israel has killed more women than Iran has. So by that same standard, if that's the standard that you're applying to whether you like or dislike a country, Israel is far worse. So, some food for thought.
War. He's already, quote-unquote, cooed the IRGC and committed regime change by just getting more, quote-unquote, moderate voices to lead the IRGC. And now he's actively negotiating like a 30 to 50-year agreement with them so they will never have the ability to nuclearize again. What this means is that Donald Trump actually wants the IRGC to stay in charge of Iran, or else this denuclearization effort that has costed us 13 lives, $1 billion a day, and higher gas prices and oil prices everywhere would be for
Donald
nothing.
Trump wants
And
to
because the IRGC is not going, then he wouldn't be negotiating with him. He wouldn't be trying to get a deal with them. You don't advocate to get a deal with a party that you don't think should exist.
Here's the thing. Islam right now is taking over all of these countries. They've taken...
Islam is taking over all of these countries. Iran. Islam is taking over the country of Iran. The fuck are you talking about? It's been a majority Muslim nation for hundreds of years. What are you saying?
over most of Europe. They're starting to take over in the United States. He has to do this in a very careful...
Islam is starting to take over the United States. Holy fuck.
...manner. There are billions of Islamists who are trying to take over everything. They will not stop until they have infiltrated every country.
This is
their
so
words,
disgusting.
not mine.
This is
how it's literally what they say.
It's so
They say they will not
gross.
stop until
No.
Islam is in every single household.
This is
That is what
insanity.
they say, and that is why we need Israel, and that is why Trump is going to do everything he can in his power to annihilate the IRGC, which is what needs to happen.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so first and foremost, if I could compulsorily puke on this table without getting you dirty, I probably would, because everything that you just said was legitimately disgusting.
How is that
First and
disgusting?
foremost, for you to demonize and turn all Muslim people alive
Not all Muslim, no,
into
no,
this
no.
into this monolith.
Islamists,
You said that there was,
Islamists.
you said that there were billions of Islamists infiltrating
are.
every crook and cranny of the world.
They are.
So I think
Have
that
you traveled?
Listen, I think that we
Where was
absolutely.
the last place you traveled to internationally?
Let me respond to what you said.
Or have you gone to New York?
I think
where
that
they're literally doing prayer in the streets?
Yes, if you pray in public, then all of a sudden you're extremist. Go tell that to every Christian evangelical that put their hand on Trump's shoulder in the Oval Office on camera. It's different because it's another religion.
100%
Exactly.
different.
When it's about
Christians-
Jesus. No, listen to what I'm saying here.
Christians don't want to go into every
listen to what I'm saying
single
here.
country and take over.
Listen to what I'm saying here. When it's about
Jewish
Jesus.
people don't go into every single country and try and take over.
Oh, right, and that's why they're going into the West Bank. That's why they're going into Gaza. That's why they're going into
First of all,
Lebanon. Listen to what I'm saying here.
Israel backed out of Gaza in
Listen to what I'm saying here.
2005. Get your facts straight.
And what's going on in the West
Hamas-
Yeah, when Israel actually invades Lebanon, they're not taking over. It's different. That's like a different thing. It's actually when Muslims coexist in America, that's an invasion. When Israel militarily invades Lebanon, that's a totally different thing than an invasion, and it's good, and it should happen more frequently. This seems like sound analysis. When Israel takes over more territory from Syria. What is this 2005 stat she's clinging to? Israel removed the settlements that existed in the Gaza Strip in 2005 and completely relinquished control to the Palestinians, while also basically hermetically sealing Gaza from all around and applying tremendous restrictions on what can go in and out of the Gaza Strip. That's what they consider to be giving the Palestinians autonomy. Can you tell she's pro-Israel? Yes, by her neck veins and how much she's fucking chirping. I can tell she's pro-Israel.
Hamas has literally been in charge of Gaza since 2005.
And what's going on in the West Bank today?
It is a recognized terrorist organization.
And what's going on in the West Bank?
Israel literally has backed out. When you have people, you have a tiny little country the size of New Jersey, and you have every single country around attacking it. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, let's hone this in. Well, what I wouldn't want to happen is like vapid war crimes.
Do you
like,
think that Israel should
25-mile
exist?
radius. One moment. I don't think that any country has an inherent right to exist. I think that people have a right to self-determination. A country is a collective of people. Countries in and of themselves are not moral entities.
Explain to
I am
me.
explaining it to you. Let me speak. I don't want you to interrupt me. I want to answer your last question. You asked me a good one. You said, Dean, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? I think that that question is incomprehensible. And the reason why I say that question is incomprehensible is because a state is not a body in which has rights. People are entities in which have rights. A collective of people collectively have a right to self-determination. But the social construct of a state and a government is just a figure of our imagination through the collective of civilization, not an entity in which has rights.
How many Jewish people live in Palestine?
I want to be able to respond to
How many
everything.
Jewish people live in the 57 Muslim countries?
Liz, what you're doing is you're attempting to overwhelm me with questions, which is a gish gallop. I want to ensure that I have proper time to go over every statement that has left your mouth, particularly the first statement that you made about the billions of Islamists calling them radical because they pray in public. Christians
That's
pray in
not why
public
I call them
all
radical
the
because
time.
they pray in public. I call them radical because they literally say that they will not stop until Islam is in every single household in every country, and
So,
they have completely taken over. And you
I
can
think
see
that-
them say that everywhere.
I think that every mainstream religion, wishes that everybody on earth agreed with
Not
their
at
religion.
all. No.
Yes, of course they do. Let me
No.
explain to you why.
Christians
are you
don't really-
are you a Christian?
I'm Jewish.
Okay, here, listen. I'm gonna ask a question to the Christians in the circle. Do you guys think that the only way to get to heaven is to have faith in the gospel?
Jesus Christ.
Amen. And now I want you to put your flag down, okay, if you don't want everybody to go to heaven. Everybody still has their flag up. What that tells me is that everybody with their flags up thinks that the only way to get to heaven is to be a Christian, okay, and they want everybody to go to heaven. What does this mean? They want everybody to be a Christian. So from this guest's line of argumentation, everybody with their flag up is a radical extremist, no different than the Islamists that want everybody alive to believe that Muhammad is a prophet.
Okay, I have a question for the circle. All of the Christians in the circle, do you believe that if someone does not recognize Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, that they should be killed?
No. Based.
Islam
on that.
does.
So,
wait, what? No, they do. What? That's not true. Okay, this argument is also really fucked up because it's kind of not dissimilar to what like a lot of anti-Semites present as like the way Jesus Christ is depicted in the Talmud and stuff like that. And they'll always say, like the real anti-Semites who hate Muslims too, but they'll always say like Muslims actually respect Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ is considered a prophet in Islam, as opposed to under, you know, the Talmudic interpretation, Jesus Christ is like boiling an excrement or whatever. So yeah, Jesus is in the Quran. That's just completely made up. But having said that, of course, the idea that like Muslims want to kill non-Muslims is so ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a really argument to rebuttal. Listen, I agree that when you read the Quran and the Hadiths through a particularly fundamentalist scope, you could absolutely yield the conclusion that we should kill everybody that's not a Muslim, 110%. And I disagree with that fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran and the Hadiths. And I think the people who don't are crazy. But we could do the same thing to the Christian Bible. When we look at the Christian Bible and we read it through a fundamentalist scope, well, then all of a sudden it is totally okay to own slaves because of Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Genocide is totally fine sometimes because of 1 Samuel 15:3, and sometimes it's okay to impregnate kids because the historical representation of Mary's age under a fundamentalist scope, is that Mary was around 13. And the reason why I'm giving you the fundamentalist interpretation of the Christian Bible isn't to shit on Christianity as a whole, but it's rather to say that when you read any religious text through that fundamentalist perspective, you could always yield grave immoralities like slavery, pedophilia, or killing people who disagree with you. But the thing is that a lot of Christians, alongside a lot of Muslims, don't hold to that fundamentalist interpretation of their respective religious texts that yield those grave immoralities and rather practice their religion in a quite benevolent way.
The issue is you have people in Iran who are literally suffering, people who had to flee Iran for...
People in Iran who are literally suffering, which is why we have to kill them. God, I hate the religion arguments so much. I hate religious arguments in general. I don't care. You know what I mean? It's all subject to personal beliefs and interpretation. It's all arbitrary. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. And there are billions of Muslims around the world that don't abide by whatever fucking thing you think they do. Clearly, it's just pure Islamophobia.
37 years ago, who are still suffering to this day, people all around the world, because the Islam extremists, the ones who are also in charge of a lot of these countries, will kill you. They will behead you. They will do whatever they can to harm you if you do not believe with what they believe in, if you do not agree that the Prophet Muhammad is the one and only, and Islam is the only religion, and that should be allowed in the world. Right. So that's the thing. We are dealing with this today with Islam, and that's where the issue lies.
Okay, we're going to stop there. We're out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the dialogue.
All right. I just want to give snaps to everybody in the circle so far. Good job. Dean, snaps to you. Good job. Let's take a breath. It's been a heated episode. For the last portion of this video, I ask that you look around the circle and select somebody who you want to come back to the center and debate their claim with.
Oh, God. See, there's so many options here. I don't know. People might hate me at home for this one. I wanted to respond to what she had to say.
Optimus Prime. Yes. Yes. Optimus Prime. Oh, that's amazing. Dark MAGA. Dark MAGA. Oh.
Well, I'll give you credit. You're brave to pick me, so that's good.
Or dumb.
My surrounded claim is that Democrats sold our country out.
Hell yeah, she's right. Queen. She's so right. Oh. She's right. Yeah, bitch, you got no answer for this, huh, Dane?
I have an explanation of what you mean when you say that.
Well, first off, they're open border policies, sanctuary cities, which are completely unconstitutional. Thank God we have Sheriff Chad Bianco running for governor. Hopefully we'll eliminate that. They said Russia, 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 right? About President Trump. Well, who sold our uranium to Russia? And I love when Trump was talking to all of these European countries. He says, you guys keep screaming Russia, Russia, Russia. Why aren't you buying oil from us? Why are you buying it from Russia? So there's so many good things that Trump has done and the Democrats.
Wait. I mean, then she must love Biden, right? Biden rerouted so many of the energy contracts away from the natural gas that Europe was getting from Russia and started forcibly selling them American LNG. Not only that, but also Biden blew up the fucking pipeline too. So, it's kind of, if that's your fancy, I mean, Biden was goated. It turns out Democrats were doing all of those things. But I guess they were doing, you need to get a Jube strictly to get clips with people like this. I do love her.
Have completely, like, I'm from Iran originally. The fact that Obama.
Wait, she's Iranian? Wow. I knew there was a reason why I loved her. That's crazy. She does not look like a Cuba Day enjoyer at all. I'll be honest. Her name is Shiva Duh. I feel like if I were to bust open a nice Cuba Day, I don't think she would be in favor of that. She seems like a burger gal. Peep the shirt. She's a Beverly Hills Persian. Yeah, Beverly Hills Freedom Rally. President Trump.
I gave boatloads of cash to that evil regime. Makes me so angry. So I love that Trump annihilated General.
Okay, Trump is. Ooh. Yikes. Trump's giving more money. Trump's giving more money to Iran now. Oops.
Soleimani and a proxy guy in Iraq offed him because he killed 10,000 people, including women and children.
Okay.
So,
yeah, a lot.
Yeah. So I am so happy for him getting rid of the nuclear facilities, along with Benjamin Netanyahu, with the intelligence that they brought in and the weapons, and they are our only allies. And the liberals hate Israel.
Yeah.
This was like, it could have been World War III if we didn't get rid of this stuff. You and I might not be here the next 5-10 years.
You should hate Trump then.
Oh, I should love him because he just stopped World War III. He stopped the deep state from destroying this world. And that's what Marxists do. That's what Marxists do. They have no grip on reality. They have no God. And they don't understand what's actually going on because they're more concerned about putting...
She's cooking again. Yeah, stop laughing, Dean. She's cooking you. She's fucking cooking your ass, dude.
Men and women's bathrooms in their sports.
Oh my goodness. What's a communist? Can you define that word?
Yeah, it's somebody that thinks that we should not have our own private property. So the government gets to choose, which is, I don't want the government to be my mommy and daddy, okay? It's supposed to be a representative government, which is called a constitutional republic. We are not a freaking democracy.
Okay. Well, we're not a democracy.
Yes. Go look at John Adams and what he said about democracies.
So first and foremost, you weren't necessarily right about what a communist is. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Now, on to your second point here about
and did it work? Did it work? Have you watched Dr. Zhivago?
Can I respond? So you said that we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic.
Correct.
So a constitutional republic would be a type of representative democracy. And what I mean when I say that is these two phrases are used interchangeably. Because under a republic, we have duly elected leaders that then represent, the interests of the constituents of the nation. Under a representative democracy, we have duly elected leaders that represent the constituents of the nation.
A democracy is minus a constitution and the rule of law. So
what?
So it's basically, if you're saying you're a democracy, the 51% could go and kill.
Toby Durden liked my tweet. Shut the fuck up. Which one? Was it a video of me yelling about Turby Derby? Oh my god. We just got the Turby Derby. We got the Turby Derby notice. Which one? Link the tweet, Audrey. Folks, it's happening. Oh my god, stop spamming and link the tweet. We just got, ladies and gentlemen, we just got the Turby Derby notice. It's a big deal. What is this? Wait, this one? Ignore the Toby Doden, please. He was stimming. Which, if you want to carry the flame, we're at level 6 hype of it. Wait, where? This doesn't even... There's only 14 likes on this. It wasn't even directly. We're smoking on that Dusty Johnson pack, regardless. Regardless. His runoff is tomorrow.
Off the 49%.
That's called a direct democracy.
So, but yeah, pure democracy.
When Donald Trump said that he took a bullet for the American democracy, he was wrong?
Well, he likes to use that word, I think, to reach out to the Democrats. Right? I believe he's wrong because I don't believe we're I don't believe we're democracy. I don't like the word democracy. Right. I have a twitch when I hear the word because
it's almost just like you go crazy.
Democracy, hypocrisy, bureaucracy. I mean, it's just
okay. Another claim they made there is that about
you want to throw up? I want to throw up when I hear the word democracy.
Yeah, MAGA. So listen.
Okay, it's you said MAGA like a swear word. Why did you say that like a swear?
You can't be this sensitive.
Mamma mia!
You cannot be this sensitive. Like if you're MAGA, you can't be like, oh, why'd you say MAGA like that? I don't like the tone of your voice.
Word. Isn't that a good thing? Make America great again?
Well, what's not a good thing is saying that you're making America great again by taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans like Trump did, taking food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans like Trump.
He got rid of the fraud in the health care.
Can I speak?
Yeah, but
Thank you.
You're lying right now. You're lying.
So I'll go ahead and restart, and I'll give you my sources at the end.
Okay.
Composure is important, ma'am.
You're going to talk down to me? I'm your elder. You have respect for your elder.
So, first and foremost, Biden is your elder. And you don't have any respect for him.
Well, because
so let's stop it with the hypocrisy.
He's an evil man.
You asked me, why do I use MAGA like a swear word? Because Donald Trump has used that phrase, make America great again, to represent actions like taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill. Per the reports from the Congressional Budget Office, which is ran by Republicans, liberal estimates are a little bit higher at like 17 million people. Took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill as well. And according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, he reduced the purchasing power of the average American, making at or under $51,000 per year. He refused to abide by a court order to pay out food stamp benefits for 12 million starving children in America during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. Okay, he's abused his power and privilege as the president to position himself above the law. One of the last things that you said when you were up here on the last prompt was, oh, I thought everybody was above the law, except for Trump, okay? A couple weeks ago, we woke up in a new America with a new system of justice.
Look at her deploying nah without even saying it. She's just going like this. Very effective. Do you understand?
Where you and Trump could commit the same crime, tax fraud, you could be thrown in jail for it, and he can't even be investigated for it because of his deal with...
By the way, this was Democrats sold our country out.
IRS. And all of those things, when they are used to represent the claim, make America great again, absolutely do make MAGA a slur. It's embarrassing to be MAGA. I mean, get a grip, you guys. Get a grip. And I said a lot there. I'll let you respond. But I have so much else to say. You know, like you were talking about like how we need to prevent Iran from getting nukes. We're at a worse place with Iran today than we were 10 years ago.
Not true.
Thanks to Donald Trump.
Not
Obama
true.
got us an agreement to prevent them from nuclearizing until 2030. Donald Trump tore it up because it has Obama's signature on it. And about the whole respect your elders thing. So you can't expect me to respect you because you're older than me. If you're going to turn around and call Biden a good American man with great domestic policy, one of the best presidents in modern American history, a crazy lunatic, evil man with a crackhead son, even though he's 30 years your elder.
Ukraine. It's on record. He said, "I'm not going to get, you're not going to get the $1 million loan unless you stop this investigation to Burisma, which his son was a part of and had zero experience."
That's illegal. That's extortion. Why isn't he in jail?
By the way, still running the Hunter Biden was so corrupt, and so was Joe Biden line in the big 226. It'll never stop being funny. Like, dude, Jared Kushner has made like $12 billion. Okay. He's currently doing the Iran negotiation. Zero qualifications beyond the fact that he's basically like an empty wallet for Gulf royal funds. Okay, that's it. I mean, Donald Trump has personally done a tremendous amount of corruption, especially this time around. Like, yeah, 226. I like to refer to, I feel like it sounds better when I say 226 instead of 2026.
Jail.
So he should be.
Why is it Trump throwing him in
because
jail?
the deep state have the judges. They have so much. They've infiltrated this country.
Donald Trump just hired 400 new judges that are loyalists to him. Why doesn't he use one of them to get Biden thrown in jail?
Because unfortunately, he doesn't get to pick which judge is used, and a lot of these judges are just evil.
Why doesn't he even try? He hasn't tried.
There's been so many lies coming from your mouth. I'm like twitching over there. Every lie
Why
that I
isn't
hear.
the DOJ
You
trying to get
said
an
people
indictment
died
against
on
Biden?
January 6th.
I said that they tried to kill cops.
No, they did not try to kill cops.
Yes, they
it
did.
was self-defense. They were being attacked. 4 patriots.
Wait, what? Can you, what? Trump supporter says you can do self-defense to a cop? That's crazy. I guess only if you're doing an insurrection, right? And of course, only if you're doing an insurrection for Donald Trump.
Died that day, and you don't hear anything except for the one that got shot by the cop. Yeah.
How about this? Can I ask you a question?
There's 4 of them that died, and 0 cops died that day. 1 cop died the next day at 9:30 p.m. from a stroke.
Yeah.
So that was a lie. And I feel bad for people like you in your age because you're being indoctrinated with all this evil. You have no appreciation for life. You're willing to kill the most innocent and vulnerable. But if you were the baby in the womb, guess what? You wouldn't want to be aborted. You'd be like, Mommy, please save me, please.
I don't even know what to respond to. There was just a bunch of, it was a big mess. Hey, listen, let's go ahead and start off.
Owned. Exactly. You don't know how to respond to it because you got owned. She did Goo Goo Gaga. She imagined you as a baby in the womb, desperately trying not to be murdered by the abortion doctor. It's over. What can you say at that point? She's so goated. I love her. My queen.
For this, I want to ask you some general questions about your political beliefs because I believe that you hold them without much information. Name one domestic policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed through Congress, then signed into law that you don't like. Keep in mind, once again, policy is a bill passed through Congress and signed into law.
So I don't know that. I just know what he was saying.
How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
The fact.
How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
I don't know exact off the top
You don't know
of my
how many
head.
articles?
Okay, can I?
How about this?
Okay,
how many
again,
continents are there?
You know a lot
How
of
many
information, and
continents
I'll
are there?
give you that.
How many continents are there?
Okay.
Ma'am, how many continents are there?
There's hundreds, but I can't
There's
remember.
7!
Oh.
All right, that part got me. Holy shit. Oh boy.
What the fuck? There's hundreds of continents? Bro, this is why I love MAGA. Okay, you want to know why I love MAGA? Because get him to talk about like flat earth theory or how many toxic carcinogens exist in one variant of a vaccine from 1997. And they will read you the Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay? I'm telling you, they have just spent all of their brain processing power on some of the dumbest, most idiotic, totally irrelevant, and also totally wrong shit that, like, basic facts about the world escape them. Okay? And it's fucking awesome. It's so awesome. That's why I always say, like, yo, if you know this much about this, like, dumb, irrelevant shit that's just untrue, why don't you get invested in, like, Dungeons and Dragons or Yu-Gi-Oh or something? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, just if you're gonna believe in fake shit, at least deploy that towards a hobby that doesn't make you schizophrenic. You know what I mean? I just don't understand this at all. It's like, why? Why did you use up all of your remaining int points on nonsense. Like, this woman said she doesn't believe in doctors. Okay, earlier in the debate, we watched the first half. I think that was more powerful. She was on the ball in the first half, especially when she said, I don't believe in doctors. That's when I fell in love, right? But if you're gonna believe in made up shit, why don't you believe in made up shit that's like giving you joy instead of making you angry? What the fuck?
Oh, 7 continents. I thought countries. Sorry, countries. I thought you were talking about countries. I'm not doing an information war. I'm doing what I saw him do. He glorified a man on Women's Day. He's trying to destroy reality of men and...
Trump supporter talking about the destruction of reality is pretty funny.
Cheers, Lonnie.
That is a bad thing, and that's a Marxist thing. So, you're asking me all of these questions because you're trying to get me. Okay, yeah, I might not have all of these little...
Yeah, who could forget? Gender abolition. Invented by Karl Marx.
things that you remember. But what I know is common sense. And Biden's administration is not common sense. They sold us out, just like Obama, giving money to our enemies instead of helping our allies like Israel, who was the only country to stand and take down those nuclear facilities that could have caused World War III. Let me finish. World War III, except for Israel. Israel was the only one. Donald Trump asked other countries to help because they were affecting them too.
Yeah.
And they had their tail between their legs and did nothing.
So, ma'am, the reason why I picked you to come up to the microphone knowing that it'd be a disaster is because I think that you are a very accurate representation of where the right is at today in modern political discourse and American politics. I think that you and many others are clueless people who don't know what they're talking about, have done no previous investigation or research into the American political system, can't even name a bill that Biden passed that you disagree with, yet you think he's a devil, and blame Obama for all of your problems, including the FBI, quote unquote, going into the J6 riots 4 years after his administration was over. And I think that it is very important for you, me, everybody in the circle, and everybody watching at home to start caring about the world that we live in, start caring about critical thought, and doing investigative research into our beliefs and why we believe them before our world has gone to this shit of baseless claims, propaganda, and just putrid nonsense that is highlighted in the mouths and brains of politicians, the president, and cable news. It's important for us to think critically, and that's something that I don't think you do.
I think it's just straight up one word: projection. Left always projects. That's it. You're projecting all of your faults on me because I actually have life experience, which you don't have, and I have been a liberal, and I stepped out of that when I saw what they were doing with my child at school, who I pulled out and I'm homeschooling.
I've been on the earth for less years than you have, but I've done more with the years that I have.
Okay, you gotta stop there.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause for trying.
Oh, my diva, Shiva the diva, fucking melted liberal Spider-Man. Yeah, we got to ban homeschooling, actually. Like, that's kind of crazy. That's my platform. I'm running for president on one issue. I'm a single issue voter and I'm a single issue candidate. Ban homeschooling. That's crazy. I'm sorry. Sorry to all the homeschooled children in the chat, but this is unacceptable. Okay. That'll be all for me for today. I have a thing that I have to get to. A photo shoot that I must get to. But I'll be live tomorrow. And promises made, promises kept on the Jube. Maybe we'll do more Jube tomorrow. The Dave Rubin one was really funny from what I heard. And not only that, but also we'll do some fun stuff.
Lonnie, yeah, the studio made David Lynch reveal it too early. No spoilers, but yeah, I know. Just wait till you see the movie. The movie makes it so much better. It's open. Doors open. Oh yeah, for sure, Lonnie. Let me get those up real quick. This game is not as full of music as Undertale was. Just get rid of Azan. And... Looks like there's no specific slider for music. So, we'll just have to pause.
give it all to you.
Sorry, gotta pause that for a second. I was like, wait, what?
hard to even fathom which parts I should believe. 'Cause you're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. I bow down to pray. I try to make the worst seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out leather. I've got 100 million reasons to walk away, but baby, I just need one good one to stay. Oh baby, I'm bleeding, bleeding. Can't you give me what I'm needing, needing? Every heartbreak makes it hard to keep the faith. But baby, I just need one good one, good one, good one, good one, good one, good one. When I bow down to pray, I try to make the worst seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out leather. I've got 100 million reasons to walk away. Baby, I just need one good one, good one. Tell me that you'll be the good one, good one. Baby, I just need one good one to stay. Stone cold, stone cold. You see me standing, but I'm dying on the floor. Stone cold, stone cold. Maybe if I don't cry, I won't feel anymore. Stone cold, baby. God knows I try to feel happy for you. Know that I am, even if I can't understand. I'll take the pain. Give me the truth. Me I was an island. California dreaming. I'm such a winner's day. All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. I've been far away on a winter
We were good.
What the frick? What happened?
Kind of dream that can't
Oh, it's trying to get me to update some shit. No.
till we were built a home and watched it burn. I didn't wanna leave, babe. I didn't wanna lie. Start to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand.
sounds of today.
Smoke break before the what I assume is the final boss battle. Fuck this fight. I did not buy like any armor or weapons for this shit.
a fair kind of war, and trying to be human, that's not my fault. Oh. That's evolution. That's getting off the floor. There's something in the stirring, a memory where I saw redemption race in halcyon day. When I look at you, I feel my blood could change. Something in the room doesn't feel the same. The sound of hope when we collide hits you like an angel out of the sky. I wanna get it wrong, wanna hesitate, wanna shake it life, thinking isolate the future. You're sort of something. It's a step, it's a kick, it's a shot. Give it all you've got and go through the evolution. Give it all you've got and go through the evolution. Oh, chewing on thunder, it's rolling in my mouth. Guess it's in my nature, don't wanna spit it all. When I look at you, I feel my blood could change. Something in the room doesn't feel the same. The sound of hope when we collide hits you like an angel out of the sky. I wanna get it wrong, wanna hesitate, wanna shake it life, thinking isolate the future. You're sort of something. It's a step, it's a kick, it's a shot. Give it all you've got and go through the evolution. Give it all you've got and go through the evolution. Don't leave your faith on me. I don't want it if it matters. No, don't leave your shame on me. Shame on me. When I look at you, feel my blood group change. Something in the room doesn't feel the same. The sound of hope when we collide hits you like an angel out of the sky. I wanna get it wrong, wanna hesitate, wanna shake it life, thinking isolate the future. You're sort of something. It's a step, it's a kick, it's a shot. Give it all you've got and go through the evolution. Give it all you've got and go through the evolution.
NPO Radio 2.
Cities breaking down on a camel's back. They just have to go cause they don't know why. And while you feel the streets, it's appealing to see. You won't get undercounted cause you're damn free. You got a new horizon, it's a Hermio style. A melancholy town where they never smile. And all I wanna hear is the message beat. My dreams, they come kissing cause I don't.
Holy fucking shit, did I do it? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, me too, Susie. Holy fuck.
Turn forever hand in hand.
No.
Don't follow any laws, I got many flaws. And so many great opportunities, many doors. That's what happens when they put you on so many tours. But there's no sleep, blunt, scared, lit, Henny pause. Femi calls, though he wants to have a heavy talk. I leave the country without giving it any thought. Why the hell I'm on this couch, spilling my heart out. More high blood pressure you've already caused. And it goes. How you feeling? Windmill for a line, turn forever hand in hand, taking all in on your stride. It is aching, falling down forever. Love is free, let's turn together, you and me. Windmill for a land, is everybody in? You in? Okay.
Took us from another world. Rub your shoulders with all of us. Making ways through the universe. Starting wars with anonymous brothers. Trip, switch, trip, switch. Make a wish on a count of three. Push a button and we'll both be happy. Sending signals as a dirty trip. Get my love in a digital packet. Trip, switch. Trip, switch. What we do when the power's up? What do we do when our lives go? What we do when the power's up? What do we do when our lives go? Down, 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 down. Down, 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 Give me dinner cause I need a hip. I'm lost traffic numbers. Information I be craving it. Give me yours and give me all the others. Trip, switch, trip, switch. What we do when the power's up? What do we do when our lights go? What we do when the power's up? What do we do when our lights go? Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. は太陽が必要 S と R それぞれの土地柄リンク大きな場一度目を閉じなさい神秘に満ちたスフィアグループ祈り捧げるトリビュート呼吸を整える流れる無数の DNA 手助けがないと皆死んでるぜ和形静寂を胸に置き夕暮れの海で耳を澄ますイマージ万里の流れに注ぐ歌気づけばあなたと書いていた古から伝う巡り合わせマイプロマイファミリー級の果てまで
波を越して向かい合え向かい合え膨れ上がれ今繋いだ手に揺るぎない力を
波を越して向かい合え向かい合え膨れ上がれ今繋いだ手に揺るぎない力を
もういいだろう夢さえも叶えた繋げる色彩の輪本格に真実結び現在地ありえないことの繰り返し本来の姿と違う響き合うないアンデイ君と私雫がこの星に一滴落ちるたびさっそうと一人旅ここはどこだ思い出しない思い出せばそれで目が滲むんだ匂いと景色交わる命いつ何時も捧げる君に口が楽器言葉と苦労何描く今とこの未来をどう解くことなく己が真髄の一手ハイサイピーポーあの場所で再現
波を越して向かい合え向かい合え膨れ上がれ今繋いだ手に揺るぎない力を
波を越して向かい合え向かい合え膨れ上がれ今繋いだ手に揺るぎない力を想像が織りなす世界の横の片隅で笑うのさ期待が膨らみ開花する表情どうのこうの言っても君の道を可能な限り無限の営み壮大に交わす綿の赤い地恐れぬ感謝日々は灯火光る気持ち立ち上がる魂
失敗と成功が入り組んだキャリア経てきた数字に恥じらいなくな強い風を受け切らさける誰も知らない企みで一気に化ける時を待て自然に逆らえばすぐにできる影巻いた種赤みを帯びた空これこそが I'm a rapper 自分の生き方を人は光る運命を運ぶ広大無辺読みがえる波を越して You might kill me with desire. Want me tired of the know why. Something that you do to me. Run away, I'm Mercury. And I know you think it's rough when you're trying to patch us up. But I say, honey, what is love? You just say I drink too much. Sorry, so sorry for what I've done. Maybe I'm a naked, or maybe I'm young. I'm sorry, so sorry for what I've done. And I'm the t-shirt that I wear. Pick the thoughts out of my head. I broke your heart so carelessly, but made the pieces part of me. And now it hurts when we become, 'cause you taught me how to love. It's me who taught you how to stop. And you just say I drink too much. Maybe I'm defective. sorry for what I've done. Maybe I'm bad natured, or maybe I'm not. I'm sorry, sorry for what I've done.
He left no time to I go back to we only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and we only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her, and I go back to black. Thank you.
excellent shit. And I guess chapter 5 came out like 2 days ago. I'm gonna do that tomorrow for sure. Maybe no song requests during that one though, because it's new music that has not circulated enough for me to hear the good songs yet, so I gotta pick them out, add them to my playlist. Let's see. So, whether you're lurking, whether you're chatting, whether you're subbed, whether you're not, I appreciate however you contribute to the space. I love it here. Glad y'all do too. Fuck ICE, free Palestine, land back. And I love y'all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, wait, there's stuff happening on the screen? What's that? I can't wait to play chapter 5. Tomorrow. Alright. Bye! Bye!